Uh-oh, we have a troll amongst us. What are we going to do?
Oh, shit. Where's the basement? That's where I'm used to living anyway. No, I troll all the politicians. POTUS, vice president, everybody else in the Congress and all that crap.
I always thought a troll are those little things that lives under the bridge.
When I think of troll, I think of those pencil toppers they used to have back in the 80s and late 70s. You spin your pencil and the hair goes wild.
Yeah, I still think there was some sort of a goblin that lives under the bridge. That's the only troll I've ever known of.
But my trolling is nobody of importance, just the government, that's all.
Yeah, they're certainly not important. Not these days.
To me. Not to me.
Not to anybody. I wouldn't. There's a lot of people just all around.
The best that they're known for or could be useful for is propagandizing shit.
Yeah, well, that's what they're best at.
Right? They coincided in everything that the government does is all within parallel of that Murdoch dude and all the mainstream media bullshit. Since what was that? 2013, I think it was something. I don't remember the year, but under the Obama administration, he legalized propagandizing against the U.S. citizens. He made it legal again.
Yeah, he said it was to protect the people or something.
Yeah. The best interest of the U.S. is that we propagandize the U.S. people, right? Stupid motherfuckers.
And you thought Nazi Germany went away in 1945. No, they just came to the United States.
That's just the way the propagandized the whole thing looked like it was Germany that started it, right?
Yeah, as if propaganda wasn't around back in the Roman times, right?
Oh, I think propaganda's been around since dang near day one.
I'm thinking Templar, the Night of the Templars, 11, the year 1100.
Yeah, I don't know about our history. I'm real skeptical about all that dates and the.
Well, that's the alternative to the textbooks that we're learned from. You know, they learned us one way from the textbooks, but they didn't include any of that stuff about the Knights of the Templar and all that. The evil shit.
Sounds like propaganda to me.
The Red Cross, all that stuff that, you know, it's all tied together. You know, it's all for the good of people. But when you take a few layers off, then you see it's all about propagandizing the people.
Fear porn, boy, they got everybody scared about this, scared about that, scared about everything. It's all about everybody scared to death.
And nobody realizes that it's all being planned and created, and people are in charge of specific areas of it. And nobody believes that. Oh, you're just paranoid. Oh, you're a conspiracy theorist. Oh, da 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 da.
You want to see my tinfoil hat? I've got it on right now.
I got one made out of Faraday fabric.
There you go.
I'm very
Everybody-
sensitive. I'm very
everybody-
sensitive to the electronic harassment that I get. I have a 5G tower about 100 yards away from my house.
Oh,
When that shit activates or whatever, and when they start doing that shit and they want to harass me, I just throw that shit over my head, man. I got a blanket sized Faraday. When
I
it
think
gets bad,
everybody should have a Faraday cage that they sit in all day long. Covers your whole body.
with the exception of my windows, I am in one.
It might be a good way to make some money. Start making Faraday cages to put them up for sale. So when you're sitting there watching TV or you're on the internet, you can just put the cage over you. And
They have Faraday paint. You can buy Faraday paint.
what are you going to do? Paint your skin?
Paint the inside of your walls, and then hang your fabric over your windows. Huh? What?
Yeah.
Yeah, right. It's available. You want to do it? I'm damn near there. I got concrete walls, so I feel I got a misperception that I'm okay behind those cement walls because my Wi-Fi signal is depleted through them. So I just add the fabric where I need to.
Lol, guys, I need to share this video. I found a video, a time lapse of the Artemis rocket filmed by some dude, I guess, far off the side. And in this time lapse, you can literally see how the rocket goes up, slowly goes down, and then just completely goes to the ground. And people believe that thing goes to space. This is unbelievable. Like, you can literally see in a video that the rocket just goes up and then directly down.
They got an explanation for that. You know that, right?
Yeah, I know the explanation, but literally the video evidence just shows you that it doesn't go anywhere.
It goes right back into the ocean where nobody could see it.
Yeah.
Well, I've said this before. I've said it a few times on here. I seen an Elon Musk interview. I've tried to find it again. They've taken it off. I cannot find it. It was only like about a half a minute long, but he says, I joined this SpaceX thing thinking, man, I'm so happy. I'm going to help go back to the moon, going to go to Mars, and all this cool stuff. I was so happy. Started SpaceX, and man, I was just so excited. And then I find out, here I am in 2019, and we have never been no one ever been to orbit yet.
No, they can't get outside of Earth's orbit.
You can't orbit a plane to begin with.
Right.
You got to have a ball to orbit anyway.
Like, literally,
no one has been to orbit yet. No one, period.
No one, because there is no globe. The thing is, it just looks like literally this whole Artemis launch on this time lapse. It just shows you the magic behind it. It's like fireworks on Sylvester, just in a bigger scale.
And then here's another.
It's complete bullshit.
Yeah, here's another interview he did when Bezos sent that rocket up, went up 62 miles, and came back down again. He says he was talking to some girl, and he says, I got a little clue for Bezos here. He said, one thing I got to tell you, dude. He says, if you want to get involved in the space race, there's one secret that you got to know, that you got to be able to do, and this is the first step. If you can't do this, then you're not going to be involved in the space race at all. You can't be part of it. And he said, you've got to learn to go to orbit. Again, he's putting out telling everybody that, nobody's been to orbit. No one, not the U.S., not anyone. Not at all.
In the time lapse video I sent, you can literally see when the rocket goes down again, how it flies through this cloud barrier that penetrated while, boosting up. and then it goes a little bit over that chemtrail cloud area, then going back into the clouds. You can this video clearly shows evidence that the rocket is going down again.
Mhm.
It's not going outside of any atmosphere or whatnot. It's literally penetrating through the clouds again, and just the light disappears because the rocket engine completely shuts off, and that thing falls into the ocean. That's it.
Yeah.
Well,
I mean, it's so obvious.
when these rockets go up and they go into that parabolic, where
I
they
just want
go up-
to make clear we're back live on YouTube. Okay, so
Okay.
everybody. Yep.
Well, when these rockets go up, they go in that parabolic trajectory, and then they start going down again, and then you watch them go all the way down, and you can see them the whole time.
But if you believe there's a curve, there's a reasonable explanation why it goes back down. But
No.
you first have to believe there's
Check
a
it
curve.
out. You're not listening. Just let me finish, please.
Okay, I'm sorry.
What the
apologize.
deal is if in order to go over the curve of the earth, to fall over the earth, do you know how many miles away that is from the launch site?
Nope.
Well, what would you guess? What, 4,000 miles, right? In order to
Honestly,
be-
I couldn't say.
So what I'm saying is you see the rocket the entire time. It goes up, it curves, goes level, and then comes back down. And then as it's heading down, you can still see it with your naked eye, which means it can only be maybe 100 miles away. Because look at a jet airplane that's going across the sky. It goes 50, 60, 70, 80. As soon as it's 80 miles away, it's too small to see. That rocket would be way too small to see if it was falling over the edge of the planet. You can see it the entire time. So that means it's only 100 miles away. Where the fuck do you think it's going?
I see what you're saying, and I can see exactly why what Clay mentioned about it going up over the clouds and then coming back down over clouds. That's all intertwined there. Exactly.
Yeah.
What you're saying, what
See it
Clay,
with your eyes.
the video,
only
the video,
Not
that
very
Clay,
far away.
the video that Clay posted at hour 8:04. It shows.
Yeah.
Go ahead,
Yep.
Clay. Tell us about it. Well, I won't interrupt no more. Now I see what you're saying and everything that Clay posted. Yeah, it all intertwines. Exactly. Clay, floor is yours, buddy.
Yes. What?
The floor is
Yeah,
yours,
yeah. The video clearly shows evidence of the rocket just going down again. It's like, what should I say about it, man? It's just so obvious. Everyone who wants to think something else is definitely just blind, willingly blind.
Well, like I said, if you can see it, it's not very far away. Because
And
if it gets 100 miles away, it's going to be too small to see.
And
yet
if
you
the
see it
angle is-
you see it the entire time. Where do
And
you
the
think it's going?
The problem
Like-
is if they would go too high, things like this happen with SpaceX. They crash into whatever is up there. I would call it firmament, but
Yeah,
an unpenetrable barrier.
Skimming across it looks like a speedboat skimming across the water.
Yeah, exactly. And you can even that time lapse, you see how it just goes down. It goes completely down again.
Yep.
For some reason, see, the thing is with this problem, the thing with this video is people say the colors are because it's penetrating through the atmosphere in space, right? So how is it that once the rocket is from my perspective going down again, how is it that these colors suddenly stop? When it stops hitting the roof, the colors also stop. So that makes no sense, right?
Right.
It should actually this color spectacle should actually keep on going, right?
And you're watching this thing with your eyes the whole time, right?
Yeah.
So how far away is it? Not very far.
Oh, but this is an amazing video. It just shows that heaven is unpenetrable.
Oh yeah,
Just
for
can't
sure. No
go
one gets
through
in
there.
now. We live in an enclosed system. There's nowhere to go. I
That's
don't know
a
who
nice
said
video there.
I or whoever it was. Yeah. We live in an enclosed system. There is nowhere to go. Cannot leave the Earth.
So magical,
Period.
man. Look at the
Period.
colors. You know, it's so magical. And especially, the funny thing is, you know, you see how the stuff, I don't know what the matter is that is being, you know, manipulated to make these colors, you know, but it's definitely has nothing to do with space or the sun hitting the debris of the rocket or whatnot. It clearly has something to do with this, the world, the sky that is upon us, right? It's just interesting how it behaves. It's literally like a speedboat, you know, like Godric said, you know, like a speedboat on water.
Yeah, well, the
Like
fact
it's
that
flesh.
you can see anything at all up there, you can see that all that blue color and that you can see that stuff. That means there's something there that it's that it's, you know, that you're seeing. It's not emptiness. Can't be.
Right. It's
God.
literally like a splash. You know,
Yeah.
like have you seen time-lapse videos of someone shooting a bullet into water? It literally looks almost the same. Like when the impact, you know, you need to look at the impact and slow down the video a bit. Let me actually look at this video in real time. I want to see how this looks in real time.
That one launch that shows one of the rocket boosters kicks off and then it bounces, and when it hits, it looks like a stone hitting the water. Bing, and waves go out and hits again. Bing, waves go out. Bing.
Right.
Yeah. There's something up there.
But
Kinda like when a crosswind catches a kite. Boom.
Just funny how the globe, how the globe is what the excuse for it is. You know, it's just funny.
Well, it's obvious. You use your eyes, and God gave you two eyes to see with. For hell's sakes, use them.
Exactly. God is true, you know. It is his unpenetrable barrier that he has created.
That's why they built CERN. They want CERN to try to bust through that shit.
It never happened.
They tried to bomb it first, but that didn't work.
Right? Operation
So they're trying-
Fishbowl.
Yeah, now they're trying something else.
What about, you know, you take all this stuff into consideration. How many failed attempts did they record trying to bust through that specific window to get past the radiation? Where's all the failure documentation at all the attempts at going through the atmosphere?
Funny thing is, look at the video material of Operation Dominic or Operation Fishbowl and compare it with the SpaceX rocket hitting the world.
Yeah, exactly.
Looks very similar.
Right there. That's a pretty powerful video. The opposition has clearly made evident that they got an explanation for it too. You show that video to some Glober, they got a ton of explanations why that happens.
They got just what they always do is just refute the obvious and come up with some stupid story. They love stories, man. Heliocentrists or Globers, they love stories. If you have a nice story that kind of sounds logic to them or, you know, suits the narrative, they buy it, you know, directly. I mean, and you can tell them that, I don't know, space monkeys are blowing dust into the atmosphere while the rocket is, you know, I'm just, okay, that's a joke, but, you know, it's just about the story, man. It's all about the story for these people. They just need a sensationalized story.
The more absurd the explanation is from the powers that be, the more acceptable it is for the idiots that don't do their own research.
Exactly.
Right? The more absurd it is, the more acceptable it is to the people that just believe blindly.
Yep.
Oh, you got to have a physics degree to understand why that happens. Right?
Here, another one, man. Just going up and down. It's so funny.
Right?
And you can
No,
see
but-
these perfect star trades in the background in this time lapse. So wonderful. Just shows you can't get out of this. Like, literally, tell me, what does it like? This makes me so angry to think about, you know.
I hear
Why
you.
can you not go when you're on a ball, 360 degrees curving in every direction, right? On a sphere. Why is it that the rocket, in order to go into orbit, can't go straight? Like, what is the matter with this? I mean, they can in their narrative they can use a capsule to move in the emptiness of a vacuum, right? They can move around with some little blasters shooting. So why is the rocket not using the easiest way, the shortest way, just going straight into electric space, and then they just tilt it with one little booster, and then you're already in orbit? Where's the problem?
Yeah, they don't even reach escape velocity. They're
Has
telling, they're
anybody
trying
ever heard of
they're-
sonic boom from a rocket?
they try to tell you that they're leaving escape velocity at 16,000 miles per hour when you need to be at 25 or 50,000 miles per hour to escape the atmosphere.
Has anyone ever heard of a
Well, you
sonic
can't-
boom? Sonic
Can't
boom.
escape the atmosphere.
Sonic boom happens at 700 miles an hour. Has anyone ever heard a rocket create
You know
a
what?
sonic boom? I never have.
One more thing, you know what's even more obvious in this video? The time lapse I just posted. Look at the airplane. That's just a little bit lower. I mean, about half the way lower than the rocket, which would be, I guess, 35,000 feet or something. The rocket the peak of the rocket should be 65,000 or 70,000. But look at the speeds. So the plane is almost flying the same speed as the rocket. And they tell you the rocket is at the point where it looks like it is just going down. It's just an optical illusion because it's already in orbit, going outside of the atmosphere. I mean, come on. Golly.
Timbo, what was you going to say?
No, it's just saying you can't escape, so there is no escape velocity.
There is none. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, so they give you a speed of escape velocity, but that's what they tell you. So
Right.
there is no
Yeah.
escape velocity because you can't escape.
And even so, even if you could, they're not even reaching it whenever they say they're going through that point. Right?
Yeah. Yep, that's correct. And then how do they slow down? Because they were orbiting the they're orbiting the moon at 5,000 miles per hour. So how do they slow down from escape velocity to 5,000 to orbit the moon? And do they put on their brakes while they're in the vacuum of space?
In the
Well, what do they
vacuum of
do?
space. In the vacuum, that's it right there. Zero gravity, right?
It's just fucking delusional.
What thrusters work in that atmosphere, right? Is that what it would be? Atmosphere?
Well, for combustion, I don't know how they say that they pump out oxygen and fuel at the same time so that it can ignite, but it's ludicrous. It's got nothing to, you'd have to have the perfect amount of oxygen because the ignition rate with oxygen is a certain percentage, and you get any more, any less, it won't ignite. So
It makes
Fucking
more sense.
weird,
To the
man.
it makes more sense to the people to say, "Oh, okay, yeah, that's right."
yeah,
believe
they
you.
just pump out
believe you.
oxygen and fuel at the same time, and then it ignites. And you go, no, you need a specific mixture. Any less, any more, it won't work.
Hmm.
Doesn't matter how much you put it. It's got to be a certain percentage.
That's
Let
what
me give
people
you
don't
an
understand.
example.
There has
Let
to
me
be
give you an example of that. When they used to
There-
use solid rocket propellant, if they had a crack in the solid propellant, when it got to the crack, it would blow up instantly because of that little tiny bit extra oxygen in that crack.
Yeah.
So,
Well,
you're right. It's a
you
little
look
bit,
at those.
too
Yeah.
much oxygen, and it blows up. Boom. So that's why they
And
quit rocket propellant.
you look at those high altitude planes. You know, they leak because they get so high and fast that they need to expand.
Yep.
So they set them up leaking. The fuel tanks are all leaking, so that when it goes up to a certain height and speed, the speed it heats up and the metal expands and seals the fuel tank. So on the ground it's leaking. So what's this thing doing? This is
And
flying so much more faster. Yeah, go.
can I just say, man, it feels good to be a flat earther.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Really
right.
does.
yeah. I'll
Really
agree with you,
does,
mate.
And especially being here, knowing that other people, have eyes to see and ears to hear.
I know there's a lot of doom and gloom, but I've got a lot of hope for the future, and I think we're starting to head in the right direction. I know there's going to be a lot of hiccups along the way, but I don't know. There's a different feeling in the air, and it feels good.
Thing is, the truth will always win. You can make the lie a lie as good as you want, but the truth will always come through.
Well, there's always a hole in the story, so if you tell the truth, there's no holes in the story.
Yeah, but every lie is going to end either way. So it's just a matter of time.
Well, look how hard they're pushing. Look how hard they're pushing to keep the lie. Once this base lie falls apart, everything falls apart. Everything. Except for these idiots that say, why, what, who cares if their lie is not making it, doesn't make a difference to my life. Bullshit. That's the biggest load of bullshit I've ever heard in my life. It makes every difference to your life. Every difference. You have to reassess everything that they've taught you because it's all a lie. You got to rediscover spirituality and where you come from, and the science of the earth, because it's now flat. Where is it? Where are we? Can we explore? Let's go exploring. And find out where we actually live. Get the real science out there about magnetism and everything that helps our health, and it's the whole thing will change, and it'll be amazing.
Yeah, it's hopefully exciting times, man. I mean, it's already is exciting times, right?
It is, really.
We can be the minority, and people look at us like we're stupid, and they, these flat earthers. I had an argument with someone last night who couldn't even tell me he couldn't even get an argument across about where the radius was, but he was convinced that he lives on this ball and the radius is this. And I was saying, where'd you get your radius for your horizon? He's going, do you want me to tell you how to work out where the horizon is? And I said, I'm not stupid, mate. I know how to work it out. I want to know where your radius came from. And he couldn't work out why I needed the radius. I said, well, where does all your maths come from? And then he sent me a picture of Alberuni. Fucking hell, man. Like, you guys are just living in a delusion. It's unbelievable. And since these radius arguments come up, it's just they just can't beat it. They don't know what they're talking about. There's no radius.
Exactly,
There's no
man.
curve. No one sees the curve. No one feels that we're moving. Therefore, default, we're not moving, and it's not curved. Please prove me otherwise.
They can't without cartoons.
They can't. They just can't.
No.
I know
What's
that
that stuff, that shit we were watching the other day, Davey, on YouTube, where they're orbiting the moon.
Yeah.
Come on, man. That was the biggest. So we're orbiting, and then you get Earthrise. But where's the sun?
Must have been to the east or the west. Who knows?
I know most people.
It's so absurd. It's just like, oh man.
I know that most people
And if you can't see that was, yeah. Sorry, go to God Rockin'.
don't want to talk about the Bible, but I'm going to just mention a few things that the Bible says.
I like Bible talk.
Says that the face of the great deep is frozen. Okay.
Exactly.
So that means that the foundation set on pillars, the pillars go down into the frozen great deep. That's why it's immovable. They are into the frozen face of the great deep. And then it goes up, and the foundation sits on top of that, and then the earth sits on the foundation. So that, the Bible describes it perfectly, why it can't be moved. It's on pillars that go into the frozen face
Oh,
of the
come
great
on. You
deep.
can't take this stuff literally, God Rockin'.
I sure as hell can, if I want to. I sure as hell can if I want to. Anyway, it just so happens that it explains it in a perfect way as to why the earth can't be moved. That's all I'm saying.
Mm-hmm.
And
just then like they come to this.
You know what a pilaster is, right? When you build a bridge, you drive those pilasters down until they hit the bedrock, so they can't settle anymore. The bridges over the ocean. It's the same concept. The pilasters, the pillars, go down into the frozen face of the deep. It's like bedrock, frozen, solid. Anyway, that's my opinion of why it can't be moved and what's going on, and it's in the Bible very clearly. So
but they'll start saying, well, what are your measurements of the immovable flat Earth? What are the dimensions of your flat Earth? Yeah. What are you talking about, mate?
There's no way we can.
Then that opens up the book for them to fall back on their religious cult of the globe.
Yeah. What do you think? We are a flat disc in space? It's so stupid. Like, we don't know. Like,
you think you're going to go to an
there's
environment?
no shape.
You think you're going to go to an environment where it's 100 something degrees below zero and travel out that to discover?
They don't let us there. They don't let us there.
I don't think we could go there even if they let us. There's no resources.
You wouldn't
You
survive.
couldn't go there and make it back. You wouldn't. There's no way. It's too cold.
This is
There's
a
no
one-way
food,
trip.
There's no gas. There's no nothing. You can't carry enough with you.
You can't go beyond the 60 parallel.
I know that, but I'm just saying.
But even if you could,
it's too cold, and then you'd have to carry fuel.
But where do we get that it's too cold from? That's what they say.
Well, it's definitely there's definitely ice down there. I mean, I've seen pictures of it. I mean, I do believe.
I mean, there is. We have that evidence of that. But you look for videos of the Antarctic, and it's if you can go here and you could withstand 130 below zero. Yeah, if you can, it's all if nobody's been there to document it.
Well, I think that the government's been at least some distance from the water.
They've been very deceptive about it either way.
Right.
Right.
Of course. But it stands to reason that would be colder there than the North Pole because the sun rotates around the North Pole in a circuit, creates a circle. That's why the ice looks like a circle, because of the circuit of the sun. It thaws it out.
So
It's
we
a-
can agree. We can agree. We can agree that there is a determination that we have to come to that differentiates what the government tells us,
Oh,
because no one else can go there but the government, right?
right.
So we have to believe their narrative that it's just too cold.
But it makes sense to me because the sun doesn't spend any time there.
I got you there. I get you there.
It just goes there and then comes right back. It spends most of its time in going around the North Pole.
I'm just thinking of those absolutes in the court of
Right.
law.
Of course, we can't. We don't have anything like that. Of course, I'm just speculating. Obviously, I'm not. Saying that.
I get it. I get it.
It just
I'm
makes
not-
sense because the sun spends very little time there. It probably is colder there.
But
I mean,
to
it
the
goes out
extreme,
and then comes
to
right
the
back.
extreme that we're told, that's where the question comes in. That's where the skepticism comes in.
Right.
To the
Well,
extreme that we're told that it is, that requires us to not go. It's too extreme. But is it?
well, I think the further you go, it probably would be. That's just my opinion, obviously, because, like I
Or-
said, the sun spends so little time there that
It
it
could
probably
be-
is pretty damn cold.
It could be the deception that they use to prevent us from even thinking of it, right?
Could be, but I don't know why they need that because the Antarctic Treaty is already preventing anyone from going there. So why would they
With the
need
exception of a small corner.
why would they need to say, oh, it's 130 degrees below zero? You can't go there because of that. Well, no, you can't even go past the 60th parallel, which is 600 to 900 miles away from Antarctica. You're not even close to it yet.
Yeah, and if you do schedule a vacation to the Antarctic, you can only go to that specific little corner.
It's an island. It's not even on the continent. Did you know that? It's a little island they take you to.
Right. It's all deceptive.
Yeah.
You're not experiencing you're not allowed to explore beyond that little island. Right?
Nope. Right.
That's what they tell us, oh, you could go freely. There was a guy arguing about it in the YouTube chat earlier. You can go there anytime you want. What are you lying about?
Has
That's
he read
crap.
the Antarctic Treaty? Obviously not, because it says very clearly.
He just tried doing his little false thing to get people, and I said, cite it. Of
Yeah.
course. Cite it. Cite
Yeah.
where you can go. You can't just go up there as a pilot and start exploring as far as your gas will allow you to. You cannot
It
do
didn't
that.
need to be very far because where's the closest place to get gas? It's not
Right.
anywhere near Antarctica.
Right. That lady
Probably
on that
probably
one show,
Argentina.
Life Below Zero, that one lady that has her little fuel station out there near the North Pole. She's the last so-called destination you could refuel in that area up in Alaska somewhere.
Yeah. They have fuel.
Wherever you can fuel up. But they
That's
won't
for all
let you
those
do that. They won't
That's
let you
mainly
do that.
That's mainly for the bush pilots that take people fishing and hunting.
Right.
and all that
Exactly.
kind of stuff.
But there is none other than her anywhere in that area that would allow you to explore freely because they don't want you there,
Right.
right? They just
Yep.
don't want us there. Whether you're a bush pilot or you're a multi-billionaire,
Right.
Otherwise, there's plenty of business opportunity to keep going further and further and further, right? Let me put a fuel station here. Let me put a fuel station a little bit further behind, right? Let me put a fuel station here, and we could just connect the dots as we go, right? They won't allow us to do that.
That's right.
The treaty says no. You have to be escorted. You have to go within this little restrained area, and that's it. The little island. You can't go and explore and capitalize the rest of it. Is my thinking distorted or what? Validate me or disvalidate me or something, because I'm thinking one way. Maybe I'm just an idiot. I don't know.
No, I think you're saying it the only way you really can. I mean, you don't have other information than what you have, basically.
Obviously, I'm not a person of means. I can't go do it myself.
Right.
But what prevents me from gathering a bunch of people with the money to go do it?
Well, I don't know, but I'm sure there would be something stopping you. I would guess.
I don't want to go where they want me to go to. You know, if I got the means financially to go explore the Antarctic, I don't want to go to their little island that they let you go to. But if I had the means to do whatever the fuck I wanted in the whole entire world, like Bill Gates or Bezos or Musk, why can't I go do that publicly and let everybody know what I find? If I had the means. Right?
Go to the Antarctica.
Yeah. What? You got some information?
No.
Okay. I'm just talking speculatively. You know, I want to go explore it. I got the means, but I can't go beyond that little corner of the island of the Antarctic that they allow people to go to and vacation to with strict rules. Don't bring this seed. Don't bring that seed. Don't come here with the idea of planting seeds that the environment doesn't allow to grow. Yeah, I mean, I was reading through some of it today. It's like you go on an Antarctic expedition, they don't want you bringing specific stuff that could endanger the environment, which is understandable. I get it. But if I had the means to go beyond where they let me go, I would want to go just because of the fact that you told me I can't go there. Where are the millionaires that say that? I want to go there because the government tells me I can't go and I want to expose this to the rest of the world. Damn it. Right?
Where they at?
They're silent now, obviously. Most of the people that I know, when somebody tells them they can't go do something, they want to go do it because they want to know why you can't do it, right? It's just human nature. But they even shut billionaires down. But you can freely go as you please. Just stay where we want you to, right? I digress. I'm getting too emotional.
say mic check. Mic check.
I hear you
Microphone check 1 2 1 2.
loud and clear.
Well, sounds good. Thanks.
All right, since we all got working mics, like who's got something to say? We're here all day and people are ready to play. Should be anyway. What do you say?
You rapping? Is that a rap?
say?
What?
I don't know. Hey man, if it gets conversation going, how do I finish that one? Damn it. Keeps the conversation going. What are we showing? Step up to
Motivation
the
flowing.
plate. Maybe you want to debate. Come on, I need a rebuttal. Get in a huddle. Get together, motherfucker. You're gonna need. I don't know. I need to get better at this if I'm gonna do it.
I suck at that shit. I can write poetry, but not on the spot like that. Not very well. No.
Dude, you guys getting a lot of time to think. Like, I stink. I'm not even good at this. Come on. Where's the challenge, man?
Yeah, I'm like Eminem. I've got to walk 8 miles, and by then maybe I'll have something.
Wow. I need Battle Mod back. He would fucking wipe the floor with me.
We got this liar in lobby says he's a civil engineer, and that he relies on the Earth being a globe.
All
to do
right, so
probing.
where's the lie? Him relying on the Earth being a globe, or him being a civil engineer?
Well, take your pick. I don't know.
I mean, we need to figure that out first.
Right.
Like, is he really a civil engineer?
Right.
We need somebody who is, because we have people in here who do that stuff. Like, we have people who could test him on that.
Yeah, he's getting tested. All right, he's getting. Yeah. He seems to kind of think he knows what he's talking about. Talking about the WGS84 and freaking shit, but we're asking him like where it's applicable in the actual practicality of construction, and he's like, oh, we're pointing out shit that where it's not, and he goes, that's on a local level.
Look, when pressed on this issue, all he's going to point at is there's one bridge in the world. It might be Pontchartrain, but like that's one of their examples. There might be one other one where there's one in particular where they supposedly in their engineering took into consideration the curvature of the Earth. But what would that fucking matter? It just means it's going to have leaning pillars, right? It's fucking stupid.
Well, the water underneath it's flat.
Yeah, right. Yeah,
he just keeps referring to, oh, that's local. You know what you're saying is local. Like we establish a local datum and all this. It's like, so we keep asking him. Well, so you said you rely on it. Well, I've asked him a couple of times now. You said you rely on it. Are you just lying?
If it don't come via the TV to most people, it ain't true.
Wait, isn't that how it works?
They don't see it on TV. It must not be true.
I mean, it's on the news. Because if they said it in the news, it must be true.
Gotta be. If it was said on the news, it's gotta be true.
Got that right.
No matter how many proofs that it's
You know what's
wrong.
unfortunate is nowadays you can actually watch the news to find truth. You just have to literally like take the opposite of what they're saying
Absolutely.
and go. Yeah, it's that bad.
It is. It is that bad, but nobody sees it. Because they still rely on the news to verify it. I don't know. I'm just an idiot. I don't know.
Dude, the only thing on the news that they're not trying to lie to you about is literally the weather. Like, and I'm an outdoor worker. I turn it on in the morning so that I can catch the weather hours, like for the day. I want it because they're wrong. If I look the night before, they're wrong. I have to wait until the morning of, check the weather, and then plan my day.
I was thinking sports.
Like,
The weather, the day, and the time.
Yeah,
They
what
know how to-
happened in sports? Yeah, that's the other
They know
thing.
how to report the scores. They could report the
Yeah.
scores. That's about it. That's about the best thing they could do. They get the local shooting screwed up. So what do you got for there? You know?
So yeah, I get to check the news. Well, I'm just looking for the local weather report because that's going to be my most accurate report when it's like imminent. So I do that, but then I catch all the headlines. You get the scroller at the bottom and all the fucking the talking heads at the top. And every single thing, you're going, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god.
The news is nothing. But comedy. It's comedy hour. It's comedy hour when the news comes on. That's all I take the news as is comedy hour.
You know when they start a fictional movie and they it's fiction and then they switch to the news, they never tell you they switch out of the fiction.
Yeah, right.
But their grip on most people are so strong. You cannot just. It's very hard to convince someone.
Especially once they've been fooled. It's easier to fool somebody than it is to convince them that they were fooled.
Yeah.
Yeah, people, even if they've already been made the fool of, they don't want to accept that they've been the fool.
The cognitive dissonance.
So, right, yeah, that stops right there.
They got to lie to themselves to convince themselves that they've been fooled. My dog even knows when I trick it. And he gets pretty pissed off too.
Yeah, but only for a second, just like you. Just
right.
So, yeah. He forgets all about it. Disappears.
Yeah, a minute later. I wish I could forget like that.
Dude, we all do. We all do. Even people in here. You're not seeing through everything, man. It's still happening.
Yeah, I believe it. There's shit that I believe that is still fucked up.
There's plenty of things in your life, and a lot of it might not be flat Earth related. You know, there's certain things that your mind is shutting out. You don't see the
There are
world.
other things.
That's just the way it is.
I studied
We just
psychology.
can't talk about it here.
I am aware of it.
If we could talk about the rest of the topics, then we had a lot to talk about. But we can't. They might shut us down.
You can talk about a lot of things still. And in fact, they've kind of opened the floodgates a little bit. Like a lot of that stuff is now being accepted now that it's too late, you know.
Look, we got a YouTuber saying my dog's smarter than I am. That's the level they go to. They cannot get beyond insulting the messenger. Right? Let's attack the person. We can't attack the science. Let's attack the person that's questioning the science, right? Ain't that the norm of the Globers? Attack the presenter of the information or attack the debater. Let's not attack the topic and where it comes from. Let's attack the person. You fucking idiot. I'm done. I'll talk to you guys tomorrow.
Yeah, you're
No.
so fucking toxic. Get the fuck out of here.
No.
No, Gemsy, fuck you too.
No.
All right.
It's just the YouTube, the YouTube chat, the little trolls that come in there.
We don't really get too many trolls these days, actually. Like we just haven't had much of a like they go to the other platforms, I think, though, because we're too good at like picking them out. We see them right away. They're like they got easier, lower hanging fruit at the other servers.
Let me reiterate. In the YouTube chat, this Sean Hawken, the bridge looks curved but parallel to the surface of the water. The towers are slanted away from each other, but they are plumb to the earth. And these numpties don't understand. Pathetic. These people are just walking, talking memes. And they don't have any proof they're flat earth. But no, it isn't spherical because some guy told them that some other guy told them that the earth is flat. Some guy said the Bible said it's so. It must be flat.
I have
Yes.
no idea what you're saying.
I'm rereading something in the YouTube chat that somebody said.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Yeah. Let me go. Let me go
Hey,
on.
Davey, are they talking
Yeah.
about bridge piers being separated from each other? Because that's
I
how
don't know.
they
I'm
build
just
them
not-
so that they
I'm just
have tension.
I'm just rereading what Sean Hawkins in the YouTube chat said to get to the point
Oh.
that he said to get to the point that he said Davey Z's dog is smarter than him.
Because if they're
Yeah.
talking about bridge piers, then they're purposely built apart from each other so that they can hold tension on the bridge. Fucking
Yeah.
idiots.
Yeah, right? That's why I did what I did and said I'm done because of what he said. I'm dumb. My dog's smarter than me. I might as well go home, go back to the other room here and put my blanket over my head or something.
Look, man, like I gotta tell you this. I understand like there's certain people who've been looking at the YouTube chat and just like criticizing them and their shit, but you gotta understand we're giving them a platform in here when we do that, and they were actually banned from here because of their bullshit.
Right.
That's why they're there. So stop giving them a platform. They are the trolliest of the trolls, the lowest of the lows. They are you should not be giving them a moment of your time and effort and anything. It's funny once in a while to go in there and read it, but don't come back in here and give them a platform. That's fucking stupid.
Man. So, yeah, I don't know. I was just following, whatever.
Yeah. Dude, I've told this to Miggy, but in a slightly more subtle way. Yeah.
Right. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I was just blowing them up. But my dog's smarter than me. At any rate, if I'm being fooled as a flat earther, I'd rather be fooled as a flat earther than a glober.
Dude, I can completely 100% agree with that, which is funny because I only 99.999 repeating except flat earth. You know, like there is still that benefit of the doubt, like that chance that I'm missing something, you know. But either way, right or wrong about the flat earth, there's so much to be learned coming into this topic in all aspects of life. You start to view reality for what it is. And this is what's going to change you for a lifelong, you and the people you raise, the children that you have and the people around you, they will all be affected by it. This is how you have a paradigm shift in like society, like how you change the way people think and their decisions and how they, if elections are real, like how they vote, you know, like all of that. Like, but the problem is that we have these people that are so high up, they're so the untouchables, you know, like they've thought about this long ago. We got a lot of ground to cover to fix this.
No doubt about it. I mean, I'm subtle in the way I am. In my personality and the way I deal with people, I'm very subtle. I mean, one of the first people I've got over to the flat Earth side, I didn't even approach them. They said, "Why don't you ever ask me about flat Earth?" And then they were won over when I explained to them. I didn't even explain to them. I said, "So you believe that you're sitting on a ball that's spinning at 1,000 miles an hour, traveling through space at over 1,000,000 miles an hour, and you don't feel it? Your hair ain't moving? When was the last time you drove in a convertible?"
That's how you know you're spinning because you don't feel it.
Yeah. I don't chase them fuckers. I don't at all. You know? I've had a belief for a very long time. I am just new to the discussion. That's all. It's different. Me being in this server, I'm just new to this discussion. My beliefs just never took me to anywhere to people that had the same beliefs in my everyday life for the last 52 years. You know? I'm not the type of person to blow somebody up like that. You know, like, oh, you believe it? Yeah, I live my life. You know, if you watch and you observe the way I live my life, then you're going to ask me questions about it. I don't have to come to you and convince you something. You're going to have to come to me and ask me about it, because I ain't giving that shit up. You know what I mean? My best philosophy of life: don't listen to what I say, watch what I fucking do. Period. Right?
No, yeah, I mean, absolutely. Like, what you say means nothing. It's what you do that really sets an example. It's do you live by your word? Do you know, like, I think a lot of flat earthers, myself included, I'll admit it right here. Like, I wish I was a better person, you know. But at least I'm thinking about it.
Now that I've come to this server, and what, I don't know, let me click on my name, see when I came to this server. June 2022. When I came here, I believed the way I believed. That I didn't buy the bullshit that the mainstream or what I was taught in 5th grade or 3rd grade or whatever it was. I didn't believe it, because whenever I questioned them about how that shit moves, when they gave me this model with his foam balls with little pieces of metal sticking in them and trying to make it move and shit, and I questioned it in the 5th grade, I've been shunned ever since. So I don't volunteer that kind of shit anymore.
The bending and warping of space-time works perfectly.
And where? Narnia? I ain't been able to do it. Because there's some shit I want to change. There's some shit I want to change. Some shit I did I don't want in my life. I don't want as a consequence of something I did. I want to go back and bend it and change it, right?
Or you can just move on from it and
That's
take it
about
as a lesson.
all I can do. That's about all I can do is move on from it.
Treat it as a learning curve.
There ain't some theory that Einstein told me that I can bend it and go back and change it.
Well, all you need to do is look at the sky, and then you're going back in time.
That blew my mind. That's why I ain't got nothing to say. I get it. You know, it just, I don't know. But to most people, I'm just a fucking idiot.
Yeah. Doubt that, man. Sure, you've made an effect on some people's lives, so, you know.
A few people have come back and told me that.
Well, there you go. You're important to them then, aren't you? There's always someone, mate.
I don't want you guys to underestimate what we're doing here either. Don't let the trolls get to you. Like, it might seem small, but every little bit does make a difference when you're talking about truth. Or even if people don't get exactly what we're trying to get to them, they're hearing us, and you have to understand that it's just you're just chipping away very slightly.
Exactly, and that's why I like Miggy's approach, and the things that he is willing to go through to get that message across. I agree in that 100%. I do. That we have to let them ramble on sometimes, just to let the common folk hear it, because the common folk have a discernibility about them that they can discern between the differences of those trolls that come in here, those paid operatives that come into our YouTube chats and sit and they just spew the same bullshit over and over again, day after day, They just come in here for what? I wouldn't do that shit if I wasn't paid.
Well,
Because they're
I,
scared.
also though, I'd like to point out. I mean, that's the positive side, but like for people, I have to point this out too. There are a lot of irresponsible flat earthers out there that, again, Miggy style, but like, or Miggy topic, not his style. So like, there's a lot of flat earthers out there who are misled, misinformed, who are mostly actually just following yet another like replacement doctrine. You know, like that are not
they've
really doing
replaced
us. And when they do that, they're not doing us any good.
I totally agree with you 100%.
Yeah.
They're not using. They've gone from not using their brain to not using their brain again.
I think that the issue may be the amount of time we spend on it. We need to establish, okay, this has been going on for 45 minutes. We don't need to do this for 3 hours. Again, that type of thing, right?
Well, it's not really what I was saying, but like, I mean, yeah, I can't disagree, I guess, but like, people need to be responsible with what they're saying is truth. So like, you just as we are critical of them, we can't have a double standard and then go and spout some crazy ass shit that we can't back up. We have to actually take this step by step. You might think you're a genius and think that you know the final answer, but nobody's going to get it. Okay, so we have to take society with us, step by step by step by step. That's how it's going to be done, if it's going to be done.
I agree about the responsibility. We do have a responsibility to what we're talking to, right? And I don't know. My personal opinion is our responsibility is in not allowing those discussions to go on for 3 hours at a time, 6 hours at a time.
Dude, there will be you can't control every little corner of the internet, but what I'm saying is when we're in here, like, try to be responsible about what you're saying. Like, don't make grand leaps of logic. Don't do the same thing that you're going to criticize them about. You can't just like be like, you know, because of this picture, this proves that. Unless you might need a little more. It depends, you know. But like, I think you get what I'm saying. Like, when it goes from whether or not the Earth is a globe to whether or not Tartaria existed, like, not good.
Yeah, that's where
I'm interested.
We need to stop it.
You know, like
that's where the stop needs to be put in.
Yeah,
we need to stop it and not engage in that.
I mean, those are cool side topics, but they need to be addressed as so. Like, this has nothing to do with flat Earth. You know, it's a totally side topic.
Spend a little time reeling somebody back in, but not spend the whole evening doing it.
I get
frustrated.
I worry because the thing is like a lot of people, like, we have so many different ones. Like, we're very diverse around here, and people have their own beliefs, and often, especially if they're not checked by a moderator, they just go and start spouting things as though they're fact. And then we have to defend that later. The guy comes in and is like, well, another flat earther who had this rank said this. It's like, dude, I never, you know, like,
I think that falls on the individual of being able to place the principle before the personality. You know, if we're attacking principles, that's one thing. If we're attacking personalities and the people that is preaching or whatever, speaking, whatever, yeah, then that's where the fall needs to come in. You know, don't attack the person. Just don't
I
attack
think
the
the
person.
topic of giants.
Say it again.
Well, yeah,
I think
giants.
the topic is, yeah. So like I've heard flat earthers in here say specifically the words, "I know that giants exist or existed."
Yeah. Mountains are giants. They were once living, walking people. Like, go
That's
fuck
not for us,
yourself.
right? That's
Go
not
fuck
for us
yourself.
to decide. That's not for us
Dude.
to decide, is it?
Yeah, I'm glad you think so. If somebody thinks so, but that's not this server. That's for damn sure.
Right. That's not for us to decide. Yeah. I think this whole conversation may have gone off somewhere else than where it was.
No, this is important. I'm trying to fucking straighten this place out. Well, look, you got a lot of options. If you want to come and spout about fucking living trees and fucking, and mountain giants and fucking, Tartaria and a magnetic mountain at the north. How about that one, dude? There's other servers that definitely cater to your fucking needs.
And there's other topics within this server that you can go and talk about that kind of stuff with. That's where the final. I think that's where the issue might be, is what we actually talk about here on live stream voice text 1. All right, that is being broadcast to YouTube. This particular channel needs to stay within Flat Earth. Period. Boom. You want to talk about?
I do like no. I wouldn't say period. I wouldn't say period. I wouldn't say period. See, like, even though I'm being strict the way I'm sounding, like, it's just, you have to be very clear when you're doing it or what you're saying. Like, I don't want flat earthers representing all flat earthers and saying this is how it is. When you say such a thing, remember that you always represent other flat earthers and that you should say, this is what I think. You get what I'm saying? Like,
my opinion to that is, it just depends on how new you are and how responsible you're being taught.
Yeah, that's true too. That's I'll give you that, because people might fumble into this doing that and then realize later that that's what they've been doing.
Like earlier today, we had quite a few hours where that bot played a couple different things. I almost opened myself up to, like, hey, let's role play, because I don't know how to be in a discussion. Let me act as the sole earther here, the flat earther, and you guys be the globers. I wanted to do that because I've never been in that position where I've been critiqued on how I do it, because I don't know how to participate in that discussion. You know what I'm saying? That's where my responsibility falls on me, is I need to learn how to participate in this discussion, because I don't fucking know.
You're probably better off without knowing anything about the globe. Just don't fill your mind with that BS information.
Right. And I don't know how to engage as a new discussion participant of the flat earth with a glober. I don't know the fallacies. I don't know the fallacies. I don't know all the terminology and stuff like that. I just
don't
know
really need to.
I just know the shit ain't fucking around.
A lot of the time you can just let them talk and they trip over themselves anyway.
Yeah. I have a problem separating my emotion once somebody triggers me. I get triggered.
Consistency is major, especially if you get somebody that you get to talk to over and over again. Like, when they contradict themselves, like, oftentimes these guys come in and they think that, like, today is a new day. They're like, whatever said yesterday didn't happen. And we just have the same arguments over and over again too.
Yeah. See,
this is ridiculous. I'm done with it.
My personality don't allow that. Yeah, I still think about shit I said 10 years ago, because it wasn't
right.
Because it wasn't said right.
Certain things I dwell on. Exactly. Yeah, like, it's just like, dude, I wish I would have done that differently or said that differently or whatever else. Dude, if you want to come in here today and spout some nonsense and then admit fault concede to the point and then come in tomorrow and do it again
Yeah, as
because
practice,
it's a different person.
Yeah, as practice, I don't like to speak on things because I don't know how to at times. So I exclude myself from the discussion.
Yeah, this shit. You want to know why no one cares? Because they've heard this a million fucking times. That's why we don't gain fucking listeners. They're all the same people that are always here. That's all we have. Nobody fucking listens because you guys keep saying the same shit over and over and over again.
You know, that's the thing. I can't. I spoke up in a discussion. Somebody was going over and over again, and it was just like it's. I don't know. You know, it's the same thing over and over again. Who do you think you are to come in here and tell us something that we've heard 20,000 times? Like, how do you approach that individual? You know, that's where I want to become better as a person speaking on behalf of Flat Earth. How do I approach that person that's come in here that may be new, but is saying the same thing that somebody's argued for the past 10 years?
We all know Lou has a better way to do anything, so we just gotta listen.
You see
to
what I'm
Lou.
saying? Though?
Yeah,
Do you see-
hey,
do you see where I'm
Jones,
coming
yeah,
from?
I appreciate your fucking cynicism. That's all you're good for. Got it.
Wait, what?
What?
Yeah. No, you want to come in and make some backhanded fucking response. Like, I get it. That's your shtick.
What?
What?
I don't have a better way for everything. That's a backhanded fucking
No, I'm
compliment.
serious. No, Lou, chill out, man. Listen, I want to become
Hey,
better
Lou,
as
chill
an
out.
individual. I want to become better as an individual.
I called. I'll
wanna be-
relax. Okay, I'll relax. No, I'll relax. But Jemsy, yes, that's what that was.
Speaking from my heart, Lou,
You
take it.
didn't come out. You didn't come out. And you didn't mean like Lou is right. You came out and said, "Yeah, Lou has a better way to do everything in a fucking cynical way."
Not everything, but at least snowboarding. I know you do that better than I do.
Yeah, you don't like it when I call you out. You're gonna detract.
You haven't called me out yet.
I'm calling you out now. That's what you do. I like you some of the time. I'll say that. But this is what you do.
Sometimes. Not all the time.
My cards are on the table, man. I'm tired of a lot of things in life. I'm tired of a lot of things in this place. I'm tired of, and I'm just saying it how it is. I don't really care if people are going to agree with me or not.
How about the Mandela effect?
Yeah, there's certain things about that ring true. I don't claim to know what it is or like how it happens, but there's something going on there.
Like what?
Well, the fact that you call it an effect, it's literally something that you have just admitted to existing.
Just like the Coriolis effect or the gravity effect?
It could be a pseudo force. Sure, let's call it that. I'm a pseudo mod, right?
Perhaps we could have a pseudo admin.
Let's face it, the Coriolis effect is another lie, just like 99% of everything the Globers doesn't happen. It's not real. It's only
Yeah,
real
but you said that already, Gut Rock, and you shouldn't be repeating yourself. Slew doesn't like it, so.
When did I say that?
You said that before.
What do you mean Lou doesn't like it? What do you mean Lou doesn't like it? I actually liked him coming in. Thank you, God Rockin'.
No, don't repeat ever that again, okay? You said it once already. Don't ever repeat it.
You know what, Jimsy? Don't you dare tell me what to do.
Hey, but I'm agreeing with Lou.
I don't care. I'm telling you, don't tell me what to do.
Hey, I got my car.
Why is it that you use
You're
a
not telling me what
sarcastic
to
tone
do.
when you say that?
Next time I'll
I'm
tell you
telling
to
you
stick it up
not to
your
tell.
ass.
I'm telling you not to tell me, not to tell you what to do. Okay? Thanks.
Okay. Yeah, Sasha, thank you. No, because we're coming just from, the guy saying that here people just repeat themselves and they don't like it. So I'm just saying, you guys can repeat yourself.
No, look,
Don't-
it's gonna
don't repeat
happen.
stuff.
It's gonna happen. It's gonna happen.
No,
People
but
are
you don't
gonna hear
like it,
things
so
that
it shouldn't happen.
No, look. I'm just saying, try not to just be a fucking speaker box. Don't just repeat what you heard every time. Don't be a parrot. Like, put your own little spin on it. You will learn things from people here, and you can repeat them, but don't just like write it down and take notes and say, I'm going to say it this way, because that's fucked up. Like, I want to know that you understand the material. I want your spin on it. I want to know how you feel, if you're a real person, even. Okay, fucking, if you just repeat shit that I've heard over and over again, I don't believe you.
So if we read a definition 30 times in a month for the new people, you don't believe it because someone repeated it?
Look, I've never claimed to be a fucking Bible believer that thinks every verse is truth. I've never claimed that. I'm against that.
But what about in the dictionary? If a new person comes in every day and we're talking about, I don't know, the horizon, and we're trying to establish the definition of that, or I don't know, some objective definition of something, and it's repeated 30 times in a month for new people, you're saying you don't agree because someone repeat the same
All right,
over and over?
let's go. Don't we have a room called beginner chat that's never been used? Or did it disappear?
There is. There's such a room.
All right. Well, there you go.
Isn't that going to require moving the new people to the beginner room?
Now, wait a second. I got something to quickly say about this. I would expect the definition of horizon to be read out aloud on here many times, frequently, because this is a flat Earth server. I mean, repeating that
Well,
doesn't
give it
seem
your own
outrageous.
spin so we can like it.
No, there's certain things you can, but you don't have to say it. Like, everybody is like a clone. Okay, they like want to repeat QE word for word, or Witsit word for word, or you see what I'm saying?
Who's doing that?
Lots of people.
Like who?
Are you kidding me?
No, who's doing that?
I could go down the list. Like, almost everybody that fucking is in this server just like repeats QE.
Okay, so let's say QE repeats something from, I don't know, the dictionary or from a reference, and someone repeats that. That means they're repeating QE?
No, but when you choose his words and accentuate, like take Sonny for an example. Okay, I'm gonna say this right now. I don't like Sonny. Sonny it doesn't fit him, and so it shines when he does it. But he has memorized QE's script, and he tries to mimic him. So now, this is a pet peeve of mine, especially with him. But I see it in other people. Do you get where I'm coming from now?
Oh, I get what you're saying. I'm just saying that people might repeat some, like I'm saying, like some definitions of something about, I don't know, whenever they're speaking about some specific topic, I don't know, entropy or whatever they talk about, gravity, they repeating something, but that's not QE's information, right? QE has his own way of doing it, and some people might kind of emulate the way he's doing it as well. So that's why you don't like it. People kind of like doing it the way that he does it.
And that's been my only point that you're criticizing. I'm saying put your own little spin on it. Like, put it in your words. Like, listen to the person that you're talking to and fit it in naturally. Like, have a good conversation with them. Too often, people are going like, and excuse me, by the way.
It's okay.
Yeah.
I've never done that in my
often-
life, so yeah, you're excused.
I call them QE ball lickers.
Yeah, too often people are like trying to sucker you into like a trap where they get to do QE's script, and it's like, hold on, shut the fuck up. We can do this way better.
Well, I agree, but some people might probably kind of. I think you might be a little bit right when Sonny does it, but he's not like 100%.
That was my extreme example. That was my extreme example, dude. This guy, if you followed the progression of him, he came in as a sheepish person, like I like thank you and allowing. He did very polite and everything, and now he tries to be rude, and it sounds forced. It it's a really bad example. Like this guy is emulating somebody and turning himself into something he's not. Somebody who is probably a very loving, caring, accepting person, and he's trying to like pretend
Point
to
it
be
out to
like
him. Point it out to him for sure. Like just let him know next time like, what you think about it.
Yeah, I've sort of said some of this stuff to him actually, not like this, but you know what I mean.
I think where you're coming from is sometimes like new people come in and people kind of take the QE approach, and sometimes it will turn it kind of like instead of having a conversation, we're talking about the topic, people start arguing and yelling at each other.
You're just trying to trap them with it. You're just trying to trap them and get them in a gotcha.
I've seen that happening, yeah. I've seen new people coming in and saying they don't agree with the globe, they don't believe in the globe, and people start talking about it. But the globe says this. Bro, I don't believe in the globe. I'm talking about something else. Yeah, but the globe says this and this and that. I'm like, bro, they don't believe in the globe. Why are you pushing the globe?
I think another way of maybe encouraging people to be better is to, if you are going to repeat something, at least think critically about it for a while before you repeat it, and think critically in general.
Yeah. I get what Lou's saying. It's just that people are gonna read some definitions, and it might not sound that it's coming from them because I don't know, they read it from a book and they probably doing some research about it. They got the links pulled up, they got the pages, the wikis, and reading from there. I think that's okay to do if you are kind of like researching certain topics and talking about it.
Well, I just got to point out too, we do this for the audience, right? And anybody who's new that's listening in, when they hear us acting that way, they don't need to understand the like finer details of the conversation or the history behind the person we're talking to or anything like that. They just hear the way that we're acting and they get turned on or turned off. And just remember that all the time. Like, you don't want to be turning off your audience.
Hey, do any of y'all feel like it's...
Go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
Do any of y'all feel like it's gotten harder to like explain about the Earth to just random people? I don't know. Like for me, I feel like years ago I had like a whole like spiel down where like I would always hit the same points and I could go over it really quick, and like I don't know, but now it's just like I feel like I know so much shit that it's like, where do I even start? And like I don't feel like I know like the little trigger points in people anymore. It's like, where do you? It's almost like it's gotten more difficult, even though like I know so much more. Like to communicate it, if that makes sense. I don't know if y'all experience that.
Yeah, you probably bring in way too many topics at the same time, and I don't know. Some people it could be overwhelming to some people, especially if they're not ready to talk about it. You're trying to talk to them about it. You gotta meet people where they're at, and if you're talking about something,
do you have like kind of like predetermined feeler questions that you kind of ask people? Like, I remember I used to kind of like ask people, like, just start with the moon landings. Like, do you think that that's real? And like, kind of if they're like, oh yeah, then it's almost like kind of like, what's even the point? And so it's kind of, I don't know, you know what I mean?
Yeah, some people might want to have that conversation, but gotta be careful because some other people will just label you some type of conspiracy theories, and from there it's
I mean,
just
I've been
we're just talking about conspiracy theories.
I mean, I've been labeled that for a long time. I'm pretty okay with anyone that's still, you know, at this point, is it 2022 still? I don't even know. Whatever. Anyway, at this point, like, we're deep in the game now. You know, like, we're in the big boy leagues of this reality and what's happening out here. So, for me personally, it's kind of like anybody that knows me or that I'm even around, you know, they're aware of my views on it.
You are in the big boy leagues, right? But if you speak into someone that is not in the big boy leagues and they not even interested of being in there, why would you bring the context of the big boy leagues?
Right. No, but I'm saying, like, we're in this stage of the game and like reality and like the New World Order takeover and like what's happening outside your house and everywhere you go, like the police state, the metaverse, like all of these things, they're here, right? So like, for me personally, like I mean, I guess I'm around some like normies or whatever you'd want to, like, whatever you call them, but like as far as like people that like took the Kool-Aid and stuff like that, like I'm in this weird place where it's almost like I just don't even want to. I don't know. I just almost like want to let them go have their little hive mind thing, and then I just like try to focus on the people who kind of get it, you know?
Yeah.
Just like
that's
trying
how
to
it is
build
with everything.
Right, because I just feel like we're at this point where it's almost like society's almost splitting, like the timelines are splitting, and people are
Sure. For the people that are new that wanted to join and now they just jumped out and you guys were ignoring them. Please come back.
No, you are ignoring them, Helio.
Oh yeah, Helio, you're gonna come in and save the day once again. Watch the fucking chat die and be dead for the rest of the night.
I want to talk to a new person.
Hey,
I don't know.
Helio, you should be addressing the new
I don't
people
being here
instead
the
of
rest of
being
the night.
ignoring them, bro.
Is it going to be the lunatic show tonight?
Yes.
It'll be everybody but Helio.
I mean, there were
It's
people
gonna
asking to join, you know, the VC, and you guys were ignoring them.
You never joined the VC to check in anybody. So what are you talking about?
Me?
Yeah, no. Your mama.
Bro, I'm always down with checking people in. What are you talking about?
You joined the VC to check people in? Like once
I
a
do
year?
quite often. No, I do it several times. Whenever I think it's necessary. I mean, did they move to?
Hey, if there's new people, and because I'm not like looking at my screen, always checking if there anybody in the VC checking. If you see someone there, be like, hey guys, there's some people in the VC checking.
That's what I'm doing. But then you guys were talking. I was about to jump in, and then I was like, all right, finish your point, and then I'm going to let you know.
Where are they? Where are they?
Wait, we're
Look at
supposed to
live stream
stop
voice
down
text.
here
There was
because there's
2
people in the
there.
check-in?
Where are they, Helio? Where are they?
They're not in the check-in. They were.
Where
in
are
the
they?
chat asking.
Dude, they could have unmuted any time they wanted to.
No, they. Let's see. MHM.
Yeah,
has
look,
VC
Right, if they
verified.
couldn't, then they didn't go through VC check-in.
Yeah, they have the VC verified. Okay.
Yeah, Lou never checks in anybody.
No, that's not true though. Because
No, that's
when
not
they
true.
were in
I
here,
do too
checked
from
it.
time to time.
Yeah, I checked their
I used to do it a
the
lot.
role
Back
is
in
VC
the day, I
verified.
did it a lot.
Check this out. The people that I'm talking about had the VC verified role, but they were server muted, and they were asking in the live stream voice text to talk. Now, that's all else.
Open the floodgates. Unmute them.
Well, they left because they were.
Because we suck.
they
Yes,
left.
got it, Helio.
My
You take the floor,
my
Helio.
fault that they
Fucking
left.
save the day. Take the floor. It's your show. I'm going on mute.
It's my fault that they left. Yeah, it's my fault.
Helio, they may have just been rather impatient. And after all, there's a lot of people that come in here that are impatient, you know.
Yeah, sure. Yeah. That's
We do address the new people. It's just that I didn't even see them because I'm not looking at my screen at the moment. I just got my mic open. So yeah. if
Unfortunately,
anybody-
we're in the middle of a conversation. Oh, boo.
Boo. Yeah, Lou, whenever you see new people, make sure you say something, please. Don't ignore them.
Well, I mean, even so, new people have VC verified role. Is that the?
Not really sure,
that means
Helio. I haven't been here before. I don't know. You have to go and ask the admins.
You're such a dick.
There are times when instead of going away from this chat and verifying somebody in voice chat, that the people that have the authority will verify somebody in the conversation as we have it.
Yeah, we do that often.
Yes, there's nothing wrong with that, is there?
No.
No, right.
I agree.
So now,
but I think everything that Lunatic says is the most important thing that should ever be said on the server at all.
Fucking A, right?
All right.
Oh, I see.
I'll go and hang
how
out
do I
at
get a-
Tartaria Discord. We'll see you guys in the future.
Oh, send me a link. Send me a link to that Discord. Come
I
on,
got
DM.
butthurt earlier but hey, if you get butthurt, whatever, right?
Hey, while you
Where
guys
is
are
it?
getting butt hurt, Lou, can you finish what you were saying? That was interesting.
Yeah.
No, thank you.
I might have got butthurt, but I'm still interested.
No, once again, I talk for a while. Helio gets mad, thinks it's gonna be his spotlight, and then I lose track and I get angry and I'm fucking just want to fucking throw him under the bus. Like
Yeah, but you can still keep going.
I said it. I meant it when I said it. Like I'm about to go on mute because he's here. Like I'm probably not gonna talk anymore. This chat's gonna die. Like that's absolutely what's gonna happen.
Principles before personalities.
Yeah, Lubo, you are a conspiracy theorist, so that might be just a conspiracy, bro. A theory.
Yeah,
Wait,
tag
so
with that by Discord.
What are the flat earther principles though?
What are the flat earther principles?
Somebody-
Hey, that's a question that I am attentive to.
Well, because somebody
What are the
said principles
principles?
before
What are the
personality.
principles?
And that's like a 12-step program thing. So like, and
Yeah,
there's like
right. Yeah. Hey, we all know the language, right?
right. So I'm saying like, what are the flat Earth principles? So like, what do we say that like we will ask logical questions and we will like, what are they? We should think of those maybe.
Maybe we need to.
Well, you can start with that one.
Maybe we could create some, right?
That one makes sense.
Hey,
I mean,
right?
I don't know.
Hey, to be fair, we can create some to eliminate some of this discussion, correct? Right? We could create some principles. We could lay them down so we don't have to sit here and discuss this for a fucking hour.
Just refer people to that.
Dude, we don't have to discuss it for an hour. That's why I'm going to go on mute. Seriously, you guys are only dragging it on already.
It ain't about you, bro.
Just let Helio do
It
this.
ain't about you.
So,
No, I know it's not about me. But
Okay.
Helio
All right.
came in and tried to make it that way
I
about
digress.
him.
I'll digress.
there was a problem.
Yeah.
What's your take on the realm where we live?
Oh man, it's very. I feel like it's very simple, but it's been hidden. Like the simplicity of it has been hidden through complex lies. So
Continue. Let's let them continue. I want to hear it.
I'm just saying, like, I mean, clearly this place is not what we were taught in school, and we had shoved down our throats from a young age, and all of that, right? Like, that's obviously like the reality doesn't match what we were taught. If you go,
we can all agree on that.
Use common sense. Really, it's very easy to see that if you're willing to just even think about it. You know what I mean? Like the globe only makes sense if you don't think about it. And then as far as like beyond that, like the magnetism and the electricity of this place, like the fact that like I was saying that for years. I used to do some radio shows back in the day, like we had this little network or whatever. But anyway, like on those, I just remember always saying, like, just give us free energy. Like let the public have free energy, and like we'll be free from there. That's really all we need to be free, I feel like, here.
That's the marketing term. The term free energy is a marketing term, not a technical term. It's like green energy.
I understand what he means.
No, I'm talking about when you don't have to pay electric bills, when you don't have to go pay tax on gas on top of like for abiotic renewable resources that you're scarce. Like, just the whole idea of that. Like, I mean, in reality, like if we just were able to travel actually freely, like, I mean, I don't know. I mean, it's all encompassing, right? I guess so. It's, you know, that's where like
to be a free society without any limits. Is that what you mean?
Well, I mean, I don't believe that scarcity is real. I think that is. I mean, from everything that I've looked at, that's just a control mechanism.
There's a presupposition in what you said. The presupposition is that somewhere someone's holding on to this quote unquote free energy technology and that they're not releasing it to you. Now, I'm not saying this isn't true. What I'm saying is it's a presupposition on your part, and it doesn't make rational sense.
I'm wondering what is.
I disagree.
How does free energy relate to traveling freely? I mean, that's what I heard him say. Something about
because they're mutually exclusive.
Or the topic of flat Earth.
Because at that point, if you have free energy, then you can. I mean, think about what else would come with that. So, like, that means that you've got what you want to call it, like
a topic for another channel.
No, let's hear it. What's wrong? What's wrong with everyone today? Why is everyone in such a bad mood?
It's just that he's making the reason, Timbo, is that he's technically making an extraordinary claim, and I'm pretty sure he doesn't have extraordinary evidence to back up this extraordinary claim. That's why.
Yeah, I understand that, but everyone's biting at each other, and you know, like.
No, it's just lunatic. He has a deal. He has a dig with me. Whatever. That's all right.
No, dude. No. Yeah, I'm the only person calling you out.
Let it go. Just let it go.
Yeah.
You want to hear more? I was gonna stay silent, but you want to call me out. Like, dude, what's wrong with you?
There's a lot wrong with me, but I don't want to talk about that on here.
He created a platform for us. He created a platform.
He didn't create anything. He didn't create anything. He's got a YouTube channel that he leeches off of this Discord from. He didn't create anything.
Okay. All right. Call it out. Then call it out then. Then go balls to the wall and call it out.
Wait, we're talking about free energy. I want to hear more about that.
Hey, no, wait, no.
Exactly, man.
Make a video about me, lunatic, on your channel. Make a video about me on your channel.
Yeah, separate Helio from Indio and then call it out.
I've already done that. You need to make the separation. Indio is the one running this server. Indio is the one getting this place done. Helio is here running a YouTube channel, and it's great that people watch it. It's great that he does it on a regular basis. He happens to restart it every 12 hours. That's fucking great. I love it. Okay? But don't praise the motherfucker. He didn't make this happen. He doesn't have insight. He's not doing a good job when he comes in and tries to steer the conversation.
Who has that idea but you? Who has that idea but you?
I'm not saying that anybody has to fucking have the same idea. It's my idea.
All right. What's it need to be presented here in this Discord right now on this live stream?
All right, Davey. Look, I get it. You love Helio. Fucking.
No, I don't. No, I'm just talking about principles. And you're attacking the personality, dude. You're attacking the personality. You're attacking the person that's making it available. You're attacking the person that's making it available. All right? Don't attack the person that makes our platform available.
All right,
That's all I'm saying.
Where's this going?
That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. Don't attack the person.
No,
that makes it all available.
I gave him. I told you. Look, there's certain things I do appreciate that's coming from him, but when he comes in and derails the conversation, we were having a good conversation. He came in, and yes, I didn't help it because yes, we do have this
I left the conversation
sort of thing going,
after
but
you dismissed me. You dismissed me, and I left the conversation.
I didn't dismiss you. What did I dismiss?
You did.
All right, come on, guys. Let's save it for another time, yeah? It's not going anywhere. There's no point.
Right, exactly. Let's get beyond the personalities and get to the. Let's get to the
Look,
discussion.
Davey, we're going to point out. Look, I appreciate. Look,
discussion is flat Earth. Discussion is flat Earth.
I can't disagree with that. I can't disagree with that.
Flat Earth.
You're repeating
That's all I want to say. The discussion is flat Earth. Take my name out of it. Take Helio's name out of it.
I didn't put your name in it in the first place.
All right, I'll leave again.
Don't leave, Davey.
I don't know about you guys, but I was pretty happy talking about free energy. I don't know about anyone else.
Yeah, what's the foundation of that? Like, instead of talking about how it would change the world, start with the basics of how it would work.
Yeah, so there are things that have been suppressed. We can all agree that there's things that have been suppressed which would benefit us greatly.
Well, yeah, but that's not a reason to assume that quote unquote free energy, whatever that's supposed to be, is a real thing and it's being hidden by someone else. You can't leap to that.
Yeah, but we can agree that it's the pathway to it has been hindered and held back.
Wait, when you say pathway to it, that's presupposing that free energy is something that's possible.
Well, we will never know. It's always suppressed, isn't it?
Possible. I feel like it's obvious that it's possible. Whenever they had to bring in Edison to shit on Tesla and like charge for everything and create this whole our energy hasn't improved. Like none of that improves. It doesn't get any better. So clearly we're being put on this slave system of energetics, right? Like electricity doesn't come on. Like think about it. Like
I think it goes more into the abundance side of things, because you mentioned scarcity, right? That you don't believe in scarcity, but in an abundance system, that the resources are not being limited or made difficult to access, and the technologies are not being hindered and watered down. Something almost that could be labeled free energy. But I kind of agree with Orion that I don't think it's just free energy, because the label probably means whatever it means, right? Free energy. But an abundance of access to energy that is not hindered or limited, it will be better for what you were referring, travel and that kind of stuff, right? Because right now we have...
It would mean that in math, we could go explore areas that right now you need permission to go explore, right?
Yeah, you wouldn't need.
You wouldn't need the. Right now we have like a limitation to the places we can go, and we also have watered down technology that we only let you travel towards a certain area, and then you'll be like running out of fuel or whatever means of transport. In a sense.
Right. So if you had an unlimited power supply that you can. Or an abundant power supply, if you want to call it that, like however you want to phrase it, like each person, if they can tap into that, then they can propel themselves to like much further than we're able to go now, right? Like we could actually
except a lot of those places. A lot of those places you're referring to, you wouldn't be allowed to go there with any kind of power source. I don't know why you would think.
Then you have, but I'm saying like at that point you have mass amounts of people.
Yeah, but you're still not allowed to go. Like if you build an aircraft and fly
Wait,
it beyond
but he's
these
not
parallel
he's not talking about having that
I'm saying
environment
if,
with the with,
if people
are
go
you
to
talking
Madison,
about having the access to the technology but not being allowed to use it? You're talking about an environment that there will be no limitations of the travel and no limitations of the technology.
I'm saying that if you have the ability to, everyone has the ability to go to, then they can't stop everyone. And that's the whole thing. The authority only exists because we allow it, because people agree to that. So if people then now realize, oh shit, we've been lied to about the earth, we've been lied to about electricity, we've been lied to about like the very nature of this reality, and now we know, oh, we can make the choice to go explore this place. And then you got, I mean, when
Sure, but the resources, like you were saying, you know, there's limited access. I think Jemsy was saying that, right? Limited access. Yeah, I mean, you can only go so far, and if you wanted to go farther, you're going to have much more resources, and something, a plan and resources behind you. So, if you want to go south past the 60th parallel, and whatever you think you want to do with Antarctica, I mean, you don't even know how far you're going to be able to travel.
All right, so a question for all of y'all, and I'm going to let this. Would you go if this scenario? Do we understand the scenario that I'm trying to kind of lay out? Because my question would be, which way would you go? Would you go to the north or would you go out south? If you could go, and you could have, I don't know. It's up to you. Do you want everybody to go with you, or do you want to go on your own? Whatever.
You're still gonna have a lot of resources, but I would go north first.
Yeah, I definitely would too. Towards the needle.
Same
it's
here.
pointing that. It's pointing that way. Like, let's see where it's pointing.
And that's how the militaries did it. Admiral Byrd, they first went to the north, and then they eventually went to the south region. So that kind of makes sense, in my opinion.
When I first learned about the Earth, the guy who taught me was a naval intelligence dude, and he knew. He's like an encyclopedia for shit. I wish I could get him on Discord, but I just remember him always saying that, like, the Northwest Passage, which is, I believe, it's like a body of water north of Canada, I think. And you can go. He says that there is no military jurisdiction, and that's like if you have the right funds and things like that, you can go way up north. And that there is a path, but you have to know it, I guess.
There's also something called the stormy seas that your vessel might be destroyed and through the rocks as well. So you can't anybody can go there with any floating device, right? You gotta actually know how to do this stuff.
Right, so James. I think to access furthest north, you have to travel, by plane to northernmost Greenland, and then you're going to have to go on foot from there. To or at least from some of the maps.
Wasn't that Martin Kenny dude supposed to be doing that?
Yeah, but he never did. I mean, yeah, he had the cosmic egg theory.
But he was like planning some whole. Did anybody follow? I mean, I don't know. He was one of those people. He's just one of those people.
Martin Kenny, he has a pretty good idea, but as far as like traveling north and documenting it, no, I don't think anyone's ever really done that. There was
I think it's been done, but we live outside of that information.
Been done like in 1900.
No. I mean, like the current military powers of the world, they definitely have control over these regions.
Sure. Yeah.
Because why do they have a fence? Like why do we have a limitation of travel if they don't have access beyond these points?
I don't know if I'm mistaken, but the last time I saw something about the North Pole, they were walking across land to get to the North Pole, and now you look at maps and it's in the middle of the ocean. I don't know.
Yeah, I remember that you used to be able to, a few years back, you could get the coordinates for the North Pole, change it on Google Earth. You could change it by 1 degree in each direction, and it would show like lush forests and like rivers. Forests.
Yeah, I've got a map that kind of defines that. That's why I said you're going to have to go through Greenland, northern Greenland, if you want to access it.
Or Norway, right? Because that's why it's called that. Because it's.
I mean, maybe you have to access it through Norway too, but that's kind of. Yeah. But anyway, yeah. There are some maps that you can check out. Think about it.
It's called. It's the way to the north, right? That's what the word means, right?
All maps. I remember some of the maps at the picture and some reference to some timing of the year.
Huh?
Timbo, you're hot micing, bro.
Yeah, okay.
I think he's on a call. They put a reference on the map to something called the summer gates. So there might be some type of timing of the year, depending on the year. Probably the waters, there's more ice, but I remember some of the maps have called summer gates, which is interesting.
Is that a mythical thing, or is that like? Oh, you're saying that's actually on the map.
I imagine it within the winter times. I imagine a lot of the water might be freezing, a lot of the land might be freezing, and then you might have this frozen tundra in a sense. And then when the summer comes, a lot of that ice melts, and it's like a gate, like it's opening. I'm not saying like in a mythical way of. I'm saying like ice and no ice, like ice, like a winter and summer, like the difference between those.
Yeah, it has to be a collaboration. Just like what is that? What is that?
That's Timbo. He's on the call. Let me just mute him.
Sorry.
Yeah, he's on a call.
All right, cool. But yeah, I mean, there's like the gates. I mean, that's depending on the weather, right? You know, there's other ice or whatever at certain northern latitudes or southern latitudes.
Well, isn't the Frost Bridge? Isn't that in some of those movies? Some of those like Hollywood movies.
What's up with the Hollywood movies?
Like the Frost Bridge or whatever. I feel like I remember like Devin Matchy showing like those movies that would have the references to the Frost Bridge, and that's like the Emerald City or whatever on the Wizard of Oz is like that. That's like what do you call it? That wouldn't be a metaphor, right? But it would be like
I totally forgot about Devin Matchy. I forgot about that.
So imagine the difference of the weather. When the winter is a full force, and then the summer comes, and you see the huge difference of the landscape.
Right.
Imagine that, and maybe some regions of the world that are completely frozen during certain times, and then when the summer comes, and on the maps they described it as summer gates. I'm just saying that was the label that was on that area. So
I like to get into that allegory of everything, but I don't know. It feels like if you're gonna escape Jumanji or the Matrix or whatever, like there's gonna be like almost like a riddle you have to figure out. Sometimes what it feels like, and obviously
that's the way it goes. For whether it's physical, spiritual, or mental. I guess there's always a puzzle to figure out for all of us.
I mean, obviously, that's like speculation, in relation to, what.
But you can't get yourself stuck on a certain idea, because then you're going to end up being the crazy one.
Not stuck. Definitely not stuck, but that's where I'm at. I was just communicating that. That's all.
That's all good, brother.
Yeah, well,
I mean, that's why we argue with the Globies. They're all like, everything's physical and Big Bang and all the universe just came from nothing. It was just like,
but it's not. That's what's crazy. That's what's crazy about it, though, right? Is that it's not even in their mind. It's actually not even physical. it's like they believe that it's like this material, like, I don't know, like where something like where it has no spirit and it has no soul, but then at the same time they also believe that it's like, oh, it was so weird.
Well, and they claim, oh, you guys believe in creation. Well, your creation story is Big Bang. You know, I mean,
like, don't
isn't
you
that a creation story?
In order to have creation, you have to have a creator. Like that, whatever anybody ever wants to. That's just logic, right? Like that's.
Ooh,
that's
don't
necessary.
even start on logic with.
I'm just saying it's necessary.
No, I'm just playing. I'm actually making a joke.
I know you're trying to fuck with it.
Yeah, but I'm poking at the globies. Is like, so it's logical that something came from nothing. Is there any logic involved in that?
No, the globe only makes sense if you don't think of it.
It's like, we exist. We can prove that, right?
Kinda.
A brain, a physical body, and I can't prove that I have a spirit, but I'm pretty sure I do.
It's like the word Maya. The word Maya means like the illusion of the material world. It means like
you better get in touch with that spirit, Helio. We're gonna ban your ass.
Yeah, good luck with that shit.
I'm just saying, like the ancient cultures that knew about this, they called it other things.
I fucking love all you guys, man, that consider these things. I'm sorry.
Much love and respect back, Helio. Much love and respect back.
Yeah. What were you saying again? I'm sorry, I interrupted.
Hey, it's gone. It's a lost in the moment kind of thing, but it's cool.
Well, I mean, sure. It's just like their idea of spirit. They don't realize it. You know, in their physical realm is
right. So how can we
store their creation story of the Big Bang from what 14 and a half? No, not 14 and a half. It was it was about 13 and a half billion years ago. Everything in the universe was squished into a little dot, and then it exploded. And then 4.5 billion years ago, from that explosion, our portion of the universe turned into the solar system, and that's when life started. And rocks rained. Water rained on rocks, and then there was chemical reactions that created life. We know the story. I don't know if everybody knows the story, but I do.
Somebody come in here that like claims to be like an astral projector or something, and claims that that's how they know the Earth is a globe.
Well, that's a good question. Is there anybody that astral projects and has seen the universe? Has seen the universe outside of
they're having people who said that, and I'm going to get you that link to that Tartaria Discord once again. Or Earth Awakenings, actually. Geo would love to tell you about astral traveling to the to Mount Meru. Yeah, he did it. He did it. So you want to talk to him? You got to astral travel to Mount Meru.
Well, actually, I was just talking about time. I was talking more about time, Lou, than like because all of this connects, with their religion of the Big Bang evolution theory. That all has to do with time, and I think what you're talking about
in the astral plane. To what Lou was saying, in the astral plane, you do definitely can see. There is something that looks like a mountain of light. So that's what people probably reference when they talk about Mount Meru. But in the astral plane,
no, I'm talking about. I've seen people in like the spiritual truther community online when I've been arguing with people in comment sections and things, like trying to debate people. I've seen them claim that is how they know that space is real. Like they think that they've astral projected to different planets, and they've seen the Earth from like just that nonsense.
Yeah. But
we heard that before. But
at what point do you think because you took a fucking mushroom or a fucking DMT or ayahuasca or fucking liquid acid, like at what point do you think what you're seeing is true?
I experienced the opposite thing when I took psychedelics. It was I saw Earth for what it is when I took psychedelics. So whatever.
Well, those people are lying, though. Is my point. Like I feel like that's just like them grasping at some kind of straw. Like I feel like that's just they're like, oh shit, every point you make, I can't. I have no rebuttal for what you're saying, so I'm going to go to some unverifiable thing that happened in my mind. Like even if they were to see that in some kind of dream or astral scenario.
I played around in these fucking realms. I went to raves through the late 90s and early 2000s, dude. Like, and I went just for the party. I didn't even like the music. Just for the party. You get what I'm saying? Okay. Yeah. So, dude, I have plenty of these people. Dude, I had friends who were taking ketamine and they went into a K-hole and both of them came out of a K-hole and both had a dream where they were outside of the Earth looking at the globe and picking people off of it and flinging them off into space.
Wow.
And they saw each other in the dream, supposedly. Supposedly, they were there together laughing about it as they did it.
Yeah, I know lots of idiots that did that shit.
Yeah, so dumb. Those people are almost worse. It's weird because they're in this whole.
You can discard visions and that kind of stuff just because someone said they saw the globe on a dream.
No. I'm not saying
you can't throw it with a bad
Right. I'm not saying throw it completely out. I'm just saying that
it plays on the psychedelics play on the subconscious. So if your mind is somewhere, then you're going to have visions.
Right.
What's in your head.
Like, I mean, what you're, like you said, like what you're subconsciously programmed to believe and to think, then that's where you're gonna go in your mind. Let's go, and it's elsewhere, right? You're gonna manifest those things because that's where it's. Isn't that like what the whole saying of like you only use 10% of your brain is that like only 10% of your brain is the conscious mind? If that's even, I feel like that's probably a play on is that like your subconscious mind is way more powerful than your conscious.
I think that's a lie as well. So that they're calling us stupid again,
Right. Yeah.
Undeveloped brain come from a monkey. It's the same shit.
Yeah. Right. But there's always the kernel of truth to the lies they tell us, so I don't know. It's weird. It's weird to think about all that, but it's really nice to know that you're not out there tilting and wobbling and hurtling around. Like, it's so dumb. It's just I love how obvious it is. Like, it's just what's crazy to me is that like everyone has their different trigger that like sets them over the edge. Like, I mean, not, you know what I'm saying? Like where they're like, oh shit, I get it. Okay, it makes sense. Like I remember my ex-girlfriend when I was first exploring about the Earth and really trying to figure it out. And I was like, I was really trying to figure it out, and I was just, I was obsessed. And I just remember after about like 6 or 8 months or something. Finally, one day we were sitting there, we were watching, I feel like it was like Dave Murphy video or whatever. And she just turned to me and was like, hey, I'm so sorry. I get it now. I get it. I'm so sorry. They're like it's harassing me. Like, why are you obsessed with this? And why do you, and then finally and so I don't know. Then we broke up right after that. So like now I don't know what was the thing that finally made it make sense to her. So like, it's just weird how it's like, it seems to be different with everyone. Like everyone kind of has like their favorite proof and their thing that like it's a realization that you have where you're like, oh shit, I can't explain that otherwise.
There are real visions.
No, dude, are there though? How can you prove it?
Yeah, how can you? No, it's like that's like saying the dream. Right?
Okay, so the thing, obviously, if you're a skeptic and you don't believe in anything, yeah, sure, you don't have to believe what anybody says, but there's things
I'd
that
have to agree with you, Jamesy.
there is things that
I
we
would
can
have.
have.
I would actually agree with him too, but I just have to be the skeptic in this. Like, how can you prove it? Like, how do you know it? Like,
You can put. I can't give you a piece of the proof, but
All right, let's hear it.
there is a sequence of events that happen that can point out that there is no way it was a coincidence. People believe in coincidences, but the one I've seen, I don't think there is no coincidence about it.
Oh, lay that shit out for us.
What was that?
So lay it out for us then.
Okay, so I saw a vision, and I saw an expanse of water. It was an expanse of water. I saw the waters, an expanse of it, right? Then towards the horizon, what I saw was a mountain of light, right? I was basically like floating over the waters, and I saw a mountain of light. And then while I saw that, I also saw like a smaller light towards the waters under me, kind of like I was going towards that smaller light. And
Wait, the smaller light was under the water?
over the water. And then beyond, like if you look, when you are, let's say at the beach, right? Let's say you are at the edge of the beach, but I didn't see any soil or any earth. I saw water. But when you are near the water, you look towards the horizon and imagine a mountain of light towards the horizon, right? And then I was woken up sweaty like I never sweat in my life. I was woken up by a phone call. It was like 5 a.m. And this friend of mine that we grew up together, like young, and she called me by my name, and we haven't spoken like almost in a year. We haven't spoken like in about a year, and she called me at 5 a.m. asking me, calling me by my name and say, "Hey, what's going on with you? I'm worried about you. How are you?" Asking me for my health. I said, "I'm okay. I'm doing okay. You just woke me up." I woke up like sweating, like never in my life. And she was asking me for my family, and she was very worried about me and my family, right? And then that same morning, I reached like probably like 2 or 3 hours after that. While I was making it to work, I was called by my sister, and she told me that our dad passed away the same morning. So, and my friend, my sister, they didn't know each other like that. Okay, it was like my high school friend, but my sister, like it was a total difference time age. They don't know each other, and she wasn't in the same location as my dad or anything. She called me. I saw the vision of the mountain of light, the expanse of water. She called me, worried about my health, and then the same morning, my sister calls me that my father passed away. So, coincidences? You think those are coincidences?
I mean, I have no like way to quantify the probability of that. No.
Exactly. I can't prove it to you, right? But I know what I saw. I know my friend called me and woke me up, and I was sweating like never sweat in my life before. And I know my father passed away that same morning.
I believe you. Okay. And look, that's why when you brought it up, like, is there meaning divisions and stuff like that? Like, are they real? Yeah, there are certain ones that are real. I had one for sure. A friend of mine from high school, this was shortly after high school, like young adulthood. Like he committed suicide, but leading into it, it was bad. Like, yes, we saw it coming. There was like I said about the rave scene and everything else. There was like a big drug scene going on, and I kind of separated myself from it a little bit, but I still cared about my friends, and leading into it, like this guy Brandon, he was going through a really rough time, but nobody really saw it. It was just party central. He was a DJ and shit. He looked like he was doing good on the face of everything. But me and my friend Tom, we were driving down the road 2 weeks before this happened, and I said, I think Brandon's in trouble. For some reason I had some kind of like weird vision about it. I was like, I think he's in trouble, and for some reason I have this gut feeling where in the next 2 weeks he will either be in jail or be dead. And my friend Tom was like, don't say that, blah, 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 blah. And then literally like almost 2 weeks to the date, I went to work. I was in construction at the time, and we were listening to the radio, and I had found out that and they don't usually report this stuff, which is extremely weird, but 2 people had jumped off of a bridge in our city, and at different times. They were separate occurrences during the night, and so for some reason they reported it. But when it got reported, I immediately was like, oh my god, that's probably, what if that's my friend Brandon? Like, you know, like one of those. I went through the workday, got done with work, and later on, I went back to the house where we all partied at and everything else. And Brandon was missing. Nobody knew where he was. He left his wallet behind, and they were like, "Where's Brandon?" And I brought it up. I said, "Look, I heard this thing on the radio that a couple of people jumped off the bridge, you know, blah blah blah." And they were like, "Don't!" They got mad at me. They're like, "Don't you say that!" And then, sure enough, like 5 minutes later, we got a phone call like from the police, like saying like that our friend had, you know, jumped off this bridge and committed suicide. And it's like, it's just like the whole way I was being told, I knew what was happening weeks before it happened. And so it's so all fucked up. Later on, we went to after he died, a week later there was the funeral, and during his funeral there was this you know how you get like a picture of the person on the back, there's like a quote usually or something like that. Well, there was a time where on the back of his picture there was a time where he was sitting on the shoulders of his father, and as a young child, and looking up at the sky at the stars. And I don't know if there was a shooting star. I think there was an actual shooting star. And but Brandon said to his dad, like, you know, whatever it was kind of poetic. I could go and find it actually, but I don't have it right here. But it was something about like being able to reach up into the sky and grab the star, you know, like, and it was really sweet. But so after the funeral, it was a party house. There was a trampoline in the backyard that we had, and I was really good on the trampoline doing tricks and stuff. I went out after the funeral to the same place, and I like was just kind of by myself bouncing around, and like just down, kind of laid down on the trampoline and looked up at the sky, and I started talking to my friend, and there was a certain thing like between a girl where like I kind of was like hitting on his girl, and like, you know, it was bad. Like I was like really making moves on his girl at the time, and like I wanted him to forgive me for that. And I was kind of talking to him, and I said, I was like, well, if you hear what I'm saying, like give me a sign. And at that moment, a shooting star went over my head, which was literally like the name of the poem that was on the back of the card. Like, so I knew he, like, at that moment, like, it sent shivers down my spine. Like, I knew at that moment, like, he was listening, and that, you know, like, I don't know, it's just, there's very strange things that happen in life where you know there's something more.
You know that all shooting stars come from 6 specific points of the sky?
It doesn't matter, man. Are you trying to say that it was all coincidence, Glover?
No coincidence. I'm saying that there is a relation to whatever is happening down here to what is happening in the sky, and it's not a random thing. It's specific. It's very specific areas of the sky that this happens. So yeah,
right.
And the funny part is that I had an similar experience with my twin brother. That I was trying. We were talking about something specific about that. And we were looking at the moon at that moment, like at the sky, and the moon was out, very 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 clear night. And at the moment, I told my twin brother, and he realized he realized what I was trying to tell him. The shooting star crossed the sky. He was both of our eyes kind of like open, agreeing what we were talking about, and the shooting star just crossed the sky, kind of like very like the timing of it was perfect. Maybe a coincidence, but I don't know, man.
Yeah, it could possibly be, but like when it perfectly comes in, like, yeah, shooting star is like a good omen. Like, it's like it tells you that what you're thinking is true, like, or I don't know exactly how to say it, but it gives you validation of what you're thinking of.
I agree, actually, because it has happened to me. Yeah,
it's a synchronicity, right?
I will say so, in a sense.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Like, you can't prove that it's one way or another, but to you, it's very, very validating.
Right. It's a personal experience. It's not something that you
can prove it to you.
Yeah, you can't like replicate it for someone else.
Yeah.
Like, that's something that has to
that's
do with,
that's what I was saying about my vision. That same morning, my friend, we haven't spoken over a year. She called me worried about my health and my family's health. And I woke up from that. She woke me up from that vision. And then my dad passed away the same morning. Like, I don't know, no coincidence. I think what I saw, it was whatever he was. Well, I don't know, his spirit, his soul, whatever he was seeing, I was seeing. Because I wasn't in that expanse of water. I wasn't going towards the light. I think he was.
So, Jemsy, both of us are recalling like a shooting star, like validation type thing. And look at biblically, like what like like all of the, like a shooting star is kind of it's meant to be, like, it's written that way, like, as to be an omen or to be I don't even know. Like, I mean, often they call it an omen, but I think it's more of like a validation, like, it is so. Like,
I agree with you, Lou. And you know the crazy part?
Born,
go ahead. Yeah.
Like according to, and I'm not even a religious person, but like, I was raised on, I know the Bible somewhat. Like, when Jesus was born, there was one of these stars, like, it is so. That's the way I see it. Like, it gives you that validation as it goes to the sky. That's why we put a star on our tree at Christmas.
When I was talking to my brother and we saw this, we were speaking for a couple hours before that. Then we went outside. We spent like, I don't know, like 15 minutes talking about things. And then I was explaining him about specifically the radiant sources and what's between the radiant sources, which it looks like. Do you remember this guy, Gothmod? Gothmod? The mathematics guy that used to come here.
I know Gothmog. Yeah.
This depiction of this region of the sky, he described this as the shape of creation, right? That's what he said. And I was explaining to my brother about these specific radiant sources in the sky, and he kind of like clicked on him of some sort. And then the shooting star across the sky, like from the moon, right from the moon sky, which is one of the radiant sources.
Yeah. To me, when if you're thinking heavily about something and you're looking up to the sky and looking for answers, like, it's this is what praying is about, right? Like, and all of a sudden you get like that shooting star that goes right, and it really does. It means so much more in that moment. To you, but only you. Like, it tells you that it's true. That is the answer to your prayer, saying like, yes, I heard you.
My brother was kind of like, we were like kind of like, I don't know. It felt like we were enjoying our time together and talking about something, and then we saw the shooting star. It was like, wow, that was pretty interesting. But that's why I was saying, when let's not throw the baby with the bathwater when we talk about people having visions and stuff. I wouldn't, if they're saying they see,
drug-induced trips to Mount Meru don't count as the same fucking thing.
Oh yeah, no.
Obviously, on flat Earth, our psychic abilities have been hidden from us as well. Right, like
I wasn't doing drugs back then, and I wasn't doing drugs when I was talking to my brother. We smoke weed sometimes, but not at that moment. But still, I wouldn't throw the baby with the bathwater. Go ahead, guys.
Dude, when you say that, it's like, yeah, these are real experiences, sober experiences, like life-changing experiences and validating experiences. All you got to do is take some mushrooms or some ketamine or an ayahuasca fucking tea or a fucking DMT, and you can find all the answers to the universe. Whatever you see, that's true. That's fucking true.
I rely on discernment of the individual, regardless of the platform. It's up to the individual to discern what they want to hear as fact and what they want to pursue and research as fact.
I don't know that. That kind of sounds like some create your own reality nonsense stuff.
No, at home. Yeah, whatever.
No, it's just people take things. They like take like these weird, like the whole like 5D people. I don't know if you know what I'm talking about. Like they take these things and they run with them, and then it gets like misconstrued and watered down, and like just becomes dumb after a little while. Like it's weird, and it's like they're usually the same people that they're super spiritual people or whatever, and then you try to talk to them and they don't trust the government, and like they know things are wrong, but then but we have to believe NASA. It's just so weird how that's just such a massive blind spot for even people that are super aware. I don't know.
The idea that we're having this conversation in this server amongst ourselves is pretty absurd to me.
Oh.
No, more than likely, I created all of you, and this is just me being crazy.
Right. I mean, so like really, because if we truly have NPCs running around out here, like if you really have the majority of people don't even have an inner dialogue with themselves, and you're running into these like empty vessels all over the place that are they're just part of this like hive consciousness, like that has many tentacles to it. And so like I feel like as flat earthers, like me personally anyway, I know that I'm making it absurd right now because that's what I tend to do in my reality.
Is that true about the inner dialogue?
Yeah, I think that is true. I mean, you can look it up. I mean, that you have to trust the science to believe it, but like
I thought everyone spoke to themselves.
I thought so too, but then it's been in the past, I don't know, definitely the past decade where like the studies have started coming out saying things like that, and there's been different like, psychologists and therapists and things like that have, started talking about it, about how people are just, a lot of their clients and people they've studied and researched and things like that they're not they don't have that connection, like that at the other side of the connection.
Maybe
They
I am
have-
crazy.
Yeah, it's super weird. Man. Super weird. So like, do you? I don't know. It is really weird. Like, so if because we're co-creators of this creation, right? Like we create, like we affect what happens here. So like, therefore we create, right? Like we can destroy things here, and we can also build. So isn't like building it's like a type of creation, right? Like a subset of it, or
I'm not too sure how far that goes into it. I know, like when you get something in your mind, and then you do things to help do that along the way, that can come across sometimes as, oh, I created what just happened. Yeah, of course you created it because
well, I mean, like you
were doing things to help towards it.
You know, like there's like for instance, like Dolores Cannon was like, you know, she was a do you know who that is? Anybody? She was a channeler lady.
Cannon, yeah, of course.
Yeah,
So, like,
Dolores Cannon, that lady's a witch. She literally admits to being a fucking witch. What?
Right, of course she is. Of course she is. But hang on. No. Let me. I'm bringing this back in. Okay, so like, all right. So she would always talk about how you're the director, the script writer, the cast, and the audience, like of your own movie that is your life, right? Like you make decisions every single day. You make choices, and you have actions based on, right? And then that creates your life, and that creates like the script that is your life, right? And so like you can change things if you want to. Like you can do you know what I'm saying? So like you are creating like your own experience in that sense. Like sure, there are circumstances that you have to like navigate through, right? And
I think you and I have some things in common, but we're coming at it at a completely different angle. Like I know a lot about Dolores Cannon, and if you're gonna support her, I have nothing in common about that.
Right. I'm not. No, obviously, like it's no. I mean, I'm more saying that like she is definitely some kind of like controlled opposition in my mind. So that to me that means she speaks a lot of truth, but there's the lies that are in there that are just as important. You know.
She pointed out some inconsistencies in reality, and I'll give her credit for that. But she tried to take credit for something and name something and steer it into a way and frame it in a way where people would discredit it and so on and so forth. So you're right. Yeah. Controlled opposition. Yes. So
she's a charlatan, obviously. Like to me, that's obvious from like the research and just the paying attention that I've done to, you know, the weird shit that I've been.
She tried to profit off of it. So like, if you listen to any Dolores Cannon like interviews, there's a lot of them actually. And
she's a charlatan.
When you search it online and Google and YouTube, you're gonna find the stuff. If you're into Mandela Effect, you're gonna find the stuff that like fits with Mandela Effect. But then you're gonna go and if you want to do more research on the person, you're going to find the other shit that she says. And you're going to be like, oh, got it.
Right. Yeah, she's a charlatan. She always has been. I don't know if she's alive. I don't know if she's alive still anymore. But yeah, it's just like but there's
you do have to admit that some of these people actually do start some people on a spiritual path as well. So if they're controlled opposition, then are they starting people out to find God?
Yeah,
you know, like
that's
you know what I mean.
I think they're playing the statistics, right? So like they're like, well, we can mislead 95% of people if we do this.
Yeah.
You know, like but 5% of people slip through.
Yeah, because eventually you're going to see the gaps in what she's saying, but you go, some of it's true. So they start looking deeper into what some of the stuff that makes sense, and then it leads them. I don't know, maybe it's just because I've got a conspiratorial brain, but That's the way some of these people helped me. Kind of.
Well, and the thing is,
Further it.
if you're meant to see it, that I really think there's
True.
something to that. Like if you're meant to see it, you will read between the lines. You will see it, and the others won't. There's two different types. You might as well think of it. I'm not saying that we are living in two different realities, but you might as well think of it that way. Like
That's 100% what I was saying just a little while ago. I was like, yeah, dude, you're watching the timeline split right in front of your face if you're paying attention, because the masses they went and lined up for the Kool-Aid, right? And now they're synthetic. So now they're on this synthetic timeline, and so we're here on the organic timeline. If you choose, like, do you know what I'm saying? Like like for me and like my.
No, I do know what you're saying, but I want you to do a better job of describing it to everybody else.
Okay. All right. So so for me in my day-to-day life, I focus on, I spent years trying to wake people up to everything, and and now we're in the late stages of all the conspiracy theories, I'm air quoting that, have now come true. Like we have a shortage of conspiracy theories now because they've all come true. So it's like now I focus on the people who they're up to speed and they know what's going on, and we're trying to grow food and we're trying to like exit this system and build one that benefits the people, right? Like for anyone that's listening, if you are like aware of what's going on and you like feel disempowered, I don't know if anybody's ever heard of Freedom Cells before, but there's a dude named Derek Bros who runs the Conscious Resistance Network. And anyway, it's like groups of people. And so I found these people that are like-minded, and the goal is to like exit and either build a new system and then exit the current one. Anyway, it's like taking steps, right? So like I deal with people that are on that level for the most part. What the fuck was the original point of this? Man, all right. Anybody bring me back?
Well, you were trying to kind of bring in the Mandela effect, like talking about like this idea of having like two different views of reality, but only one is actually real, and blah blah. Like that's kind of what it was.
The timelines.
No, but I don't call that I think Mandela effect is just some like rebranded nonsense to me. I don't know. I mean, it could go either way. But like, I think you could. That's one of the things you can see it if you kind of choose to, but. No, I'm talking about like there were some whistleblowers that I was into in the beginning, and there's a dude named Mark Tellez, who would explain these things. He was like a ritual, child ritual abuse victim, and he's seen the cloning centers, and he would talk about like a machine at the center of the earth, basically. Like this is how I interpreted what he was saying, was that there's like a machine at the center of the earth, and it cast out essentially like this synthetic overlay over this reality that we're in. And he would just talk about, I don't know, like he would talk about things like that, like Max Spears, was like the super soldier dude, that he was like the real life Jason Bourne, right? Like, and he was a programmed super like killer super soldier dude, and then he broke out of it, and then like towards the end he was like saying everything that he knew before he died, coincidentally, right? So, and he would talk about how at one point they put him in this elevator type, like this weird room, and then there was like a screen and there was a countdown, and it started moving, and then it was like 30 seconds or whatever, and it counted down, and then whenever it got to 0, the doors open, and then he was on Mars, right? And so that was why the name of the band was 30 Seconds to Mars, right? Because that was like a jump room or whatever, where you could go to these different parts of like the reality.
A warp tunnel where you could just be in a different place and time.
Or maybe he was in a different place and they told him Mars, or he thought it was Mars, but it was maybe another area of this place.
Right, like you could. I mean, when you're talking about like underground cloning centers and things like that, you would think that there would also be tunnels to other terrestrial.
I think what Jemsy's saying is like, what if it was more like in Star Trek where they had the holodeck?
Yeah, right.
Like what if you just thought you were there and you weren't really there? You didn't move anywhere. That's why it was so quick.
Well, that's that possibly, but what I was
Well,
saying,
he
there might
was
be
talking.
different layers
He
to
was
this place.
saying
And he was
that.
maybe transport. He was maybe. I mean, he said 30 seconds, right? That's pretty fast, but there
Right.
there
He
might
was
be
kind of
different
explaining
places
it
in
as like
this. There might be different layers to this place, and who knows who has access to that kind of stuff. But
Right, he was
he
talking
went
about.
there and then came back. He didn't. Did he tell the story how he came back?
Yeah, he told it. Man, you should go listen to his interview. He told a lot of stuff before he got killed. It was pretty cool, and it really relates to kind of the way he was really ahead of his time, because he would talk about like how we're kind of here for one final battle on, like he called the Earth Heart, because Earth is an anagram for heart, and so like it's one last battle for heart, that like he would talk about how like all like the souls that were like meant to be a part of this had all been brought back for this last battle, and like this was. It's just some stuff that he would get into, man. It was pretty cool. He never.
When he says about this place being like part of a machine or something like that, I gotta agree with him. It's a construct that is machine-like,
right? And that's
like an electric system,
right? For sure. Like, and that's what I was saying when like when you talk about this place being like, is it real? Like the Mayan, like the Maya means like the illusion of the material world, like the matrix, the trick, the mother, like that's the womb, like that's what that word means, right? So like that's what those people knew. That's how did the Mayans leave, right? Like they figured out how to dip out of this place, and did they figure out how to go to a different.
Dude, the Mayans didn't dip. Like, if you know Mexican people, like they make fun of each other. Like the really short, stubby, dark-skinned Mexicans, they call them like Indio, and it has to do with being like like related to these ancient fucking Mexicans. Like they were the like it's kind of funny that way. Like they.
Hey, so why do you? Go ahead, man. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to catch you.
Yeah, the people that existed became the people that are now. They're not. They didn't just disappear off this earth.
So you think that's just a made up story to, like, maybe to hide like the artifacts of things that don't line up with the historical timeline, or like?
No, it's just all a bunch of speculation. Like I don't try to fucking solve that, man. Like it's there's a lot of stories, but anybody who's in that field of archaeology or anything else, like all they can do is like dig stuff up and imagine stories. It doesn't mean it's true.
Wait a minute. So like you're saying that like the dinosaur bones, finding some kind of bones doesn't mean that you can piece together what the animal looked like and what it sounded like and how much it weighed.
Bones?
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Like how that whole thing is. I was just kind of making a joke there.
Right, I get you. Yeah, but it's just the whole field. Our history and our knowledge of it is just corrupted. It's just thoughts, it's ideas, it's speculation. It's not history.
Right. It's just a story. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like it's like I mean, depending upon which part of it you want to do, but I mean, like, so how far back do you think you can trust anything? Just how long you've been alive?
I would hope that you could at least trust your. I would hope that you could at least trust your grandparents' generation. You can go back like to your parents. There's you. There's your parents. There's your grandparents, and I think you can trust what your grandparents tell you. Right after that. Because your grandparents were probably misled, probably propagandized. I mean, it's what can you trust?
Right, because it really only takes a generation and a half to completely rewrite history.
Less. I would say less.
Okay.
If you get rid of the older generation and take the kids, then you can get rid of history and knowledge instantly.
So okay. So I have this question I've been wanting to at some point I've been wanting to pop in here and fucking ask you guys, why do all the globe believers look like Moby?
That's funny.
It's just something I've noticed over the years. It's just really weird. Like, why do they all have like that? I don't know. Why do they all look like Moby? It's super weird. But it was funny.
They all seem to be the same type of people as well. Like people that have always been good at school, always done what the teacher said, never gotten in trouble. Just
Right.
a really kind of just one of those minds that just always does what they're told and never think about anything. And I could probably speculate and say that everyone in here at least has been a bit of a rebel in their time.
Right. Well,
True.
isn't it like if somebody's wearing a NASA shirt, isn't it like a 95% chance that they're jabbed and boosted?
Dude, that actually is hysterical. So, like, if somebody's wearing a mask, they're also fucking, like, quadruple protected at this point. Like,
It's crazy because they're the only ones that are still scared of the air, ever scared of the air. It's so weird. It's such a weird thing. And like, I'll go to the grocery store and see them wearing a mask, shopping for organic, non-GMO food. It makes no sense to me. It's I want to go ask them a question. Like, I just want to go like ask them a question and like just see what their response is. But then it's that whole thing of that I feel like then I'm invading on their timeline, and I don't want to be a part of that timeline. So, it's just like don't even. It's weird. It's weird. I used to want to try to wake people up, and now I feel like we're moving into this like to me it's like the dystopia is like revealing itself. Like I feel like it's already been here, but it's like it's just showing itself. And
It revealed a lot of people this last few years.
Right.
They're funny, like you see them like buying organic food with Monsanto written on the side, and you go, what the fuck are you doing, you idiots?
It's so dumb. It's really weird how it's just like it's like there's like a fake cause for every one of these little subgroups to care about. Like they pick like their little thing and they feel like they're like an activist or something. Like these people that are about the environment, about like it's I don't know, just this whole like nerd culture thing. It's really bizarre. And like it's just strange because it's
I'm telling you, man, dude, like we are living, it's like, even though it's still real, they are slowly turning this world into a fantasy. That is the goal. They don't want you to know, they don't want you to be able to distinguish the difference between fact and fiction. And that's all to lead you into this transhumanist idea. That's everything else makes sense when you understand this. Like transhumanism, most people hear that and they're like, I don't like trannies. Like, good. I'm glad you don't like trannies. But it's not what you're thinking. So, like, transhumanism is more about.
I had this friend that claimed that he was that Rear Admiral Byrd's that his great grandfather, called him like his Opa or something, was like second in command to Admiral, and so he knew all of this shit. And I mean, this dude clearly knew a lot of shit, but like, was he a Mason or whatever? I don't know, because apparently, I mean, obviously Admiral Byrd was a Mason. He started the 777 Lodge in Antarctica, if you believe any of that. So it's almost like you have to be willing to almost throw out everything Admiral Byrd said too. But like, this dude would always talk about that, claim that his grandfather worked for him or whatever. It's like, and they knew about like Tesla's technologies and stuff too, I guess. And anyway, he would talk about how like what they're trying to do is like manifest like what's that, like Megatron or what's that one that ends with Tron, like that like mythical god or whatever. It's like The Metatron, yeah, Metatron's cube, right? Like that's what they're
Do
doing.
you
is
mean
they're
you mean Moloch? No.
Well, I don't know. I mean, have you seen the Commonwealth game thing or whatever? Like the opening ceremony for the Commonwealth games is like a giant bull like coming out and like raging all over the people, and then like the people like submitting to it, and like
Yeah, it's a creepy ass ceremony, but like, this whole you're taking a lot out of that ceremony to like call it a group called Metatron, and
well, no,
so
this
like
was no, no, the Metatron thing was that was my friend who he would speak in like these like parables and like allegories and stuff, and he claimed that he had this other knowledge that like he had
yeah,
been
no,
kind of
I get it. I've seen similar videos to what you're talking about, but it's what I want you to understand is it's sensationalism. It's meant to grab your little
Right.
strings. You like
You
it,
know,
it's
I can see that.
similar. It's
I can
similar
see
to
that.
all the QAnon stuff or
Right.
Anonymous before it, or right like it's not real truth. It's meant to mislead you, and it works. It's very effective. They set it to dark music and like very like imminent sound, and
That did
you know,
have well, he did have the very best Shilajit that I've ever had in my life. I'll say that, like that I've ever found.
right.
It
I
was-
mean, like I'm
mean,
not
how
about
do-
to fucking sign up for blood over intent and go to the North Pole to jump into
Why
a
not?
fucking whirlpool either.
Yeah.
You get what I mean? Like,
Yeah, that was obviously that. Well, that's what I'm saying, right? Like that's I don't know. That kind of ties in with like where my brain was a minute ago, where it's like there's like a subset of like traps everywhere, right? Like the web, right? Like the web is like there you can get caught in all these different parts, and like blood over intent is like so that's like a mini cult in there, right? But they're like all flat earthers, right? So like it's almost like that was just like created by like the quantum computer that generates the memes and all this shit out here in this reality, right? Like that was like to lead people astray and lead people into like this like satanic like cult type of thing. And then what does that do? And that also, I noticed that it drew in a lot of the smartest flat earthers, like that whole movement. Like really a lot of people that were really, really smart, and they were very good at explaining a lot of things. They fell into that trap, and then
dude, the smart ones did not fall into that trap. I can guarantee you.
You don't think so?
Yeah, the smart ones didn't. How do you fall into that trap and be smart? Are you kidding me? Don't be fucking ridiculous.
I don't know, man. There were some people that I knew that like.
Yeah, there were people who were big that fell for that trap. Not smart.
Oh, I don't know. I'm talking about like individuals that I actually like knew. Like, I'm not talking about like accounts and like channels and shit like that. I'm talking about like these are people that I interacted with.
Yeah,
they were
no.
on-
You hang out with idiots. I'm sorry, like you do.
I'm just saying, like they kind of like went this whole way where they were doing this whole thing. I don't know, man. It was like this crew of people that I knew, I guess, and I did think a lot of them were very smart, but I also don't know for sure that they did it either. Like, were they playing along? I've always kind of wondered that. Like, were they?
Wait, you don't know if they did it? You don't know if they jumped into the whirlpool at the fucking North Pole or not?
I don't know if they did the blood over intent spell. Like, if they did the blood magic. Like that's the point of blood over intent, right? Is that you put your blood on a piece of paper where you've like written that you intend to bring forth.
Anything that tells you to draw blood is a fucking yes. It's Wiccan paganism. Whatever. It's
saying. That's what I'm saying is like I don't know if they actually did the ritual, right? Like I don't know if they did that or if they were just kind of like almost like testing to see who would go along with it. Kind of. I don't know. It's weird. It was a really weird time on the internet.
But you can't tell a guy like me, like the people who fell for this were smart. I'm not going to go like, yeah, you're probably right. That's not going to happen.
Well, I knew some people that they had some very powerful information that really it syncs up with a lot of the things that I was into at that time, and I just I don't know, man. Like some of the so like the gifted. There was this one chick, right, that like she was all about like she called it GATE, which is like the gifted and talented program or whatever. When places like in schools where they get the smart kids, right, and they kind of like recruit them. And it was like a way of like she could explain it better, obviously, but like it was almost like a way of like gang stalking people, and then also like
You know what? I know what's going on here. You fell for it. That's what's going on. You fell for it, and you what? Like, yeah, that's it. See, this is what it takes to discern truth from fiction. You fell for it, and so you're justifying it right now.
No, I'm not justifying it at all.
Yeah, you are. Yeah, you are.
No, what I'm doing is I'm like trying to. It was a super intriguing like thing to watch happen. Like it was really interesting to watch it happen. Like to watch them like kind of, and then now like that we're talking about, I really hadn't thought of this. Now like that I think about it, like most of those people are like, I don't know, man. I feel like they've kind of like disappeared like out of the scene in a way, like it's weird. I mean, granted, everything's changed and like all the places where we were on the internet are like everything's censored now. Like it's all like you get reported for anything. Like you can't talk about shit anywhere anymore. Like we used to be a free for all. Like it used to be like you could spread information online and it would actually reach other people. And then however many years ago that was, I guess that was probably like 5 years ago, maybe, that they made it so like your content that like for truther pages, like I remember when my accounts went from like 50% of my posts would be seen by people that weren't following me to then one day it went to less than 1% of people that saw my posts weren't following me. So you know what that means, right? That means like you're cut off from the outside world, right? And so like that happened to a lot of
unfortunately, like I don't really know. I cut myself off from the outside world if it takes being posted online. I don't use social media. I don't have a Facebook. I don't have an Instagram. I don't have a Snapchat.
I have an Instagram that I used whenever like I realized everything. When I found out about fluoride in the water, I cleaned up my water and that fucking changed everything for me. Right. And so then
my existence has nothing to do with online other than in here. This is literally the only place that I am socially online.
So dude, there's this whole there's a whole internet movement for like, truther communities. And then, I mean, there's a whole thing. Right. And so like, there are these groups of people. I don't know. I've just seen it happen, man. I'm just talking about what I've observed. That's all. Like, I'm just like, and I'm not doing a very, like a quality job of, like translating what's going on in my brain to, to the ether right now or whatever. But like, yeah, man, I mean, it's just been interesting to watch it. That's all I'm saying. And like how some of these people's prophecies have kind of come true. Like, yeah, they were kind of, maybe looking back at, maybe they were kind of dumb, or maybe they were onto something else, and that's how they got like pulled off the path. I don't know. It's weird. It's just been weird to watch. That's all I'm saying. It's just. Been
I agree. I can agree with that. I like your summary. Your summary is great. It's just been weird. Like, totally agree.
It's like the only way that I can keep myself from being like depressed about it is like I'm just trying to view reality as like a dark comedy. Because like if I get too,
I think we have that in common. We laugh at all the worst things, but like
it's like a dark empathy kind of thing.
Yeah, no, we're kind of sick that way. I think all of us have to be like,
right.
But that's a coping mechanism, and you have to recognize that too.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, I mean we're in the doo-wop, right? It's the duality of this, like where we are. It's the That's what it is. It's the doo-wop, right? That's like what that's what the ancient texts call it, I believe. I don't like to. I haven't gone and read them myself, but I listened to people that were would talk about them a lot, and I don't know, man. It's kind of crazy though, like with, bringing it back to the earth, right? Like, so when I first started doing my podcast radio shows thing, right? Like I had this co-host that he was just like this dude that I knew online. He was like an ex-army dude that lived in, across the country from me or whatever, but he had all this information. And I thought he was really brilliant. And like the way he would talk about things, I resonated with them, and I was like, damn, like this dude is talking about some kind of ancient thing that like is a part of me that I've like forgotten about. And I like fell for that. And so we became friends, and then we started doing the show together. And then he was all about like the Anunnaki and shit, right? And then when I figured out about the earth, I started talking to him about it. I talked to him off air or whatever. Like I called him and I was like, dude, what do you think about, the earth and, all of that and, being stationary and just those things. And he tried, he was like, well, from all my research, right, blah, blah. He like, he tried to contend it or whatever and told me that it was dumb. And we had to stop doing shows together at that point. We did maybe like one more show together. And then I couldn't take it. I couldn't take him talking about like Planet Nibiru, and like I couldn't listen to that shit anymore. Like I was just, once I figured out about the earth, I couldn't hang out with that dude anymore. But it's like he knew all kinds of shit. But then it was like I remember I moved on and kept doing the show on my own. And then I remember bringing him back. Like he was all butthurt about it because I broke up with him for the show or whatever. But then like I brought him back to debate my friend, my naval intelligence friend, who was the dude that he sent me when I very first asked him to like, how do I learn about the earth? He sent me, is it Worlds Beyond the Poles? Is that the name of that book? It's like a technical manual for like what they found when they explored. And so I brought my old co-host back on to debate my buddy who was the naval intelligence officer. So like the way I took it was like I was like the referee and they were about to just have like a boxing match, right? Because they're both my friends, but they disagreed about the earth. And clearly, the Navy dude knew what was up. He had like been on ships all over the world. He knew the maps they use. He understood. You know what I mean? Like he was more on like a high level mechanical than the Army dude was. So obviously there was not really much of a debate to be had. The dude that believed in the Anunnaki stuff, all he had was some like metaphor about a mirror or something, was like his proof of the globe. It was really kind of sad, but it made it really easy for me to never, like, it was one of those moments where it was like, it was extra validation of like, I'm on the right side. I made the right choice here.
Yeah, you want to know what's really sad is that because of people like the Anunnaki people or the blood over intent or whatever else,
or the forbidden knowledge Billy Thompson people.
Yeah, because of that, they equate us flat earthers with them automatically, and we can be written off.
Right. That's kind of what I meant about the blood over intent, was like how it was like leading people astray off the path. So then it's like anybody that like respected those people that I was talking about, a lot of them had a really good information that they were exposing things, but then it's like, once you go down that, then everybody's like, well, I don't know whether I really want to listen to you anymore because you're in a cult. And so then it's like, it kind of like makes everyone involved with that kind of seem like suspect to people that have discernment, that aren't just, because there's the whole other side of it where people are just,
this actually gets into something too, like free speech. Like how do you, like, in this type of situation where we're trying to make an impact on a larger the larger part of society, and you have people who are going out there and spouting nonsense, and it's actually paid for by the powers that be, to go out there and put nonsense out there, right? How how do you get your word out and silence your opposition without censorship while at the same time being for free speech?
You have to. I mean, in my opinion, now where I'm at, I'm done trying to get a mass message out to people because it's over. It's a wrap. You know. I mean, people.
I have an answer to that question. My answer is the remedy to bad speech is more speech.
Yeah. Right. So you need to do a better job yourself.
Yeah, that's a good answer. That's a good. Thank you, Aaron. Yeah. That. So, oh, dude, it's so frustrating though because of the state that we're in right now.
Well, yeah, it's over, right? I mean, it's not.
Oh my god, dude, it's so bad.
It's a wrap, dude. It's a wrap, dude. I mean, nobody bucked back on anything. It's over, right? Like the little victories that people are getting, those are there by design. Like when the workers are getting their back pay in New York, right? And they're labeling the legal prostitution to take drugs to work, right? Like that's to crumble because that's setting a precedent. So anyone that sues now is going to get paid. So what does that do? That's like that destroys the system even further. And how do you build back better if you don't destroy first? Like all of this is like connected, like it's not. I don't even know. I mean, yeah, there is like disinformation clearly, but like if you've ever read Agenda 21 or 2030 or Silent Weapons for Quiet Wars, like those are blueprints for what has happened over like the past, since 9/11, basically, really. I mean, probably before then, but I mean, it's just now we're at this point where reality, as you know it, can completely change in one day because like a message gets sent out like through the hive, right? Like when people are going out and getting toilet paper for no reason. You remember that shit?
Dude, I'm just so angry actually at what was said. I don't care about your toilet paper. Like, dude. Oh.
You know what I'm talking about, man. When people were stocking up and there was all the shelves were empty, they created that.
Yes, of course. Yeah. Like, yes, we all know. Yeah.
But like, why did that happen? That happened because something was broadcast out to make those people go do that. Right?
Yeah, it's mass hysteria. That's what it is. So like it's very easy, especially in the day and age of social media, to introduce mass hysteria. That's why we have social media. That's why you need to disconnect from social media. That's why you get into fights with people that you really don't give a fuck about.
I don't know, man. I mean, it's kind of so. Have you ever taken the Myers-Briggs personality test?
No, I've never taken it. I've never taken it, but I know what you're talking about. I've looked at it. Yeah.
So like mine on that is like personality type, like is a debater. Like that's like what but I'm also just the way my mind works. Like I don't really want to, like, I'm not trying to go out and fucking debate people. Like, it's weird because I don't really care enough. Like, I know what I know, but I don't care enough to try to prove it to people. So I just I don't know, man. I feel like I left an imprint on the ether with.
I mean, I want to prove it to people, but I don't want them to follow me. That's the thing. Like I don't want.
Right.
I don't want them. I want them to figure out for themselves.
Let's go think about it. It's really simple. It's really not hard. It's not hard to figure it out. But we're at I guess what I'm saying is like we're at a stage in the game, right? Like, none of those people are ever going to admit they've been lied to now. Like they've made a life-altering decision.
Yeah.
No, like
I got a lot to say about this.
There's no coming back. There's no coming back for them, right? Like we just have to continue on this organic timeline. We have to build things. We have to start growing food in our front yards instead of fucking pesticide fucking ridden grass that is non-native plants and killing all the fucking native plants and the dandelions, which are like one of the most like beneficial health like foods in the world. Like it's you know what I'm saying? Like the front lawn is like the biggest, probably like the second biggest brainwashing of all time. Like it's up there, man. It's up there. Like the idea that you have to put gas in your car, drive to the store, and then pay tax to buy poisoned tomatoes is it's the most retarded thing ever. It's so stupid.
I mean, actually, that sort of makes sense to me, but like, I get what I get what you're getting at. Like, it makes sense to me in the way that I understand how it came about, and like, you know, I understand why we're.
I view myself as like a holistic anarchist, and so like for me, it's like I want to like I've been saying for years like overgrow the government. Like if we would just grow food, we could like if everyone would just like grow food in their fucking front yards. Like there's like 40 million acres of front lawns in the United States. So like we could put fucking these Monsanto businesses, like we could put them out of business if everyone would just. Why is that not taught to children how to grow food?
Well,
it's
so they
stupid.
give it's social engineering. It's this move towards transhumanism that I was getting towards earlier, but like it's this that's why they try to push everybody into the city. Like the city is the
population control is not just about a number. It's about like putting people into these controllable areas and these smart grids. And
it's controllable. That's a big part of it, but it's also about teaching them a moral standard, like, and getting them to think about, like, instead of what it takes to survive, think about how to get ahead, how to top one another, how to get a better apartment higher up in the sky. You know what I mean? It's
right, and the apartment in the sky is like an aerial view of a city. It looks exactly like a motherboard of a computer. Like you can't change my mind. Like once I saw that, then things started to make sense in a whole different way. Like when you think about
just trigger, no, you just had to say that.
Had to say what?
That the city looked like the motherboard of a computer.
Are you trying to say that it doesn't look like that?
Lou, tell him, Lou.
Yeah, no, Jumsy's actually right. You definitely tried to go weird with that, but
okay,
I also know what you're saying.
Are
yeah,
you really
so like,
are you like honestly
no.
sit there and try to tell me that that's not exactly what it fucking looks like when you see an aerial view of a city?
It kind of does. I wouldn't say exactly. That exactly is a little bit off, but it kind of does.
Fine. Okay, so there's an extreme resemblance, right? Like
and it's similar because like we have capacitor, like in a circuit. Like I took a little bit of electronics courses, so like you got capacitors and resistors and transistors and fucking diodes and all these different things that do different things, and like you have a little circuit path to each one, and one in and one out, and you breadboard that shit, and it's got like these. Like it has to work in a flow from like positive to negative, and it's and when you look at a city from a distance, it does work similarly. Yeah, I can't deny that.
Thank you, because it's I mean I get that obviously it's not exactly, but it's way too big of a coincidence. Hello.
Sorry, go ahead. Sorry, my bad.
No. What's up?
I just got here.
Welcome.
Yeah. What were you saying though? Go ahead. I didn't mean to interrupt. Go ahead.
Oh man, we were just kind of trying to tie up just kind of an abstract conversation we were having. But yeah, we're talking about like if you ever looked at a city like from an aerial view, how it looks, not exactly, but very similar to like the motherboard of a computer.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, you're right.
So like, what does that mean for like, are we? I don't know. My mind goes into, places of kind of like, are we in some kind of like? I don't think it's a simulation, but I think this reality is simulated. If that makes sense, like, because like a simulacrum, I think it's like a kind of a more appropriate word. But
Dude, I've had I ponder this stuff for sure. Yeah, like it feels unreal, even though you know you're in reality. Like I don't know how to describe it, but it feels unreal. Like everybody around you is in a fucking hologram, like in the simulacrum, right? Like,
yeah, it's really bizarre, man. It's
so weird.
It's like this. It's how you were talking about the transhumanism, right? Like how they're kind of like, it's like they usher it in little by little, and so like it's like they're gradually the real gradient, right? Like the real gradient, like they love to talk about the gravity gradient or whatever. Like I feel like the real gradient is like them blending us into like this cartoon that we now live in.
Like, what's a gravity gradient? I'm actually curious.
It's not real. That's what they claim keeps. Okay, so do you know about like the atmosphere, right? Like it's like a physics violation. You can't have a gas
Can't
system.
have gas pressure without a container. Yeah.
So the way that the mental gymnastics they do to explain their way out of that is that there's a gradient that is caused by gravity. So like the gravity, otherwise, because like so wait, is there gravity?
Sorry, I thought you meant the gradient. Like there was a gradient of gravity itself. I thought you meant like that. Sorry.
I mean, I was kind of like making it into this. I'm trying to like make connections. So
I see what you mean. A gradient of gas pressure. I thought you meant there was a gradient of gravity. Go ahead.
No, I was kind of like using that as like kind of like analogy of like reality of how like we're moving into this like digital reality thing where it's like how at what point if you don't stay grounded, you're not going to be able to know the difference between like what's stimulated and what's actually organic, right? Like,
yeah.
I mean, at what point? Like, I mean, at what point are they putting people into like airplanes or whatever, spaceships, whatever you want to call it, where people really think they're going down to space, but it's just a virtual experience.
Don't take the bullshit they're showing you from NASA and think that that's the best that we have. Take a look at like Unreal Engine 5.1. You know, like 5.1 Unreal Engine, dude.
It's like bad on purpose.
Photo fucking realistic in real time, shadows and all. Like, dude, it's almost perfect. It's so close. It's getting so close.
Yeah, it's wild.
Dude. And this is what they show you. Okay.
Right.
Who knows what they're hiding?
We're fucked.
Yeah, dude, it's a wrap, dude. It's been a wrap, but it's okay, man. I mean, we can still have some fun, right? So I can still like, they say like, the meaning of life is to like plant, like the man who plants trees that he'll never sit under understands the meaning of life. And so like, that's
imagine trying to hide the entire, like what you're standing on. Like it's so ridiculous. It's kind of crazy if you think about it.
Right. That it's you're literally surrounded in the evidence and people still can't see it.
Because like if you think about like let's say I play hide and seek with someone, right? I can hide like myself, and then let's say we make it like a car, like I'm hiding a car. That's a challenge, right? How about a building? And then like you scale it up. Let's say I want to hide a city or a country or an entire earth. Like it gets to a point where it's like, then it's insane. Like, or faking a war. Like some people fake one death, right? And then there's like the next thing of like, okay, let's fake 10 people, 100 people, millions, and then it's like, oh my God. The whole thing is just, it's like, what are the limits to faking something, And but you know what the best part is? The best part is eventually someone's gonna actually try to go they're gonna try to go out, basically, because obviously we have airplanes, right? So someone out there is gonna eventually try to increase their altitude to the point where it goes outside the or allegedly outside the Earth, right? So I feel like someone's eventually gonna find out, and no matter what.
Are you talking about go out past the 60th parallel south, or are you talking about to go up?
Upwards, yeah.
Right. Okay. Well, yeah.
But because you would think someone would had already. I mean, not even already, but like in the future, people are still gonna try that. Eventually, someone out there is gonna try.
Well, wouldn't they just give their energy and their money to these agencies that are already supposedly doing it, though? Why? Where's the incentive for people to invent or try anything organically? No one's trying to explore shit. They're giving us cars now. You can't even go on a fucking road trip. You can't take an electric car on a road trip across the country. You can't do that. So what does that do? That makes it where you can't travel.
I don't know. I think there's just too many people, though. If you think about a lot of them are probably not going to try it, but there's so many. Allegedly, there's a lot of people. I don't believe that there's 7 or 8 billion people. By the way, I just think there's enough where at least one crazy person will probably try. But I don't know.
I always wondered why some billionaire didn't.
Yeah,
that's why I think that none of the billionaires are real. I think they all have kind of the same. They all have the same story, right? They all dropped out of college after 2 days and then started some company, and then now there's some they're these societal
Yeah, there's always more going on. I think,
right? Okay, so if any of the billionaires were real, then one of them would they would buy some plane that can dip out of radar. They would just go to Antarctica, right? They would just go. They would
explore. Yeah.
Right, exactly. That's almost to me. It's almost they must. I don't know, man. If they're not, part of me wonders if they have access to those areas.
Imagine if you were one of them, though. Think about okay. Let's say you had $1 billion. Would you risk it? How much? That's the question. Would you actually want to risk it? You know what I'm saying?
Well,
because I would say this. If you're a billionaire in this world, money isn't actually real to you, and the people who got you there will always hook you up when you fail. You're good to go. You know what I mean? You're only doing what they want you to do, and they'll back you up when you fuck up.
Yep,
that's true. Yeah, I guess they will. Well, then eventually someone's gonna, or one of them, I'm assuming, would explore. Unless the only way I could see it not happening is if the military controls everything or somehow, prevents.
You're not going to be a billionaire with a conscience that wants to do those things. That's not how their brains work.
Right. You don't get into the club unless you get initiated.
Well, not even that. Even if you're a self-made billionaire, your mind is totally on making money.
Yeah, but who's a self-made billionaire?
I'm just saying, for example, if you are one.
Yeah, but that doesn't exist, though. That's my point.
Can you prove that it doesn't exist?
Proving a negative.
No, I feel like self-made billionaire was your claim, so that would be on you, actually. But
I said, if you're a self-made billionaire,
I agree with you, though. Anyone that gets to that
is on making money, not on exploring the world.
Right. You care about your own. Why would you need more than once you reach a certain amount of money, you don't need any more money, right? So
because their brains are built on greed and
they didn't make themselves.
And
I agree.
Dude, when we see all these billionaires going to space, it's about one-upmanship. They are literally just saying my dick's bigger than yours.
It's pretty
Well,
funny.
no, I wouldn't even go that far. Maybe, but I think it's part of the propaganda game. But keep in mind, Elon
It's
Musk.
the bigger boat. It's the bigger boat, Orion. I have a bigger boat than you.
I'm not in contention with what you're saying. I'm just saying there's another motive as well. But I just want to point out that Jeff Bezos and Elon Musk, they wouldn't be billionaires if it wasn't for subsidies. So they're not self-made billionaires by any stretch.
Right.
Right. So the government is funding them.
Absolutely.
All those billionaires have government-funded projects. That's how they make it.
So it's about tax. So it's basically tax money. We're the billionaires.
Subsidies pick winners and losers. So when you subsidize something, you're picking it to be a winner. And when you're not subsidizing another industry that's related to it, you're picking losers. So subsidies is just another way of picking winners and losers. It's anti-free market.
Yeah. It's almost like
that's why banks still exist.
Yeah.
So
Well, you look at Tesla; they wouldn't have survived without government subsidies.
right, they totally hijacked, and if the story of Tesla is true, right, that the dude was trying to, if that story is true, right, then what they did was they hijacked the dude that was trying to give, electricity for free to everyone, and made a fucking car that only rich people can afford that you can't even leave your own city in, and it just the whole idea of it is just it's just absolute nonsense, right? So the electric cars they're here to save the environment, right? But they're worse for the environment than the whole thing. The whole idea is just completely. It's just I mean.
In saying
it's meant to fail. It's built to collapse, dude. It's
right. That's so you can have the build back better, right?
They want to get everybody hooked on the electric cars so they can say we have a problem, we have a crunch, we all of a sudden resource you need more everything credits. Just
more credits.
Yes,
I do like the idea of hybrid cars, though.
Well, the flex fuels, I feel like are pretty cool.
Look, the idea in the early 2000s where they were talking about a race between different different alternative fuels and stuff like that was cool. The idea between different alternative fuels, they were telling us that we were going to have 5 or 6 different types of alternative fuels, and that some people would choose one and some people would choose another and others would choose this, and because of that there wouldn't be a crunch on any of it. So that was kind of the idea of this race towards it, that they ended up going in, or it's one aspect of it that I heard. But no, electric, probably the worst option for the environment, is winning based off of being good for the environment.
You know what's funny is that the very first Model T that Henry Ford pitched to those people was made out of industrial hemp and ran on hemp biofuel. And then Rockefeller was like, no, we got this whole fossil fuel scam that we're running on everybody, so we're going to need you to...
Yeah, no, we had all kinds of advancements in solar. We had solar-powered cars. We had hydrogen fuel cell cars. We had the electric cars. We had the hybrid cars. And the idea was that you might be able to combine all of these technologies into just one and just use what's best at the time. No. Because most of them, other than electric, allow you to be free.
Right, exactly. Isn't this taking it full circle to where we started, though? Because we started with free energy, right?
Yeah. Yeah, you're right.
Well, speaking of, sorry, go ahead.
Finally, I don't know, just finally it came out, that. I feel like that's kind of what I was trying to say. It was that.
Back to where we started 2 hours ago.
Because technology is not inherently bad, right? So I mean, maybe it's not. If it were used for good, we would have that shit. Everything would be automated in a way that was actually beneficial to humanity, not to
yeah. If they left it to a free market where people decide what's profitable and what's not by
Yeah,
purchasing it.
Yeah, if
Then
you didn't get if you weren't like, who was that dude? His name was Myers. Was his last name? The dude who had the water engine, and then they took him
there's
out.
been heaps. There's been the recent guy as well, and yeah,
Stanley Meyer.
People
It
had
was
good
like in the-
intentions.
It was Stanley Meyer was his name, and I forget the year, but he invented an engine that ran on water, and then they took him out. He got taken out to dinner by some people, some powerful people or whatever.
Poison.
That they wanted to patent his shit, and he said no. And then when he left the restaurant, he called his brother and said, I've been poisoned, like on the spot.
Or what about the recent guy that was about to publish everything for free, and then it was a home invasion, and he got shot?
Who's that?
It was an American guy. It was a black guy. It wasn't that long ago, actually. Maybe 6 months ago.
What was he inventing?
Well, it was water. It was a water-powered car.
Oh yeah, I've heard about that one. That's sad, man. That's sad.
So they created a home invasion, and he got shot in the home invasion, just conveniently.
I mean, that's what they did. That's what they did. You know, they were doing years ago to all of like the natural doctors, like all the healers. Like
Of course. They're naturopaths. Yeah. They claim these people are kooks, you know, but they're not.
Right, and they went and murdered them and their families and shit. It's wild. So
yeah,
and like
honestly. Go ahead. Sorry, go ahead.
No. Hop on in there.
Well, I was going to say, eventually there's going to be one of those inventors who is actually woke and tries to not go so far as to like make it as publicly known. You know what I'm saying? There's probably going to be one of those people that's smart enough to like do it low key and anonymously. You know what I'm saying? Without alerting the
right. You would never
people
be
who are
able
going
to
to
patent
come
it.
after him.
You'd never be able to patent it, and you'd have to disperse it like for free.
Yeah, open source.
Right. And you know, which is what's crazy because that's like one of their little like counterplays, right? Is like with crypto, like the idea that you could decentralize things, and then but it's really just a trap. Like it's really.
I think they own it. Yeah, I think they own crypto.
Of course they do. Like,
oh no. This goes back to my last argument. Like electronic money, no matter what it is, whether it's.
Wait, you had an argument? When did you have an argument?
I didn't say an argument. Well, maybe I did, but what I was saying earlier, it has to do with like electronic control over you. So like, even whether you're on blockchain or not, you know, like whether it's crypto or not, like it doesn't matter. It depends on electricity, a lot of it.
Right, and they're dirty electricity. Like their radiation electricity is what we get.
Yeah, but
I got a question. Go ahead.
There's nothing wrong with nuclear electricity.
Well, I'm talking about more like
that's not.
I'm talking more about like Wi-Fi and 5G and like I'm talking about like the way that they've tried to connect things.
Well, what I'm talking about is their control over you. So like they can shut you on or off. They can limit your they're bringing in CBDCs. I keep saying this. CBDCs are coming soon. Central bank digital currency. So like
they turn off the internet?
Your money will be able to be turned on and turned off for certain uses. They can tell you, give you an allowance. They can give you an allowance. They can say you're allowed to spend this much on. Well, you're allowed to spend this much on, like essentials. Food. Like this is your essential service.
Yeah.
Now after that, like how much non-essential shit can you have? They can say you're allowed burgers once every 6 months.
Yeah. So basically, they give you the illusion that you're free. Actually, it's not even an illusion. You just don't have chains on your arm. The only thing that you don't have is chains on your arms. Everything else is like, well, I guess you could technically leave the country. Here's the thing. How many people would actually leave to a land that doesn't have any government? You know what I'm saying? That's like the ultimate freedom. Because it's a land. Go ahead.
The whole point, what I was saying, electronic. That's why electronic won in this war. That's why electronic is being pushed. Is because that's how they get their total top-down control. They can lock your doors in your electronic car. They can drive you to a police station if you've done something wrong. They can fucking you're done. You're done because
can they shut down the internet?
Yeah, they can make it allowable to certain people.
Oh yeah,
and not
like
for
China.
others.
Yeah, like China.
No, they went Denver, or not in Denver, but in Colorado. It's like a whole grid.
Hey, Gizbo, your mic's horrible, mate.
Yeah, speak up louder. Got to speak louder.
You sound like you're like 5 meters away.
Up.
You hear me?
Yeah.
Go ahead. Yeah.
So in Colorado, you can look it up. Colorado Electric Company locks everybody out of their nest, their temperature regulating nest. Yeah, they locked everybody into 78 degrees. Nobody could use their AC when it was hot.
That's insane. Did people die of like heat stroke or sorry? I guess 79 degrees is. I don't know.
It's not bad, but I mean, you're hot, dude. You're uncomfortable.
Yeah.
If they can do it at 79 degrees, they can do it at 88 degrees.
Yeah, that's true. They can do that.
Now, keep in mind, they're not going to do this stuff very draconian like I'm describing for quite a while. They need people to adopt it and accept it. It's got to be useful and helpful and friendly. So, like, this is what they're doing now, but eventually it will become that.
I mean, like, North Korea is a perfect example, don't you think?
Nobody really knows anything about North Korea. Okay,
right.
Yeah. Maybe China. China's probably a better example.
When I was in Iraq, they had rolling blackouts all the time.
Just randomly?
Yeah. It'd just be like in the middle of the night, black out. All the electricity in the area would black out for 4 hours, just so that way nothing would burn up.
Oh. Okay. Is that what is that the reason that they tell you why they're doing it, or is that like an actual legitimate
well, that's the reason they tell anybody that's doing it.
Okay.
That's the reason that they tell people they're doing it in California.
Right. And in California, the PG&E is a Rothschild company.
Right.
Oh, speaking of Rothschild, sorry, go ahead.
Well, like they're yeah, like it's like their plans to like burn, like it's so wild, it's crazy because like when they're using when they're using the directed energy weapons to cause those fires in California, then they're like burning up these people's homes, and then like the crazy shit that these people have to go through to get their homes back. They'll never be able to do it. So they created like
move.
It's you got to go listen to like Deborah Tavares talk about this shit, but like because she was a lady that was like a home builder. Her and her husband they were builders or whatever in California, and then she started paying attention to the codes that they were having to follow and how like these windows that they were having to use were like they were supposedly like better for the environment, but really they were making the houses catch on fire. Like they were like magnifying glasses. Like it's super fucking crazy if you go listen to all of her shit. Like she has their documents. Like she was the one that like, I don't know if she exposed the Silent Weapons for Quiet Wars document, but she definitely broke it down for a lot of people. And there's like the Iron Mountain reports, and like she's a heavy researcher.
Silent Weapons for what?
Silent Weapons for Quiet Wars. It's like a 41-page document, and it's a NASA document, by the way.
Gotcha.
And It is about the war that you have seen happen, like the covert war that you have seen happen over the past however many years recently now. Like, it should have been mandatory reading for everyone 20 years ago. We wouldn't have never gotten into.
I actually had a question. What you said earlier about the Rothschild. So, you know how like if you have a lot of people in a room, it takes a lot more effort or a lot more time for them to reach an agreement than if you had a smaller number of people, right? And so what I thought was like eventually all of those families, so to speak, like not just the Rothschilds, but you know everyone else, I'm sure there's like a group of them. Eventually, I think I think the only way that system would be efficient is if they had a hierarchy within their own families, and then eventually you go up that hierarchy, and then there's probably at least like one dude at the very, very top. There's got to be at least one.
They do. It's the firstborn of the firstborn.
Right. So I think there's always at least one person who's like actually the king. Maybe like because if you think about it, it wouldn't be efficient. It wouldn't be efficient if there was 2 or 3 people. You know what I'm saying?
It's the firstborn of the firstborn.
Yeah. Yeah. So I just think there's probably one guy at the top, one dude at the top.
Yeah.
You know.
So if you're interested in stuff like that, there's
by the way.
Sorry.
If we know their name, then they're just
Did anyone hear me talking? Did anyone hear me talking or not?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah. So if you're interested in that stuff, there's a lot of stuff about the older families that black nobility and the Medicis and stuff like that. So it goes back a long way. And
Do you think? Go ahead, sorry.
Rothschilds are a spawn or a branch of those families that are in the kind of background that not many people know anything about.
But do you think it's like 100 people? Or sorry, do you think it's like maybe 20 people? But even like if you go up the ladder, I think there's going to be at least one point it's going to be at least one person. I think
No. There's not one person running the world. I mean,
like a criminal organization, like.
No, isn't it?
Yeah, but the more people you have,
at best, I would say you might get down to 2. There's going to be 2 people that are always in conflict with each other.
That makes sense.
Gotta be.
Yeah, because otherwise, if you have the more people you have, it's less efficient. You know what I'm saying? You can't make fast decisions with more people. So it's like I guess it could be 2 would be like at least you could keep him in check. You know what I'm saying? So I guess I don't know.
Yeah, and then you got to split them right in 2, man. Fucking. I mean it.
Because it's really just big families at the top, right?
Not if they marry each other, and the families are married each other, and then they become one. They're in the 2.
How many people are in all the families though? Do you think it's like 100? Like I'm assuming there's at least 5 people or 3 people in each family.
It's like
Who knows, man? Who knows?
I mean, who knows? They always talk about like the Council of 200 and shit like that.
Yeah, but see, there's all these different groups. Yeah, like there's always different groups. So they have all these different groups, so people can go, oh, it's this group that did it, and then someone goes, oh no, it's this group that did it, but they all work together. So it just keeps everyone guessing and everyone stupid on not knowing who's actually doing it, but they all work together.
I just wanted to throw a quick reminder out there.
Yeah.
In China, for a long time, they've had those scrolls, right, with the family trees, and those go way back. Now, and if they can do that, then these families that we're talking about right now, they have large families, and they also know their trees. So these aren't like 5 people families. These are big families.
So at least 100. Maybe at least 200 or 300 people are probably at the highest.
Well, families.
Yeah. I wonder, like, what's the average size of like the Rockefeller, Rothschild, and then like all the others? Is it like 10 people, 20 people per family?
And I don't know how you'd ever know that. They probably live on like islands that we don't have access to or aren't on the
Yeah,
maps.
yeah, that's true. Oh well.
I mean, I remember there was like a few years ago, there was this video going around of like people raiding one of the Rothschild castles. Do y'all remember that?
Like a castle, like a medieval castle.
Yeah. Like, I mean, it was an old castle for sure, but it was like maybe in England. I'm not sure where it was, but it was like the video is supposedly people were raiding a Rothschild castle, right? And they were like, they were doing that. And then I remember like the chick I was dating at the time was like, they're not even in there. Like, they don't live there. And like, I remember that ruined my day when she said that. Because I remember like wanting to be excited about it. And then like when she said that, I was like, fuck, they don't. We're never going to find out where they fucking. So like,
if you want to see something amazing, go to Google Earth and go out, like pick a spot between California and Hawaii, or between Hawaii and Japan, and there's little islands, Seychelles type islands, like little berms out there, little ocean berms, and like they're everywhere, dude. And you zoom in on them, and there's houses on them, and there's schools there. And it's like, why are there houses and schools there? This doesn't look like it could house more than like, 100, 150 people, unless a whole family is staying there and all their servants.
They have like submarines or tunnels or something.
Yeah, there's a lot of places they
Well,
could be.
that's actually the fact of a lot of places too. Is like typically you had the people who were higher up that made money, and they had servants. So like they had servants' quarters, they had big places. Like they needed people. They didn't have like electronic lights and city plumbing and all that stuff. They needed people to bring them water and to cook their, so yeah, you had big places that were there to house a lot of people. Not all of them were your family.
Like here, I'll put it in the live stream text. I took a Google image. I put the grid coordinates in it, so you can go find it yourself too. But let me find my screenshot.
I agree. I mean, honestly, they could hide anything, like in the ocean, and they could just hide it underwater if they really needed to. But I don't even think they need, or even in the tunnel systems. Like, I'm sure there's like underground stuff too, but it doesn't. I don't know. It doesn't even matter.
Like, you can't tell me that island that I just posted is like an inhabited island of like Aborigines. Like, that looks like a vacation paradise.
Right.
Yeah.
So if anyone's interested in the live stream voice text, I just put an image of some of the black nobility family names.
Right.
So if you research some of those names, if you have a look, those names interchange into English meanings as well. So like you got the Colon family, which is Collins. Also, maybe they're saying Christopher Columbus was part of that family as well, if he's a real person.
Cool.
Columbus, Collins. You got the Borgia family. So all these people, all these families come from ancient Rome, which probably, look at all their symbols.
Right, they're all the same.
This is a much more interesting episode of Brady Bunch.
Okay, so people say it's the eagle. People say it's an eagle, but it's actually a phoenix. So
right, because that's what they're doing right now. Isn't that the point? That why they're destroying everything, so that they can rise it back up again? Isn't that like they're like fulfilling their own?
Yeah. Well,
it's like their own prophecies they're fulfilling, and we're actually fulfilling them for them. That's what's crazy is they've like engineered us as a society to build our own prison, then take it down, then rebuild it again for them. Like it's It's so wild how.
Look at the end.
Going back,
end
I was
of
watching some of these channels,
civilization.
like
Yeah.
especially over there in the UK. Like you guys, some of these old houses that are around, and you see these big houses and stuff, and you're like, there's people they've been partitioned just like over here, where now they're apartments, and it's like this is an apartment, that's an apartment, that's an apartment. Do you understand that you guys are paying like premium prices for the servants' quarters?
For nothing.
Yeah, that makes sense. I wonder how many of these families have social media. I don't think any of them, right?
Well, how many have you heard of?
Well, social media is theirs. They own it.
I'm assuming they're not on Twitter, right? I probably don't have any, yeah.
If they have social media, they have private social media between their families.
Oh,
Hey,
yeah,
Timbo,
that's true.
Is your avatar the Roger, that kangaroo that died?
Yeah, the kangaroo. Yeah.
Yeah, and he's dead now, right?
I don't know. I just picked a random muscly kangaroo off the internet.
Crazy thing
Wait, is the Rothschilds on Twitter? Go ahead, sorry.
He's not even Australian. He's Canadian.
yeah. I was born in Canada, but yeah, I've been here for 30 years. So I'm a traveling nomad. But there's I don't know if that kangaroo's like anyone in particular, but we've got millions of them here that look exactly like that.
Yeah.
They're big fuckers. But yeah, that subject is a really interesting subject. A really good episode. If you guys have heard of Santos Bonacci, he does a really, really good one with Sam Tripoli and Eddie Bravo about the black nobility families. It's very interesting, and then he goes a bit into flat Earth as well. So.
Or they're all, it's funny. They all have to reproduce because otherwise they're gonna just get old and all their money is gonna go away. So they all have to. They're like forced to like. Well, how would you even? Well, I guess they would just. I don't know. Because they have to, in order to keep the bloodline going, they have to get kids essentially, right? You know what I'm saying? They have to reproduce.
Yes,
right.
but
Otherwise, their bloodline is dead. Yeah.
There's a sister marrying her brother and so and stuff like that.
But don't they? Do those diseases, are they lethal? Like, are the side effects of like doing that kind of stuff lethal, or can they just like keep doing that and just become the most crazy, incest?
Well, the royals have been doing it for centuries.
So inbreeding does cause mutation, and mutations are non-sustainable. Like you always hear about evolution, but like there's no evolution. Like we're all perfect as we are, and we're not supposed to interbreed with our own kind.
Devolution.
Yeah.
So do they like they wouldn't be able to function?
You got to figure there's thousands of people out there, dude. If they're intermarrying with their family, all you got to do is find somebody out 4 generations out, dude. That's all you need.
I see. Okay, so they don't have to be. Okay, so basically, there's enough of the rich people out there that are in that club that they don't have to worry about, dying of incest.
Wouldn't doubt it. It's been going on for thousands of years.
The families mix within themselves.
Yeah.
I
guess
the families don't go anywhere else. That's why you hear about all that. What's it called? It's not forced marriage. You guys probably know the word. Something about. There you go.
Arranged.
It's been happening forever.
And you got to figure, like with Freemasonry and everything like that, like that's a trial for like newcomers to the family. You know what I mean? Like if you're willing and capable to follow all the rules that are required to live on Earth, plus do the things that they want you to do, like that's a big deal for them. You know, it's hard to do. It takes a strong fortitude in order to disobey God.
Yeah, they're basically trained almost professionally. If you think about it.
They don't believe in games. They believe in work and making other people work. They play games on people, they don't play games on boards or anything like that. Like chess for them is probably for a 12-year-old. And after a certain point in life, they don't even need to play chess anymore. They're playing chess with people instead of a board game.
So, like, what do they ultimately desire? Is it just like, because if you think about it, they already own almost every industry, right? I mean, they already have almost everything they wanted. It's like,
Pretty
why not
loaded.
just
Depends.
retire?
It
pretty
depends on if
loaded
you factor in Satan or not.
Okay. What did Satan wants to become God, right? That was his end goal? He wants to be God.
Who knows, man? Who knows? Can you tell us?
Let me ask you this. All right, you're a boxer. You're professional. Let's say you're a professional boxer, and you work your way up and you become the champ. What is your goal after you become the champ?
Just retire, right?
I would like to point out that God made
to keep defending
God made Satan. God made Lucifer. Nobody that he made can trump him. Nobody can become him. So what? God is responsible for all good and evil. He just, for some reason, chose to, according to the Bible, separate the two.
Oh, for free will, you mean?
I don't think that's it.
I guess I don't know. That's why I say
Well,
if
go ahead.
you're about good versus evil, you should read the Zoroastrian scriptures.
Wait. I was trying to get back to the analogy. So, like, so you're saying instead of retiring, he just keeps defending his championship.
If you retire, you got to give it up.
Okay, so the goal is to just maintain.
Yeah. Once you're king of the hill, you want to stay on top. You don't want to be overthrown.
Okay, so they just want to keep doing it until they actually physically can't do it anymore.
No, they want to do it until the upper echelon is at a point where you can no longer reach them. That they're above you. Like if you look at what John Wick does, you got above the table and below the table. What divides them? The table.
Oh, I haven't seen that movie yet. I need to see it.
But I mean, just like once
like above the law. What do you mean above?
Once you've defeated everybody as a champion, there's no competition. That's the goal: is to control everything.
Right.
It's control.
So they already have all the banks, and they already have pretty much every government.
It's a game to them at this point.
Yeah, but it's just weird though, because you would think they would be like, "Oh, we're done."
Why?
You know, like what? I don't know, because like because they already have. It's almost like they already have everything that they need.
Yeah.
Yeah. What else is there that they have? What haven't they gained? You know, I guess they haven't, like, I mean, they can't defeat God, right? But like, you know, outside of that, I don't think they have.
When you say it like that, when you say it like that, again, when defeat God, like, again,
they can't defeat the Creator. It's what I'm saying.
Like, it's true. I agree with that, but like, I keep feeling like you're trying to go with this sense like God is all that is good, which is what most people here would probably back up. God is all that is good. And
I'm not saying
somehow
he's good. I'm just saying he's more powerful than what I'm saying is he is the only formidable foe that the people who own every single industry, own all the media, every government, you know, the entire
No, I'm with you. I'm actually on your side. So like, I'm not really fighting against you. I'm because like I said, I think God is responsible for both good and evil, not just the good things.
Yeah, I just wonder how do they I guess how do they stay motivated if they are there's got to be something else that they want. Otherwise, I don't know. I just don't think they would just keep going, you know? There's got to be something else that they want. Because if you think about it, they're it's not like they stopped lying to us, right? They're continually, or they, I should say, the media, you know, let's not, you know, I'm not going to say they, but like basically, right, they keep lying, and so they keep this propaganda going. So there's got to be a reason why they just keep going, even though they already own every bank. You know what I'm saying? There's got to be something else that they want, and I don't know what it is. It doesn't make sense. If it's just control, they already have it. You know, it's
What if they want your soul?
Okay, so they want like wait, so then they're like then they're at the mercy of everyone who has a soul.
Well,
wait.
Then they're still going. That's why they're still going.
Okay, so they
I'm
you're just
speculating.
jealous
I'm
of
not.
us. No,
I
it makes
don't
sense. It makes
know,
sense.
but yeah. What is the only thing that they can't take from you physically?
Yeah. It's weird though. You would, yeah. I think that would be like, yeah. It's either that or like, but I don't know. What's so coveted about an average person? So I mean, you take the average person. He's not like he doesn't.
I would say this. I think it's more than that. Like you need to start thinking more selfishly. It's about you. It's all about you. Your entire existence is only about you. How you use your life, value your life, what lessons you learn from life, it's only about you. It doesn't matter what wife you took or how many kids you had. It's about you.
Okay, so that's how they think, and that's what keeps them going.
No, I would say that's truth.
Okay, so like they only view everything. Well, yeah, but I mean, even if that were true, they like let's say you were one of them, and you got to the top, you own every bank. It's like, okay, so I have infinite money. I own the Federal Reserve or whatever. You know, I own all these governments.
You're thinking materialistically.
What else is there? Yeah.
So you're saying the only thing.
Okay, so there's something that's not material, like your soul. Like how would you, okay, but like the average person is like, how valuable is the average person's soul? Is that question? Then that's the question I have.
And
Mike, I didn't hear that. Say it again. I think his mic cut out. Yeah, I just don't see it. Is the soul really worth it?
Soul can't be measured. It's too valuable.
Even if it's just an average.
It's not about
person,
look. It's not about what you can accomplish in this world. It's about what you can learn while shedding this world. Like there might be layers to it, like peeling an onion.
Oh, so like, maybe do they have a religion? Do they have a religion?
I don't know. I'm just talking about my own philosophical view when I speak. I'm not talking about for anybody else, but like it could be this way, right? Like where I personally think I chose to be here. Like I think you probably did too. I think all of us did, and that's if you exist, because I might have created you. I might you like, dude. I'm not even kidding. It's that fucked up. Like it's all about you. Like you created me while I created you. It's that messed up.
Oh, I'm just talking about the. Go ahead. Sorry. Go ahead.
I'm just saying you need to focus on what in your reality. How do you get to the truth? How do you see through the fabric of it all? Like we're all gonna have different paths. Okay, and like I think the goal is to have a higher understanding. I think you kind of like a video game. You like chose to come here to try to beat the levels. Like I really, I don't know, something about it. Like, I'm not saying I know for a fact that other people around here are gonna disagree with me. Like, but this is sort of the way I see it, and I don't know if I can. The problem is that I can't describe it I don't have the words to actually describe it properly.
Damn it, Lou!
I can give you.
Just give us your best. Just give it. Yeah, just say it. Go ahead.
I'm kidding, dude.
I've been trying.
Oh, sorry. What? Just repeat what you already said earlier. Sorry, I just wanted to hear it again.
Oh, what? So this time you can record it?
No. I just want to hear. Forget it. Now this is getting weird. No.
I'm just saying it's about you. You have to figure out what it means to be alive for you. Like what are you missing in life? What lessons are there that need to be learned? That's why you're here. That's why you're here.
Okay. Yeah, I agree with you there. There's got to be a reason why there's got to be a reason. Because otherwise they wouldn't keep lying to us.
Well,
you know what I mean? They would just retire.
The other thing is you got to stop worrying about what someone else's motivation is.
Yeah, that's true too. But it is interesting to know. It is interesting to think about.
Well, it's interesting to speculate, but you're never going to know.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree with that 100%.
Sorry, I keep on getting phone
They're up
calls.
to something. They're definitely up to something, though.
Yeah, so working out someone's motivations, it's not, it's like you don't have to know the motivation to know that they're fucking lying to you. So. And
I know. I agree.
If you're going to spend your whole time trying to work out someone's motivation and waiting for
it's kind of a waste of time, right?
Waiting for a liar to tell you the truth about their motivation. It's kind of a bit backwards, Don't worry about it.
It puts you at a disadvantage, actually.
Yeah, get on with your life, and like Lou was saying, I was having the same conversation with someone the other day, and they called me selfish. Because I said, no, I need to do this. I need to do this. Oh, what about if it's going to affect someone else? I said, well, okay, if it affects someone negatively, then, I've got to think about it. But these are things that I need to do to improve myself and to help myself out as well. And then, because if I'm not functioning at 100%, I can't help anyone else out. I'm talking about my family. So, yeah. You know what I mean? Like, I understand what Lou was saying.
I know exactly what you mean.
Yeah. Sometimes you've got to look selfish to know that you're not being selfish. I don't know if you understand that or not, but yeah.
Oftentimes what you're doing is for the greater good, and they don't see it that way. They might see it as like you have an agenda and you're being selfish or whatever. No, you're at least trying to do things for what you see as right. And that's how I think politicians that we call, like MK Ultra and fucking, Illuminati bastards, like they're in a club that are just conspiring about this. I think they think they're doing good too. This is the trick. This is the trick.
Oh, I see. So maybe they all think that they're trying to save the world or something.
Yes.
Okay, that's kind of funny though. If you own all the banks and you think you're saving the world, that's the thing.
Not everyone.
Maybe they're trying to bring the end of it.
Maybe.
Oh yeah, they're trying to end the world. Yeah, that's actually a better. I like that reason more. Actually,
well, we can get specific, but that's Zionism. Yes, Zionists think that like they can never find salvation until end times come because it's already written.
Yeah, I mean that actually sounds more of a deep motivation.
Yeah, that's a religious. That's zealotry. Yeah, but there's a lot of Zionists out there, Christian and Jewish and whatever. Like, there's a lot of people who they're on the Zionist thing. So like they're everything that's written, they're using it as a tool. They're saying like the people already believe in this shit. Like, let's use it.
But if you
Like, so they're just trying to bring about end times to meet their goal instead of God's goal or your goal, because that's what really is important, is what makes you fulfill your life.
Honestly, that makes a lot more sense than trying to save the world. Actually, now that I think about it, because if you're one of them, or sorry, if you're if you're self-aware, you know what I'm saying, and you own every, pretty much every industry, and your goal is to end the war, bring us to the very end, I guess. I don't know what that looks like, but it's a very it's a very
bad result no matter what.
I think the goal is just to. Yeah. I think AI is their goal, man. They're just trying to bring up about a new type of God.
Well, yes, and that, I've been talking a lot about that. Yeah, but they want to replace God with this AI God to try to it's like about a reset. They want to. This gets real crazy. Like the whole transhumanism.
Before we do that, can I just just on that last subject that we're just talking about, you brought up a good point as well, Lou. Like, it's not. You look at people like that, environmentalists that are going around hurting people with climate change and stuff like that. They think they're doing something good for humanity, but they're brainwashed, and they're not doing anything good for humanity. They're getting into they're getting brainwashed by the people who are in control. So it's not always, you can't look at these groups like, oh, they're all trying to do this, because they're not. They've all got their separate reasons, like they're not. Like the climate control people.
Yes. Everybody has their personal reasons. Like, absolutely.
Yeah. So sorry. I just wanted to, before we wandered off into another subject, I just wanted to say that as well. Go on with your AI. I hate this subject.
Dude, everybody hates this subject. Like transhumanism, everybody hears the word and they're like, I have no idea what that means. I'm turned off. But the idea of it is becoming, transcending above human. That's kind of what transhumanism is. So that like quite literally, actually. So so denying God, denying what it is to be human, and taking it to another level. That's their goal. That's what they want.
So is that the soul snatching?
Yes.
Yeah.
So maybe like if you have cybernet, or what do they call it? Poly something limbs? Prosthetic. You have prosthetic limbs. Yeah, that's what I remember seeing. I remember too much of that. But I don't even think.
What do you mean by prosthetic?
Even if everyone was a robot, you would still have. I think they wouldn't they just be in the same situation? I guess everything would be more efficient, but like.
Well, they've got control over. If you've got some artificial things in your brain, and
that's true.
You've got a 5G network, and
they can control your neuron,
they can access
neurological, synapses.
Yeah, well, everything in your brain controls what your body does. So how far can you take it? I have no idea how far you can take it, but I tend to think that it's not as advanced as what we think it is.
Let's say they were successful and they were able to control the minds using, I don't know, some kind of computer or whatever, Okay, what's the next thing? Like, after that, is it just, you always wonder, because they're not going to just stop once we're all robots, you know what I'm saying? There's something else.
They're already doing it without accessing our brains, aren't they? So, men or women, men can have babies.
Anybody who wants to accept this, like, that's going to be cool. Like,
Yeah,
and unfortunately, you guys don't understand. Like, when we're talking amongst each other, we're like, that is the worst nightmare you could ever imagine. Most people actually are like, that sounds great. Like,
that used to be my whole identity. I wanted to do machine learning and shit. Like that used to be my identity. I'm not lying.
Oh yeah, most people are loving and accepting of the idea. We are the minority by being turned off by that idea.
Well, they preach it as
My
inclusion.
eyes suck. I want some new eyes. You know, pathetic, man. My legs aren't good enough. I want to jump over a 20-foot building.
Well,
we'll be able to run. Go ahead,
to everyone, you know, like we have to accept this reality that it's not reality. You know, that's how they're warping your brain. So everything that you accept that's not actually reality is making your brain change to accept more things that are not reality. So that when they bring stuff that's not reality, you're more acceptable to it. You know, so it's not that hard. They're already doing it to your brain.
They're pulling a Godception, pretty much.
Yeah, but what I was saying is, like you pointed out, like they're already doing a damn good job now. Wait till they do get a Neuralink in your ass.
Okay, so let's say, assuming they're successful, right? Let's just say hypothetically they succeed and the entire human race is controlled by a robotic brain that they just, injected into everyone's brain, right? Let's just assume that's true. What would be the next? What would be their what would they do with that power is the question. Because once they have
the answer is simple. Nothing good.
Nothing good. But I wonder what
God is angry at the blasphemy, and Satan feels like he's accomplished something.
Yeah, it's just I am still curious what would happen, but obviously it doesn't make sense.
You guys understand that by accepting crypto and by investing in crypto that you're building the blockchain, which is what they need to accomplish this goal, right?
What so they to control the human mind via technology?
Yeah, blockchain technology. Yes, this is a necessity for the futurism goal. Yeah.
I thought it was just like gambling, right? For crypto?
Nope. But that's a very narrow-sighted way of looking at it. It's a very short-term. Yeah, right. Yes, it is that. It is that.
It's not just. So what you're telling me is, I'm not just in a digital casino. There's more.
No, it's not just that. It's not just that.
Everything you do, it's on the blockchain. Everything you want, it's on the blockchain. It's a control mechanism.
Yeah.
Well, sir, there's modern technologies such as Monero, where it encrypts your data. So it's
all right, I don't want to get into a whole conversation from the crypto investors about how what they're doing is good. Go fuck yourselves with that shit. Like you're just you're being selfish. And there's nothing wrong with that. You're trying to find a way to invest your money to do better for yourself and your family. I get it.
They have money invested in it. And they want more people to invest in it so their value will go up. I get
it. Isn't it just gambling? It's just gambling like stocks is just gambling. It's the same thing, right? I'm pretty sure it's gambling.
No, it's decentralized finance.
No, it's not going to save the world. And if you try to spout that, you're a fucking liar and a doomsdayer.
It's taking the money away from the government and giving it to the people.
Shut up. You're a fucking concave earther.
Honestly, yeah. So what happened? Okay, you guys have seen the movie The Matrix. What do you think would have happened if the robots won?
Actually, they did win. It's just they're still in the Matrix. They just think they're outside of the Matrix.
Okay, so the
Never
Matrix
watched
basically they would just continue harvesting human body heat for all of time until the end.
Actually,
forever.
I might take it back because I didn't watch the last one, so I don't know what happened with the last one.
Oh yeah.
But I imagine they are still in the Matrix, even though they might think they are outside of it.
The last one is just a new Matrix. As soon as the movie starts, you go, "Oh, this is a new Matrix." Okay.
Yeah.
So yeah, so they are in the Matrix still. So the robots
Yeah,
did one.
Yeah, because at the end he gets to the Oracle, and then the Oracle says, "Yeah, I brought you here. I'm the program." And he goes, "Oh fuck, all this for nothing. I'm still in the program."
There you go. So that answers your question.
So so you're saying they would just continue? I mean, okay, so like even after thousands of years, all they would do is just continue enslaving humanity, and then after, like, I feel like something's got to give after a certain amount of time. You know, I don't think. I wonder how long they could actually. How long they would be successful at actually enslaving everyone, you know?
Your guess is as good as mine, mate.
Yeah.
Revelation.
But, you know,
Check it out,
taxes is
amigo.
kind of like that too, so. But taxes is not as bad as robots and controlling your mind. But it is. Actually, never mind. I'm not going to make that analogy. I don't think taxes is as bad as.
Hey, actually, I have something to say about that. Something to say about taxes. It seems to me at this point, at least in America, I mean, maybe not every country, but here in the United States, it seems to me like we've lost the potential ability to vote politicians or policies into place that will lower taxes. It seems to me like it's become a runaway train of higher taxes year after year. It doesn't seem to be any end to it or any solution to it.
Yeah.
I think they're trying to tax us to death. I mean, effectively, that's what they're doing. I mean, think about how hard it is to even just buy a piece of land or a house these days. Think about property taxes. Think about income taxes. These things are all just going up. You're just squandering your dollars more and more every year.
Or returning to feudalism.
Is there any? Is there any?
Effectively serves.
Is there a country that has currency that's actually going up in value?
Yeah, gold and silver.
Well,
gold,
because currency is based off of the reserve currency. So like it's all based of nothing is based off of actual tangible things. So it's based off of the US dollar, which is non-tangible. So some currencies are going up while others are going down based off of it. It's a relationship.
Okay, so like
If only we could program money to have a limited supply.
Yeah, but whoever controls that power can just
If
lift
we
it.
could program money to have a limited supply, that would be awesome.
Money is a replacement for the work that you've done. And all it can do is buy resources. So resources are the only real money. There's no such thing as money.
Well, they just turned you into your own slave. Why get the slave master to feed slaves when you can feed yourself and pay for it?
Right.
And willingly do it yourself.
Like you can grow your own food?
Still a slave, no matter what. I don't care what anyone says. You can't get out of the system. You still need money as a transaction. You can move away to the countryside. You can grow your own food. You still need things.
Something from your neighbor.
Running, you know, like you do, yeah, but you need something to barter with. But also technology. If you're running off solar panels and things like that, they break. So you need some type of money to purchase repairs for solar panels.
Here's the thing: even with the crypto guys, like they think they're doing something, but they just keep on playing with like digital numbers until they cash out, and when they cash out, it's in US dollars.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, let me ask you this: do you think the people that are in like uncontacted tribes, I think they're the most free if you think about it, because they never no taxes, no fluoride in the water, whatever it is, toothpaste, no propaganda, no vax, no pretty much no. They're not cucked at all. They're like the most opposite of cucked.
No, they'll just go in and poison the water system there, or they'll go in by military force and make you move out of your location, just like they did with the story of the Native Americans. It's nothing new.
So, like they're eventually. Oh, you're saying that eventually they're going to get the government's going to step in no matter what.
They do whatever they want. It's all under the guise of freedom, and everybody has the ability to grow under my leadership.
Okay, so they're just waiting for it to happen, even if though. But I guess until that happens,
they want to. It's not waiting. They'll do it whenever they want to.
Oh, I thought you meant like. I was talking about like uncontacted tribes. Were you talking about people who were like wanting the government to take over? Because I thought you meant like.
What do you think they do in Africa on a daily basis?
No, we're not saying we want them to take over. They've already taken over. We want them to. We want them to go away. Like, God damn it.
Oh,
Leave us
okay.
the fuck alone.
But all of them? I thought there's some out there that haven't been interfered with yet. Like, there's genuinely. Weren't there some islands that were like there's genuinely no interaction with the outside world?
We want the elitists to go away.
Oh, okay, yeah.
We want to be like everybody, all the other Aborigine tribes out there. Leave us alone. Let us do our own thing. But as long as you use their road system and you go and work in their community systems, their societies, and you go and pay their taxes, you're a slave to their system.
Well, you realize you only have to pay taxes if you're in the system. If you never pay taxes, that you're not agreeing to their contract.
Yeah, if you never paid taxes, you never had a job, and you just fucking begged your way through life. Good job for you, Truth Seeker.
Do you think the elite, or sorry, the highest? Go ahead, sir. Go ahead.
No, don't worry about him, mate.
Oh, I was just gonna say, do you think everyone actually pays taxes?
No. Look, actually, like, if you're elite, you actually get a return. You don't get any.
Exactly.
You don't pay anything. Yeah.
Exactly right. That's right. So you could almost make the argument that if you were in one of the so-called elite, right, or whatever, and you decided to retire and you were no longer taking orders from anyone, and you didn't pay taxes, then you're actually free.
Well, you can't make the argument. Yeah, that all that is speculation.
Oh, of course, but I mean, like,
this is
theoretically. Yeah, I'm not. I haven't been there. Yeah.
No. It's actually not speculation. Like, literally, the way the tax brackets are set up, and you can see it. Like, look. Okay, I'm not gonna say that like General Electric is elite, but they're getting close. They don't pay any taxes. They get a big return at the end of the year. They pay zero taxes.
Why would they pay taxes themselves?
Wait, what? Say
Why
that
would
again?
they pay taxes to themselves? Like you're like, oh, why don't they pay taxes?
General Electric is not. No. The power company is in the United States anyway. Maybe you're in Canada or something. Maybe it's different. But in the United States, the power companies are private companies, and they get to list themselves as being privately owned, but they don't pay any taxes.
Because they're owned like the Federal Reserve is owned by railroad companies, man. The Federal Reserve is owned by railroad companies. So
I thought it was owned by banks. Really?
Yeah, no.
It's not private banks.
It goes back to the.
Okay. Anyway, sorry. Go ahead. Continue. I didn't mean to interrupt. Go ahead.
Yeah. Hey, it goes back the what do they call it? It starts with an M.
Monopoly?
No.
Municipality? Money?
Family. It's a royal family. French.
Mafia?
No.
Royal family.
Yeah, it's a royal family name. The name.
Talking about the Rothschild.
Huh?
Oh, like monarch. Oh, like the last name. It starts with an M. Is what you're saying?
MAN. Or the name of the damn family. Anyway, they came over here in mid 1800s. The French Revolution went on, and they snuck their child over here, and he ended up buying up all the railroad companies, and that's what the Federal Reserve is built.
All this stuff was exposed back during like the 2008 budget crisis, the housing bubble, and everything else. Like the biggest companies and corporations in America or in the world pay zero taxes. In fact, they get a giant return from the government of millions and sometimes billions of dollars. They once you get to a certain level, it doesn't count. Like you don't play their game anymore. It's totally fucked up.
So you're free, right? I mean, assuming you're retired, assuming you're at that level, and then you don't take orders from anyone, and you retire, then you're actually free because you don't have to pay taxes, right?
Essentially, but it's better than that because you get the taxpayers to pay you for existing.
Oh, so you're like owning the slave.
Yeah,
you're like a slave owner essentially. But the best slaves are the most productive slaves are ones who believe that they're free anyway. So I don't know. But actually, wait. That's not true. You're not free. You know why? Because even if you didn't pay any taxes, what would happen is if you ever make a purchase at any store or any restaurant or any car dealership or any house, right? There will be a tax when you go to put the items in the cash. Like when you go to the cash register and he scans your items, there's a tax that you pay on that.
Well,
so you're
the thing
still
I was getting to is that the richest people pay the fewest taxes. So this is if you go back only like 40 years, I think it was like just as Reagan was taking office, he's the one who changed it. But
it was Braun, right?
I remember. You paid like I forget the exact number, but it was super high. If you were made a lot of money, you paid a lot of money. You paid 90. Yeah. You paid 90% of everything that you made in income back into taxes, and they've reversed that. Now those same companies pay like 12% while you pay 30%.
Okay, so I think that they're still slaves, even if it's just a little bit of tax, you're still a slave. I still think.
Even if you don't pay taxes, you're a slave.
Well, that's the thing I was thinking of is like the only way to really not pay any taxes is to
who should pay the burden? Who should pay the burden? The people who are making the money or the people who are doing the work?
People making the money.
Well, anyone who's not doing the work, I honestly, if it was truly based on merit alone, it would just be the people who are doing the least amount of work, essentially, because the more effort you put in, you would think.
So the people who don't work are the ones who should pay the most money.
Yes.
Well, the ones that own the companies.
What about the people who literally like build the railroad tracks and the telephone lines?
They shouldn't pay any.
They shouldn't pay anything.
Exactly. Even how about the police?
Anyways, I'm charging them 90% tax. Fuck those guys.
Yeah. Well, okay. Let me ask. Go ahead.
No, I mean, it's nice to have some kind of civil society, but I think we do a better job if we policed ourselves. But that that's just me. Carry on.
I was just gonna say, if there was a person well, let me put it this way: in order to be truly free and not pay any taxes at all, you would have to literally avoid going to like any store, and also never get like
the
like you
only
would have
way
to completely.
It's called living off the land. I've seen people live off the land, but still, even those Mongols go
into hiding as well because they
even those Mongols got to buy some ammo or some shit. You know,
The only way to truly live free is to figure out how to get other people to do everything for you, and always live on top of the world.
Yeah, I guess.
Free.
On top of the flat world.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I flat smacked an 80-year-old this morning, man. It was great. Anyway, but he already knew about chemtrails, and I was like, he was like, fuck yeah, man, this guy's hit, man. I gotta hit him. I go, dude, I gotta tell you something. Anyway, he'd already heard about it. He thought we were on a disc, and I was like, no. We're not on a fucking frisbee. Stop that. Anyway. Did you guys see that moon fly by, man? I just saw it today for the first time. Wow, what a piece of cinematography that was. Holy crap.
Do you think there's only... Well, I'm assuming there's only one moon, right? That's what I think.
Yeah, looks like the same moon every night. I look at it.
Yeah.
Somebody's got some evidence to the contrary.
There's probably only. Yeah, that's another question. Who knows what it is? It's a light in the sky, as Nathan used to say.
It's got the same markings on it every night. I don't know.
Okay, that's a more interesting question. Where do you think those markings came from?
I've seen some electric universers go into it, how that could be made, and they kind of replicated it in their garage or whatever. It was.
Let me ask you this:
electric arcing, like lightning bolts.
At least they replicated it in their garage. We still can't replicate pressure without a container in our garage, can we?
Yeah.
I'm still waiting for that one, man. I think I might.
When you look at those markings on the moon, at first I actually thought they were remains of some kind of military attack, like maybe like missiles or something. You know, hit it or something.
Yeah, and they're all made perfect circles. That's cool.
Maybe not. I don't know then.
Anyway, it's a mystery, man. We'll probably never know because none of us are going there. But it's pretty cool, and it's definitely not some rock flying over our head. You know? I think we got that much, but again,
such a conspiracy theories, dude.
I know, right?
Yeah.
Don't you pin me down to no claims. How dare you? Did you guys have a good weekend? I did, man. Had a great weekend. And it's Monday. Yeah, I came in a little early.
I fucking destroyed it this weekend. My daughter and myself, dude, luckily we got like 5 inches of snow in a short period of time. And we were snowboarding in the yard and fucking shredding and killing it. We were fucking, but now it's going to melt this week. So,
all right. Well, you got
yeah, we did it.
Got your first run, man. I like it.
Exactly.
Nobody got hurt. That's good. Right? Nobody got hurt.
Did you have a snowball fight?
No. We just were shredding. We were fucking killing it.
Doing some rails.
Legends. Yeah, grinds.
Doing some rails.
We got Sean White in the house.
Yeah.
You should make a half pipe, you know? Just put I don't know how hard it would be. Might be a little dangerous.
Dude,
but,
I'll tell you what. If you buy me one of those snowmaking machines, I will make a half pipe.
Yeah.
All right.
It would be, dude. The adrenaline is. I can believe. You know, I can imagine that. I haven't. Oh. Yeah, and it's more. I think that's safer than like skateboarding too, isn't it? Because it's like not as
Yeah, you're not gonna. You got a little.
Oh, dude.
A little bit.
Oh, that was the thing. Like, actually, that's the thing that I did again over the summer because I'm trying to get my daughter into snowboarding with me. I need a riding partner. I'm in my middle age. I need a riding partner. You know, I'm going back to my day, and I want to ride again, but I need somebody to go with me. And my daughter is like, she's ready. Dude, this girl is fucking enthusiastic and shit. So like, it's great. But yeah, like, no, it's just, I'm sorry. It's just, yeah.
You're gonna be fine, man. You're gonna have your partner. You got the partner.
No, man, yeah.
The core memories too.
Anyway, the point was over the summer, knowing I wanted to get into snowboarding, I bought her and myself a skateboard, and so we were skateboarding all summer.
Oh, right.
And
Nice.
yeah. And it's great practice. It's way harder than snowboarding. So
Yeah.
like, yeah, like, yeah.
Definitely. And it's more dangerous too, I think.
It is. It really is.
Yeah.
And I bought all the pads and stuff like that too.
Yeah.
I stay on the skateboard during the winter so I can surf in the summer. I'm 41, so yeah. If I come off it, I'm fucked.
You know what? Honestly, instead of skateboarding, try surfing. Actually, just try to make her surf.
We don't have. I'm in the Midwest. I got Lake Michigan. We don't do much surfing. We don't do much surfing on Lake Michigan.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Lake Michigan's real flat, man.
It's pretty flat.
Pretty flat.
Yeah. No, actually, I've been out on Lake Michigan on a wave runner with like 13-foot swells, dude. 13-foot swells on a wave runner, dude.
Fuck off.
You know what you could do? You know what you could do instead of okay, so all you do is you just do that string. You know how you have the string, the rope attached to the boat, and then you just. That's how you learn. Well, it's kind of harder than skateboarding because you have to hold on. You have to have a lot of strength.
People, if anybody's ever been on a wave runner in high seas, like, dude, it's way scarier than it sounds like. Like, it's way more dangerous than it sounds like. Like, dude, literally, like. Dude.
If you're far away from the beach, if you're far away from the shore.
Yeah, dude, I can't believe I was out there in that shit. Like, like now looking back, I'm like, dude, if I would have had any trouble whatsoever, I was dead.
You're done. Well, you didn't. Not very, very thankful for that.
Especially if there's a storm.
I know your daughter is too. No, yeah, that picture of the flyby. Woo, that's smoking.
Oh, were you looking at some of the videos I posted?
Moon, man. I'm like, I kept seeing this headline, and then I was like looking, I'd be in a bar or something. So, Orion's going by the thing, and I'm like, what the fuck are they talking about, man? Right? I get home, I'm like, look, that fucking went by the moon and the lander capsule shit Orion thing that they built, and I'm like that, and I looked at the video and I was like, no. No. And everybody's all excited, man. They're all pumped up, man. The news people are all, what the fuck is that, man? Are you kidding me? That looks, I don't even know what to fucking think of it, but I just thought it was just ridiculous. And I know you guys did too, man. And I just had to come in here and have a laugh at NASA's expense and say that that's one of the most ridiculous things I've ever seen. I love the way that fisheye lens shaped that moon into an egg. That was cool.
Haven't you heard of the egg-shaped moon theory?
That's a new one. Hit me, man. I'm very open-minded.
Goes side by side with the cosmic egg.
Oh, the cosmic egg, yeah. I kind of touched that years ago. I was like, it doesn't feel right, man. No.
Can you can have
yeah.
Does the egg? Do you think the egg is in space though? That's the next question. Or do you think the egg has a gravitational pull?
That's hilarious.
It's funny because there was a guy in here before. We've spoken to him before. He believes that we still live on a ball, but it's a really big ball.
Really?
And we live on the top part of the ball, which is flat.
It's more like a cylinder, isn't it?
I could be down with that, Timbo.
Yeah, ask him if it's a cylinder. Ask him if he thinks it's a cylinder.
He said he's integrating the flat and the globe model together. So that he doesn't
Just to reach the compromise.
That's fucking genius, man.
I said, mate, you got to be careful because you'll start arguing with yourself.
This guy's got to come back in here, man. I got to talk to him straight away, man. What was his name?
Go ahead.
He's got like a blue screen. With like a fork, like an upside down fork on it. I can't remember his name.
Does he have rolls?
He's got I don't know, but it should be really giant flat earther.
Big ball flat earther. Big balls flat earther. Okay.
And he didn't say it was a cylinder, did he? He didn't say that.
No, it's still it's a giant sphere, but
it's a giant sphere.
It's so big that you can't detect curvature.
But there is a flat part which we're on, right?
Yeah, we're on top of it. And I said, so where's the
we're
sphere?
on top, right.
Where's the sphere? And he said, oh, I don't know, it's just there.
That was his evidence? Oh, shit. So this 80-year-old today I was talking to this morning, having coffee. And he was flying on a plane today, and after I talked to him for like an hour and about all kinds of stuff, Federal Reserve, WHO.
The good old days. Yeah.
We were just going through, we were just back and forth. It was just like magic. Anyway, I go, hey man, why are you flying on that plane today, man? Do me a solid, would you? Look out the plane, man, and see how far you can see. And let me know if you see any curvature. Get back to me. I gave him my number. I was like, dude. Anyway, we'll keep in contact, man. The guy was as sharp as a tack for an 80-year-old, man. I'll tell you what. He was sharp, man. He's well-read, and he knows all about all the other bullshit that's going on. And he hadn't really looked into the flat earth yet, but I gave him the link to the Discord. Maybe he'll show up, man. We'll see.
It's hard, man. It's honestly, I think it's just hard to like come to terms with this sometimes. At least at first, eventually it's like nothing. It's like, oh, it's what it is, what it is, right?
Right. I mean, but he'd already come to the terms that when he woke up that he's living on Planet of the Apes, man, because this place is fucked up, right? And he was going on and on about waking up and realizing that most of these people are fucking stupid morons eating Doritos and, and drinking Coke and watching football and all that.
The other thing I should also ask him would be like, how was he raised? Like in terms of like his parents, was his parents like hardcore Globers? Because that would influence it.
But he said he'd already knew, some people had already hit him up about the flat earth, but I don't know, maybe I was the first flat earther he actually met in person. I don't know, but he's on some different forums and stuff and getting information in different places, just like we all are.
Hey, did he text you back? He didn't say anything about curvature or anything?
No, yeah, man. He had a long flight. He probably got in late. He was up early.
Yeah.
Maybe get back to me tomorrow or something, but
let
me ask you this.
Watching 200 proofs Eric Dubay. That's where he is right now.
I was thinking that, I don't know if I would give him that one. I think I would give him the new one that Taboo Conspiracy put out last week. It's called How to Save a Flat Earther or something like that.
You should ask him.
It's only 36 minutes long, but it's 8 years of work in 36 minutes, man. It's so good. I was like,
next time. Sorry, go
here, I can give you guys the link, man. I'll give you guys the link here. It's it's certainly the best new fucking video. It's for flat earth. It's been put out all year, I think. But
yeah, because those like the next level that was maybe for newbies, kind of people just getting introduced to it.
Yeah, this is like I think it's a nice combination of newbies and the the veterans out here.
Next time you fly with them,
I couldn't stop watching it, and I'm a flat earther, and all he's talking about is like the fake moon landings and there's no curvature and Antarctica's closed. He was hitting all these things, man. You guys should watch it, man. That's all I'll say. And I'll just leave it at that, man. But here it is. I'll give you guys the link. It's 8 years of work in 36 minutes, and it's not 200 proofs, but it's like 10 things that how to save a flat earther, man. You guys can save a flat earther with 10 of these 10 things, man. And I think it's just like really well done. This guy's a real pro. He's an attorney. You know, he's been around. He's an OG flat earther, man, big time. And you know, he's never asked anybody for a dime for anything. And I love guys like that, man. And he was a really good friend of mine. They did a radio show together years ago. And shout out.
I think that title is a little off. I saw that title on BitChute and I was like, oh, well, that's another retard.
No,
I didn't even think twice about it. It sounded like a anti, you know?
It's not. It's 100%. This is how he saved the flat earther, man. Because they're all impossibilities. Everything he brings up, there's no fucking way any Glober could ever prove otherwise, man. And it would take them, you know, their whole life to disprove the 10 things he brings up, man. Good luck. Let me know how it works out. It's a must watch for any flat earther, guaranteed.
Go ahead, Jizbo. Go ahead.
Hey, for those who, it's funny, Jizbo.
Not the son, not the only one, kids.
I get it.
I figured out the family name that I was trying to remember earlier, the Merovingians. They're the ones that own the railroad.
Merovingians. You got to send me a link. Are they
in the picture that I sent? Let me have a look.
You can look up Merovingian crest, and it's a big
Matrix.
It's a big family or what?
It's a lot. So it ran through like the Norse family, and then it spread out over the Celtic side and the Gaelic side, but it eventually trickled down to the French. So, who was the guy that took all the books out of the Bible from the Council of Nicaea? What was his name? The king.
He took books out of the Bible, really?
I don't know, man. That's not my area.
The king, Charlemagne. He was a Merovingian.
Charlemagne? I've heard of him.
Charlemagne.
So there's missing books?
Charlatan. He's a charlatan.
They're all really tall.
Charlatan.
There's speculation that Trump is a Merovingian.
Wait. So the Bible has missing books?
Yeah, there's a bunch of missing books, dude. It's like how many?
For real?
That's all.
Is there a missing book that's after Revelations, or is that the last one?
No, there are books that are missing between Genesis and Revelation. There's books.
Oh wow! How many?
There's a discrepancy on that.
So wait a minute.
There's a lot. That means there's missing books.
Oh,
Isn't Enoch one of the missing books?
Yeah, Enoch, Book of Jubilee.
I've heard Enoch.
Enoch is definitely one.
The Book of Jasher, the Maccabees 1 and 2.
Hey, guess what, everybody? Hey, guess what? Our entire cosmology and history has been manipulated through the media and education. I'm a genius. Yeah. Prove me wrong. Keep it simple.
I got a question about that pilot you were talking about earlier. So, next time you fly with him, ask him what he think would happen if when he was landing, the ground started spinning at 1,000 miles an hour. Ask him what do you think would happen?
Well, I've asked a couple pilots that over the years, and they know it's not. It would be disaster.
Try ask the pilot. Have you ever tried to land on a moving object that is not just moving in one direction, also moving in multiple directions?
Well, there's a bunch of vectors, but
what and wobbling at the same time.
my dad was a fighter pilot in World War II, and he landed airplanes on aircraft carriers, and that's extremely difficult to do, man.
Oh yeah, that's what I want to know.
And
how difficult was that?
Yeah, it's so difficult, man. He fucked
How
up.
fast were they going? How fast was the aircraft carrier going?
The Corsairs, I think, at landing speeds about like 70 or 80 miles an hour or something, somewhere in there. But the problem with the Corsair, man, is that the way that the fuselage was, they didn't have a lot of visibility down like. It was kind of really. I've sat in the Corsair, and the thing, the nose points up, man. You can't see shit on the ground, man. It's kind of weird.
Was the aircraft carrier spinning?
Plus, well, yeah, going into the Globe model, yeah, it spins and it's spinning real fast. But the Coriolis effect. But don't forget, conservation of momentum. That cucky excuse for that's as bad as refraction, man. The conservation of momentum is just as bad as refraction. I mean, come on, you got to come up with something. I get it, but both of them are just excuses, right?
Okay, so let's say hypothetically that you were landing a plane on an aircraft carrier, and that aircraft carrier was moving in multiple directions, and it was conserving the momentum, right? And apparently it also is wobbling as well.
It sounds like a really
and you're moving at the let's say you're moving in the opposite direction of the spin, and you're landing on it.
Rev, you and I should make a video game, bro. Pull this off, Mongos. I dare you. Get to level 4, man.
That would be some impressive shit. I would watch that.
You know what that reminds me of? You know how those people, they manipulated that Mario game, and like everywhere you go it's a death trap?
Oh yeah,
yeah, exactly. Like, here, fly this. You think you're a good pilot? Fly this shit, man. Come here. You're a fucking fighter pilot, are you? Come here. I got you, bro. You can't fly this game to save your life.
You can't beat this game, dude. You cannot beat this game.
You know, the craziest thing is like, it's even more than 1,000, right? Because even at 1,000 miles per hour, that doesn't include the fact that you're going through the galaxy.
6,000 or the fucking, the 500.
Yeah, and then a million after that, because the galaxy is supposed to be moving.
2.1 million after that, and then another million.
Try landing on an aircraft carrier that's moving at 66 million miles per hour.
Let's not forget it should be daytime all the time too.
Oh yeah, that's the fun one. I love that one. That one's the fun.
Hey, Giz, man. I've been looking for some curvature, man. And the only thing that can satisfy curvature is curvature. You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah.
Hey,
I know exactly what you're saying,
dude.
I need more curvature is what I'm saying, man.
Well, so you know the thing about curvature, right? It's observable and measurable, right?
Exactly, right? And I got a need for more curvature.
Anybody seen anything lately?
There it is. See, there's the curvature.
There. Okay.
Hey,
what color
you can
was
see
it?
why Rucker invented Ukraine too.
Hey, Dr. Dude.
Yes,
Dude, if a flat Earth Indian tribe went to war against the Globe Earth Indian tribe and they shot the arrows from a half a mile away, and the Globe Earth accounted for Coriolis, while the arrows were in the air, which side would win?
The cylinder Indians. Only the cylinder Indians would win.
Waterworld and I are both. I'm part Blackfoot, but I'm not sure. I can't remember.
That's racist.
We found out together that all of the American Indian tribes are all flat earthers, man. All of them. And that's just the way it was. So, of course, the answer to your question there, Waterworld, is that there's no Indians fighting over the globe or the flat earth. They were all flat earthers, man. So there would be no fight.
I bet you none of those Indians thought it was spinning.
None of them. Not one.
Zero.
No one ever did.
Yeah, exactly. No one ever.
In modern times, they do though. Think about it. If one of these Native Americans was raised with the globe, he might end up arguing with someone about the globe.
Dude, man, hey, one of my favorite American Indians of all time, Russell Means. You can check him out. Big time advocate for rights for people and whatever, man. The guy was solid as hell, man, when it came to like, honest justice and, the fucking, those guys got railroaded in all kinds of different ways. And he was an advocate against that. He even took over, like Alcatraz back in the 70s. This guy was hardcore, right? Even I heard this Mongo, man, going on an interview. He was talking about the globe, dude. I was like, damn. Once I heard that after being a flat earther, I was like, my respect for him, man, was like, oh, shit. He wasn't even at our level, dude. He wasn't even there. I mean, did some great shit, man. He was out there busting ass, and I'm sure you guys have been out there busting ass. I know Orion's been out there busting ass, trying to tell people about, different avenues of thinking and realizing where you live. I mean, that's what we do. That's what I've been doing for fucking 30 years, man. And just say, hey, man, the system that they sold you is now it's not good. It's a shitty system, man.
It's just not what it is. Yeah.
Not what it is, man.
Yeah.
It ain't
me.
It ain't me. You're right.
You realize, Dr. Dude, you brought up railroading. You realize back in 1880 there was this 200-mile railroad they put together. They didn't take into account curvature of the earth, so when they met in the middle, they were 2 miles. They were 2 miles off.
That's kind of funny, actually.
They didn't have a proper sextant. It must have been the problem. Their sextant was fucked. I think their sextant was fucked up.
Yeah, they just didn't.
You think they took in land elevation? You think they knew what their land elevation was?
Well, without a doubt, they figured out that
didn't figure out shit.
A mountain, like so many miles away, is going to be so high and so close.
They had a bunch of slaves on both sides, and they just decided that they were going to fuck with them.
That's why I love you, my friend. Oh shit, yeah. I love coming in here and talking truth and laughing and saying, hey man, the guy, even the 80-year-old that I flat smacked today, he's like, dude, how are we gonna fix this shit? And I'm like, I don't think we're gonna fix it. I think we're gonna get like one or two here or there. We're gonna do what we can, and we're not gonna get the platform to reach millions of people, dude. It's just not gonna happen. And you can reach 1 or 2 or 10, and if those 1 or 2 or 10 reach another 1 or 2 or 10, I mean, I think that's until these motherfuckers are gonna blow themselves up, man. And we just have to kind of like cruise along until they do it, because they're gonna do it, man. These Mongos are gonna destroy themselves, man. Whether it's that Roman Empire fell or whatever, man, that kind of thing, man. It's like these cocks. They wouldn't know what Coco-19 hit them. If I'd said that, they would be like, what the hell are you talking about? But if I say that to you guys, man, you're like, I know exactly what he's talking about. But the AI and all their tech and all their smarts, they're never, ever going to catch on to something like that. And that goes a long way. We can use that to our advantage day in and day out, man. And I've seen it.
Yeah, we can't save everyone, I think. I think there's people. Yeah,
that's okay.
We can try to save. Yeah, that's how. This is how.
That's okay.
By the way, Flat Earth dude, if you ever hear me say 2020, I'm just going to call it 2020 from now on.
I love it.
Like when you say 19, when you say 19, you kind of get a hint on it. I'm going to call it 2020.
That's all AI. That's 100% AI proof, dude.
Yeah.
2020, man. I was at the beach, and 2020
it came out in 2019, but it was big in 2020.
2020 was the thing, man. We were out protesting, doing things out the beach, and I saw a dude get arrested on a paddleboard in 2020. I was like, what the fuck happened? Wait a minute. It's like that movie Back to the Future 2, man, where they go to the future. They come back from the future, and everything is all fucked up, man. And they're like, "What the fuck happened, man?
This is not how I left it.
This is not how I left it, man." And there's an alternative timeline going on that all of us have somehow entered it. We're still back in the all fucked up thing, man. And we're like, how the fuck are we
to the Old West?
Back to our real?
I'm still waiting for my fucking hoverboard. It's been 30 years now, mate. And I
Talk to
still haven't
MIT.
got one.
Talk to MIT. They already did it. Talk to
Wait a minute, Timbo. Were you not around in 2016, 17? They had those electric hoverboards that were dry. I saw the kids all running up and down the street with them.
Yeah, I want one that floats, though.
They started catching, dude. But I've seen so many guys cruising by on boards, with 4-wheel wheels. They got little boards, scooters.
Have you seen those?
There's a lot of hoverboards out there, man. They just don't hover over.
Yeah, that's like saying there's curve.
They even got them for water.
That's like saying there's curve.
Dude, have you guys seen those surfboards that have the hydrofoil that they're?
Oh yeah, how good are they? Yeah.
Oh my God!
There's jetpacks too.
Well, jetpacks. No, we're not there. Come on.
I do
We're
like.
not there.
There's one where they stand and they face forward, and it's just one big wheel, and they lean forward and it moves.
Dude, we got some pretty cool hover shit out there. I'll just say, man.
It doesn't hover.
Well, if you have hydraulics, or go ahead. Sorry.
It doesn't match the Jetsons things yet, but guess what? Did you guys know that George Jetson was born in 2022?
Yep.
No way.
Sure is.
Yeah.
July of 2022.
No, he was born in 2020.
We celebrated it on Twitter.
No.
I know. July of 2022.
No. Dude, I got high authority. I got some information recently that says 100%. I can't back it up. I have no evidence. I got no citations, but I was talking
July
to
17th, like that. 2022. He was born July 17th.
So, yes, George Jetson, July 17th, 2020. It must have been you, Giz, that told me that.
I was the only one talking about it.
Yep, that's it. So
that's something that only Gizbo would know too.
Apparently, Sasha Rothschild has a Twitter account. That's pretty interesting.
Well,
go ahead.
That's
got heaps of wind.
It's a big family, and you ain't in it. Okay, you ain't in it.
Well, I just want to be the Brady Bunch. It's just like the TV show, The Brady Bunch.
Dude, I lived the Brady Bunch life. Well, not really, but my niece.
It's just one of those families, they're just chilling. They're just chilling out there,
My fucking niece married a guy that had 3 kids, and she had 3 kids, and then they had a kid together. They got a whole bunch of them. I think
the Rothschilds, they're just chilling right now. They're not doing anything. They're not up to anything.
Oh, they think they got this whole thing whipped, man. And we're over here
chilling.
We're killing, man. We are.
No, chilling. Not killing. I mean, chilling.
I think we're chilling and killing, and I think we're doing a great job of exposing. That's all we can do. Expose, man. Say, hey, man, this is what's going on. This is what's happening. Check it out. Don't believe me? Check it out. And if somebody does, I was saying to the old guy today, I'm like, dude, man, there is this chance of waking everybody up, man. It's pretty slim, but if we can make a little dent here or there, man, I think it's the way it's supposed to happen. I mean,
honestly, because if you think about that movie, Neo he needed Morpheus to wake him. He couldn't wake himself up. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Yeah.
But if
you're hip to flat Earth, or if you're hip to the other cuckoo shit, then you're like, okay, I feel pretty good about everything, even though, most of your friends are like, did you see what the Coco and the Trump and the fucking charges and the Patriots did this weekend? And you're like, oh, fuck, man. All right, go look at that.
What do you think we would have believed if you were never raised with the globe? What would you have believed?
To run into an
stationary.
Yeah.
just to run into an 80-year-old that was like super awake, I was like, man, this is wow, damn. He's like, he knew shit I didn't know. I was like, oh fuck me, like, dude, you got to come hang out with us on Discord, please.
That question that you asked is exactly what you should ask Globers.
Yeah.
What would you believe if no one had told you were living on a satanic ball?
If you were never exposed to NASA and you're never exposed to any of the
just a globe in the front. Yeah, even a globe in front of the classroom, like it's but and they all say it. Oh well, it just looks flat and stationary. So I'd probably think it was flat and stationary. Well, there you go. Maybe it is.
Well, how about it's what do you call it? Occam's razor, baby. Come on, Timbo.
Because I know I would definitely think it would not be moving 100%. Like if no one ever discussed it with me, I would end up believing it's not moving. Basically, maybe like other than earthquakes.
That's the confidence we need to take into all of our dealings. I mean, you don't want to just run into your mom's house and go, "Hey, the word's flat, you dumbass." No, you don't do that. But just ask them something simple, man. Hey, dude, have you ever thought about, like, you're sitting in your chair here and we're having a beer, that the Earth is spinning at 1,000 miles an hour right now? How cool is that, man? How cool is that? You kind of build it up, like, oh man, I just really feel that spin, don't you?
I really feel the wobble as well.
And just hit them like where you got to hit them in the, I don't know, some kind of vortex in their mind. I don't know. There's all these weirdo shit. People study minds, but you hit them where it's just like nobody's ever said that to them, man. Ever.
Walk into a room and then like stumble and then be like, "Whoa, did you feel that?
Did you guys feel
it? Like the Earth wobbled underneath."
Dude, the Earth. You guys come on, man.
We're going into elliptical orbit.
Do you guys know that we're at the apex of the vortex of the traveling around the sun?
I felt the tilt. I felt the tilt.
I felt the tilt. I love you, Rev. Oh, fuck. If you were here, man, I'd fucking high five your ass right now. Man. I'd be like,
man,
dude,
I almost fell down because it tilted too far in one direction.
Tilt, man. Did you guys feel the tilt, bro? Whoa. Whoa. I got to sit down, man. I got to sit down. I'm still spinning.
I'm getting dizzy right now. I'm getting dizzy.
Still spinning. Give me some water that's flat, please. Thank you.
So when the plane, what would happen if the aircraft carrier, when you landed the plane, it started tilting like a little bit,
it would be a problem, man. It would be a problem. Hey, did you see the movie Maverick? Man, it was so high. It was like Top Gun all over, like times two.
I can't do movies anymore, man. 5 years.
Here's where you got to like separate it, Timbo. Is you have to know camera angles, video effects, lighting, audio. I mean, I did a movie back 2 years ago. I was a sound guy in a movie, man. I'm like, they trick the fuck out of you. You got to know how they trick the fuck out of you with the lighting and everything. Once you're aware of all the tricks that they use to manipulate the screen, man, you can watch something and go and look at it in a completely different realm because you already know the camera angles and the trick. And you're just like, you see right through it. It's like looking at a globe and going, dude, what do you got for the globe, man? They're like, my teacher told me. And you're like, what? That's all. You don't have anything else? You don't know the radius? You don't know the circumference? You don't know the sun distance?
You know what I do? I gave up movies and started watching the news for comical purposes.
Fuck off.
So now I watch it for like entertainment. I go, look what they're fucking doing.
It's something, man. You can see right through the news too, man. I was at my buddy's house.
Hilarious.
I was at my buddy's house this weekend, man, and I show up, man. He's got Fox News on, I'm like,
oh God.
I'm like, I crack my neck, I'm like, hey, do you got any wine? Let's go out back, I'm like, anything to get away from that bullshit, man. I'm like, come on, man, let's go hang out by the pool, man. Yeah, here we go. And you're
Well, hey, have you got a week spare? I need to explain some things to you.
well, that's the cool thing, man. It doesn't take much to if you can trigger somebody's mind to start thinking for itself in any way you can. Even the fact that if I sat down and said, man, did you guys feel the tilt? Oh, fuck, man.
Yeah.
Oh, shit. What tilt? I mean, that opens up a conversation about the tilt, right?
Yeah.
I love that. That's why I love you, Rap, man. I'm going to use it, bro. I'm taking that one.
Or lean back in your chair and they say, what are you doing? You say, I'm adjusting for the tilt.
I'm going to use the tilt. You got a nice pair of tilts. Did I ever tell you guys that? You got a nice pair of tilts.
Whoa, did you feel that conservation of momentum?
There you go, Daddy. Don't. No, that's funny for us, but it's not good in the private sector. It's not. Okay.
I was arguing with a guy last night.
You could use the spin.
I tripped over the curvature. That's
funny you say that. I was arguing with someone last night.
Oh, shit. Is somebody writing this shit down? Because that's pure comedy gold, man, right here. Man.
I tripped over the curvature.
Are you kidding? That is fucking 2022 joke of the year right there, man. I just want you guys. I tripped over the curvature.
That's how I know it was That would be the best proof, actually.
Well, dude, 100%.
Yeah, I'm gonna ask one of the Globers next time. I'm gonna ask them, hey, so I tripped over the curvature. Did you do that? And then they would be like, no, you didn't. And they'd start questioning me.
Oh shit! I gotta tell you something funny. Oh fuck! My wife is
sure.
Well, first of all, she's got really small feet, but her eyes don't dilate, right? So. Or they do, but it's like they're not as instant as ours. It takes a few minutes usually to kind of get her start seeing. Anyway, anytime we're going into from a light place to a dark place, man, she has to grab my fucking shoulder, or I have to hold her hand, or put my arm under her armpit or whatever. I have to kind of guide her because if there's any steps or anything, man, she's fucked. So
go ahead. Sorry, go ahead.
Good. Yeah, I'm done. I'm pretty much done there. Yeah, I'm good.
I had another joke.
She's constantly trying to navigate these curvature things that keep coming up. Is what I'm thinking, man. I'll hit her up next time. I'm like, watch out. I don't want you to trip over the curvature.
yeah, exactly.
She will laugh her ass off when I tell her that, man. I thank you for that, man. That is pure gold right there. I want you guys
when I'm driving a car, I'll be like, whoa, I almost crashed into that. And it's like, how did that happen? Oh, there was just too much refraction. So, or like a pilot.
Oh my God. Has anybody ever used the refraction as an excuse in court for a car accident?
No.
Oh my God!
Yeah, it was really curved, but the refraction made it look flat, so I crashed into it.
I was going 100 miles per hour. No, I was going 50 miles per hour. Yeah.
I was like,
I'm sorry, I was speeding. There was just too much refraction. I was speeding.
I was doing 100 miles an hour. Okay, I was doing 100.
Yeah.
That's
so. I want to work you guys out with it, but it's about 7,000 feet of curvature in 100 miles. So, damn, only in an hour, man. I would.
Yeah, you could make the argument like, sorry, officer. I was looking at my speedometer and I saw. I was going only 50, but because of refraction, it actually said 120. So that's why I got
confused. Dude, the AI doesn't know what to do with this information. And that was the other thing I was saying to the old 80-year-old man. Like, dude, if we can go out and we can talk amongst ourselves and, be open about whatever. We talk about everything on this Discord, by the way. There's nothing that doesn't get discussed. Now, however, we do it in the most cleverest ways. And the AI doesn't have a chance against us, bro. They don't have a fucking chance. They think they got it all. They got their, statistics, and they got the algorithms, and they got all their stats, but they don't have a fucking chance, man. They don't have a chance against us. We're like 100 times.
Officer, I saw your lights in my rearview mirror, but I thought it was refraction. There's no way you were that close.
Exactly.
I know a guy, man, that he fucking flat smacked when he got pulled over. He flat smacked the cop, and the cop let him go, man. Because it threw him off his game, man. It threw him off his globe, dude. I mean, he's like,
I threw him off the globe. He got spun off the globe. He got spun off.
This is the way the story goes down. Is he got so spun that he's like, he didn't know what
he
the fuck.
flew off the globe.
He was like, here's your license. Okay, get the hell out of here. I'll see you later. Yeah, he was wrecked, man. Yeah, so anytime you get pulled over, you have to flat smack the cop, man, straight away.
Just all you got to do is just say, why were you going so fast? Man. Oh, because the reason why I was going fast is because my car is really big, so there's a lot of gravity. So
hey, I wasn't going 100 miles an hour. I was doing minus 900.
There you go. I was doing minus 900 because of the Coriolis and the spin of the earth.
Exactly.
I was adjusting for the spin of the earth.
I was just adjusting.
I was not speeding. I was adjusting for the curvature.
Exactly. There you go. Now we're talking.
I love this brainstorming we're having tonight, man. How tits is that? I was not speeding. I was refraction due to the tilt.
It was there was there was just too much gravity at that point. There was just too much gravitational wells.
There's a video out there, man. I'll try. I don't think I can find it right this minute, but maybe tomorrow. But there's a video.
Did you know you're going 100? Well, the Earth is going 1,000. I think you need to check that one first.
Yeah, why don't you pull the Earth over first before me? He's going 1,000.
Oh, dude! You guys, hey, you gotta listen.
Breaking so many laws right now.
Give the Earth a ticket. Give us the Earth a speeding ticket. It's going way too fast, bro. Tell that shit to slow down.
Shit type, man. I love you guys, man.
You need to give the Earth a ticket, man. He's probably racking up.
Did I mute myself? Hey, there's a video. There's a video out there, man. I can find it tomorrow, but it's a guy. He's talking to the camera. He goes, "Well, officer, the reason the Earth spins at 1,000 miles an hour, all right? He's like, dig this. And then it's going around the sun at like 66,000 miles an hour. Whoa, man, trip out, right? But then the whole solar system is spinning around the Milky Way at like 500,000 miles an hour. And to top it off, man, the entire stars, everything that you see is spinning around the universe at like 2.1 million miles an hour. And that's the reason I cannot walk a straight line tonight, officer.
There it is. You're free to go. You're free to go.
And it cuts to the next scene. He goes, the cop says, "Put your hands behind your back."
At that point, you could genuinely claim insanity.
You're right. Yeah. So next time you get pulled over, say, "Hey, explain to the cop all the motions and everything that's spinning." Whatever you get pulled over for speeding, and say, "Listen, man, the Earth is spinning at 1,000 miles an hour. I was just trying to catch up, man. Just trying to catch up."
Exactly. I was just trying to catch up to the Earth. I just didn't want to get spun off the Earth, man. That's all it was.
Here's the insanity: is that most people think they're on this. I don't even think they even know they're on. They just kind of like half-assedly believe.
They just don't. They don't care usually.
They don't care. They're on a ball or whatever. hey, what, that chick's hot, that football game's cool, that movie's cool. Yeah, that's all I give a shit about. I got to go to work tomorrow. I get it, man. That's a slave society. I think you guys were talking about before I came in, man, was the whole.
Especially if you have kids, like you're not gonna.
You're screwed, man. You're double screwed. And,
yeah, you're not gonna care. You're not gonna care.
Even if you make a lot of money and you work for some big company and you're making a couple $100,000 a year or whatever. Even those Mongos, man, they don't give a fuck. Man. It's like
yeah.
Even if you could save a couple of years of making $200,000 a year and kind of check out from society. You could, $400,000. You could probably get yourself a little cabin in the woods or something, for like $40,000, and really kind of set. Yeah. Anyway, but no, man, that's not. The society hasn't produced those kinds of people. They produce the greedy, the 1980s, the cocainers, the consumers. I gotta have the next greatest Porsche and the next greatest whatever, and it becomes like this. Like it's a really sick psychosis of. I don't know what it is, and the reason I don't know what it is because I've been watching this show for 20 years called American Greed. And I've watched at least 100 different, presidents of the company decide to steal the entire company's wealth, and think he's going to get away with it. Something snaps in people's heads and they become extremely greedy, even though they're making $2 million a year.
It's because it's really hard not to be bought out. Like if someone offered you $1 billion to do something, it's really hard for a lot. I mean, almost no one could refuse it.
You're right. I'd say like 97% would say, no, you know what? Yeah, I'll take the money.
Exactly.
Right.
Exactly.
And that's what we're dealing with. So there's like 3% of us out here that are just trying to say, hey, wait a minute, man. There's got to be a better way. We got to come up with a better way of dealing with all this shit. And
how do you create a society that cannot be bought with money? Like it would have to be like hyper religious or something.
Well, one of the thoughts I had, and I've had a couple conversations in here about it, is that if you're going to be the leaders, you do not get to lead anything until you've put 10 years into the workforce.
Yeah.
You got to be out there in the real workforce. Plumbers, mechanics, construction,
mining.
Yeah, something you gotta you don't even get to run for office until you put 10 years. Welding, the trades, I call them.
Yeah,
the trade. None of the. I was the clerk at the bank for 10 years. No. You got to get out there and fucking spank some ass for 10 years.
Get your hands dirty. Got to get your
hands dirty. Fucking come home exhausted and dirty, and your wife makes you strip your clothes off before you even get in the fucking house. Oh my God. Yeah, that kind of dirt. I've done that kind of work, so I know what it's like. And until you go through it, you don't know what it's like. But if you spend 10 years doing that, then you'll have a much different look at all the laws and shit you would make or whatever, right?
Yeah, because it would actually.
What do you think of that? I mean, just straight off.
It would actually be more. It would be more loyal. You'd be more loyal to the people.
They're right. That's what I think. Exactly. It would be more honest. It would be more. Hey, man, I'm gonna look out for my brothers and sisters that are out there working. And I'm not gonna screw over them. Those people are the shit. Yeah. That's my thinking. What do you guys think of that? I mean, it's just an idea. It's something that came to me. I was like, fuck it. That would help create a more equal society, I think.
I think I think that they should not only should they work 10 years like that, they should also be in the military, on the front lines in the military. So that way they cannot say, like, when they make a military decision, they're thinking about what happened to them. And so that way they're not just gonna, make a half-assed decision. They're gonna really think about what they went through when they were on the front line.
Well, hopefully, I mean, if my system worked, we wouldn't have any front lines. That would be all avoided. But that's not what happened, man. What happened, man, is some greedy Mongos came along and said, "Hey, man, we got this land here, man. Fuck off. You want it? You got to pay me." Well, how do you pay me? Well, you got to work the land. You got to kick some ass. And then they go out there and they work the land. They kick some ass. And then it's like payday. And it's like, no, we're not going to pay you. Fuck off. And you're like, oh, man, I got jet. I've had this happen to me, man. That's why I know. So you go out and you agree to do a job and you go out and do it and you kick ass and come back and it's payday, man. It's like, and they don't pay you. They don't fucking pay. They're gone. They left town. You're like, fuck, man.
How often does it happen?
It's happened to me a few times in my life, but still, it was on big terms. And people just disappeared, man. They're gone, or they didn't pay you, man. They complained about, oh, well, we had, I'll get back to you. The check's in the mail, that kind of shit. And,
we need the police. You need a police force.
I'm not a lawyer, police. I'm not going to court. Fuck all that. I'm more like, everything will work out. I know it will because I got a great heart. I'm out there, producing love and honesty and truth. And it's like, I can cruise, man. Are you going to fuck me over? That's on you, really. That's the way you got to look at it. That's on them, man. You got to walk away. It's like being a baseball player, man. You strike out, you're like, fuck, that shit happens. And then you
don't want revenge. You don't want revenge.
You don't want revenge, man. It's just like, that's your day that you got beat. That's it. You got beat on that at bat. You got beat in that turn, man. Okay, next.
I guess you should ask for payment before you do the job.
Well, I would at least half.
Yeah, at least half. Exactly. I think that is
at least half. I think half.
That's
is
the
fair.
best way to do it.
That's the way I do it with my customers. I'm like, hey, man, I'm not like,
it's
like, give me half up when I get it done, and give me the other half. Cool.
Yeah, that's good.
That's fair. Yeah,
that's fair. Yeah, I think that's the best way to do it.
You're not getting burned. For sure. I mean, you can get burned, but
it's not as bad. It's not as bad.
Yeah, it's a lot less of a hit. It's just like a glancing blow instead of a complete left hook tomahawk.
Exactly.
Death.
Half up front.
Mm-hmm. So, yeah, you get out there, you're gonna get slugged around, man. That's the battle, man. We're all gonna get slugged around, man. This flat Earth thing's gotten slugged around, man, so many goddamn times. I can't keep track, man. I mean, but at the end of the day, man, these Mongos these Glober Mongos come in here and go, well, it's the same shit over and over, and I feel bad for them, man. I feel bad.
Yeah. Honestly, if it didn't have that, well, like, how people keep like mocking it. Honestly, if it was not as funny as a concept, I would not have been as interested as I was. So actually, it's a good thing in some ways, but it's also a bad thing because it's really good.
I think I was talking about that earlier, where they're going to destroy themselves, and they are the ones that are going to bring all this stupid shit on us, and we're just sitting here like like a ping pong. It's like,
although the globe is kind of funny too, actually. like they make.
Oh my goodness, the globe is so fun, dude. Hey,
it's funny too. It's
God Rockin' knows more funny things about the globe than I could ever know. He's in here, and Timbo. That guy is.
What's going on, Doctor?
Hey, how you doing, sir? How are you? Hey, did you hear?
Having a chuckle.
Hey, God Rockin'.
Yeah.
There's a Flat Earth meetup happening in Utah, man.
There is.
Are you going or not?
Well, I didn't. Where's it at? What's going on? I didn't even hear about it.
Man, I just saw it, came across my fucking feed today. And I was like, God Rockin' has to go. That's what that was it. It wasn't like I was like, oh
it's
my,
his destiny. It's
there. And I was like, you have to go.
Where's it at? Salt Lake City or where?
I'm getting to it, man. Hold on, man.
Okay, well, you fucking got me so fucking excited. I can't wait.
Yes.
He's Hey,
God Rockin' is a few years older than I am. Not much. Couple, 2, 3,
He's
4.
still young. He's still young.
God Rockin'.
He's still young, right?
Is one of the most amazing people I've ever met in my life. So I know that his heart is in totally the right place, man. And thank you, God Rockin', man. And
thank you. Thank you guys. Thank every one of you guys. I love this.
Yeah, man. This place is amazing, man. We get to talk about our truths, our lies, our disappointments. We get to talk about everything, where we live, how we live, what we eat, what we drink. And it's just an amazing place to be a human being, man. It is amazing. Thank you, guys.
Don't forget music.
Oh my God, music! How dare you? I'm in the music business. Hey, my whole life's been
Flat Earth.
music, man. I live on music, man. That's how I make my living, by the way. Is in the music business. And I love my musician friends, and I love everybody that makes music. And here, all right, here's the link, God Rockin', right here. I'm gonna put it in the live stream voice text. You ready?
Yes, sir.
Okay, hang on. It's on December 10th with Kyle Adams. I don't know who that is, man. It's in Utah, though. I know it's a big state. It might not be close to you, but I'm hoping it's going to be close to you, man. Check it out, man. Right here you go. But I immediately saw that on my feed, and I was like, I didn't even watch the video. I go, God Rockin' needs to go to this because he's right there in Utah, which is one of my favorite places in the entire world to go to. I mean, if I had two places to live, first I'd pick Hawaii. Yeah. I'm on the island, and I'm good, man. You guys are good. Second place, I would move to Utah in a minute, man. In a minute. Love that.
Out there.
It's so cool, man. Especially southern Utah. Oh, so fuck off. Amazing.
Is there any bodies of water out where that is, or you could probably do some like measurements or something? I don't think you need.
There's no real. Well, there's Salt Lake, the flat salt.
It's fine. True.
The flat Salt Lake, and God Rockin' knows more about it than I do, but it's flat and it's level and it's pretty dry from what I've been hearing, man. It's pretty dry.
Pretty damn big too, ain't it?
Mm-hmm. I think it is big and flat and dry. God Rockin' will help me out here, man. I think he might be watching that video right now. Hold on.
Yeah, it says they got to send an email to get the location or send an email and ask. That's what it says.
Get the fuck. Well,
yeah. RSVP to Utah, Flat Earth, and Google, whatever Gmail.
Well, then do that. Then just go ahead and do that.
I'm going to.
All right, man. Cool.
And I'll let you guys know what information I get for sure.
So the 80-year-old guy I was talking to this morning, man, he's like knows all about all kinds of things that we all question around here. I was like, damn, man. I did have the thought, man, that the system sent this guy to talk to me. You know what I mean? Like,
he thought you were one of them?
How the fuck did I meet this guy in the middle of, my little weekend trip out drinking some coffee.
God's plan, bro. God's plan.
And I looked at him. I did look him in the eye. I go, do you think we met by accident? And he goes, no.
Exactly.
And, I go, we were.
It was destiny. It was destiny.
I mean, you got quite a few years on me, but damn, I want to know what's in your head, dude. I want to know. You got years on me that I need to know. And it's like, I'm not letting this guy go, man. Like, there's no chance I'm going to lose contact with this guy because, But was it a plan? I don't think it was. But if it is or not, man, it doesn't matter, man. If they have to be that devious, man, we'll get through their bullshit, man, straight away, man. Doesn't matter.
It's you always get that gut feeling anyway. Like with people who like really search for the truth, or not even that, just like when you hear a lie, you can almost feel the lie. Like when you hear the truth, it like rings in your ear almost.
Ding, ding, ding. Yeah.
Yeah. It literally rings. Kind of.
That's a great point, Rev. You'll know
it feels different to like actually hear the truth,
Rev, let me ask you, bro. I know you, and I know I have, but you've been in the situations like, I need to get the fuck out of here straight away, man. Let's go. We got to.
Yeah, like
times
you mean, like the corruption or what?
Just that vibe, whatever it was, the music, I don't know. But there's been so many situations in my life, man, I can look back on and go, I knew that we needed to get the fuck out of there, right? I could just vibe the feeling of, oh shit, something's going down here. Let's get out of here.
Yeah, if someone's trying to like scam you or like sell you something, that's a feeling I get. I always get that feeling.
Well, even that, if you're at a party sometimes, man, you're just like, we need to go. I mean,
oh yeah. Well, to me, I actually, I don't like. I think alcohol is actually poison, like, or not poison, but it's like a drug, right? So, like, that actually, in my opinion, all bartenders are drug dealers. If you think about it, because alcohol is a drug.
I take it to the next level and say that all pharmacists are drug dealers.
Oh yeah, well that's true too. Yeah, every doctor,
and I've known that for 30 years, man. And I was like, oh shit, I want to stay away from those.
Exactly.
I'm going to stay away from those motherfuckers. They're all just drug dealers. Somebody pointed that out to me in like 92. I was like, damn, those bitches, motherfuckers. I knew about the
craziest thing.
We already knew about the Rockefeller medical system in 92, and I was like, oh shit, this shit's bad, man. This shit's, oh fuck.
Yeah, definitely.
I'm not going to throw the entire medical system under the bus, but there are some things that have come along that have produced.
They're up to something,
dude, man. I mean, I've seen guys, man, that broke their leg in 3 places, and I'm like, there's a guy that can put you back together. I know a guy, and they go to the hospital and they put a bunch of screws and they got this thing around their leg for, like 6 months. And then you're like, holy shit, man. These motherfucking Mongos can screw shit into your bones and make it like fuse back together, right? And you're like, oh, they're called orthopedic surgeons, man. I've met a few in my life, and they are amazing motherfuckers, man.
Okay, email has been sent, and as soon as I get a reply on what the location is and what the criteria is to go, I don't know if there's going to be. I don't know. I'm just wondering if he's going to want me to buy a ticket, which I will.
Dude, I'll pay for your fucking ticket, dude.
Well, no, I'm good that way. I'm good.
You won't have to worry about thinning.
But I'll let you. When I get a reply, I'll let you guys know.
All right, let us know, and let's
Lake, if it's in Salt Lake, you could go.
Yeah, that's cool. Never heard of one in Utah until now. So.
Me either.
So, what is Truth Seeker? Sorry, go ahead. Sorry.
Oh, I was saying I live pretty close to Salt Lake. If you guys want, if I could come.
Oh shit!
Well, then you need to send. Yeah. Well, once God Rockin's got the confirmation, man, we'll let you know. How's that, man? Is that cool?
I mean, yeah, I'd love to meet God Rockin in real life.
Fuck yeah, man. I would give him the biggest hug. I'd be like, come here. I'm not gay, all right? I'm not gay, bro.
No homo.
I might grab your ass just for a laugh.
Uh-oh.
We're not like the Glovers. So we're all straight.
Well, hey, man, did you guys hear this year? I heard that men can have babies. Did you guys get it?
That's hilarious.
That's
I heard they can make babies out of bone marrow. I think there's like women who think they can make babies from they don't need men anymore. I'm like, okay, you don't need men anymore. Who's gonna mine the coal or shovel? Who's gonna do all this hard work? Who's gonna fix the roads?
Well, that's the greatest question of all, Rav, man. Who's gonna do the work, man?
Yeah, who's gonna do the work if there's no men? Exactly.
There's a video on Twitter that I would recommend to all you guys. It's called "Died Suddenly."
Hey, I've seen it, man. God Rockin'. I've already seen it on BitChute.
Isn't that something?
Yeah, fuck Twitter. Watch it on BitChute, man.
Well, I just seen it anyway, so
it's on there. It's on there too, man, as well. Yeah, it died. How dare you die suddenly? Oh my God, it's such a tragedy. Hey, man, in the last week, man, I know a couple people that have moved on to the higher realms of consciousness, and I wish them the best, man. And someday we're all gonna reach that beautiful plane of the next level.
Yeah.
Next level, bitches. And Steve Jobs, man, on his deathbed said, "Hey, man, I was wrong. I fucked up."
Yeah, the best part is I won't have Steve Jobs what next. He was wrong.
What was that? I missed. What?
I was gonna say, the best part about that place is you don't have to do any homework. You don't have to study.
Yeah. Hey, guess what, man? We all live and die. Ain't that a bitch? Damn, fucking bitch. How?
I think honestly,
here's my issue with our lifespan, and it was brought to my attention years ago. It's like it sucks that we only get 10 or 20 years of our prime.
Yeah.
It's kind of a short, kind of little span. Now, we've all heard of, people in the Bible or whatever living 900 years.
Yeah.
How long was their prime, dude?
Yeah, that's an interesting.
Right. I mean, that was brought to my attention. I was like, that's a great question. I don't have an answer for it, but it would be a beautiful thing to experience. Have 900 years lifespan. I mean, you might have 200 or 300 years where you're in your prime, right? Right?
Yeah. I think eventually, what happens is you grow once you grow enough or go through enough experiences, you're like, all right, I've seen enough. Once you have kids, I think honestly, it comes down to after you have kids. I think that is the ultimate moment where you're like, okay, I'm not, eat as healthy as possible, live, and you want to, it's basically you want to start living forever once you have kids, right? But if you don't have kids, it's that's cool. Whatever happens.
Well, I've thought about it that way as well, man. It's we all got thrown into this cuck bullshit fucking, I don't know, Planet of the Apes fucking nightmare. We're Trev's trying to figure out what the hell is going on, where we live, what's really happening. I mean, I'm pretty sure that zebras exist, man. We can prove some shit, right? Can we prove we're on a ball? Fuck no. I tried. I gave it 100%, man, for years and years.
I got an interesting question. How do you think? Let's say you had a new kid, like a son, right? You try and you wanted to tell him the truth. How would you raise him? You know, that's like the hardest.
Here's how I would approach it, man. I'd be like, hey, man, you're gonna go to this institution, and they're gonna tell you certain things, and you have to agree with those things, pretty much,
to get good grades.
Just go along with exactly what they tell you, bro. You got it. Now, when you come home, we're going to dissect every single one of those things that they're going to bring up.
Exactly. We're going to refute everyone.
The only way to approach it, man. I mean, I understand there's a lot of you out there that, you know, you can't afford daycare or private school or, you know, some elitist. You're not going to the Harvard, you know, middle school, whatever that is. You know, no, you don't get to go there, bro. But you're going to go to the public school, and they're going to tell you all kinds of shit, man. Just, take it, own it, learn it, know exactly. Here's the greatest example I can give, man. If everybody was taught that, you know, the Earth is 24,901 miles in circumference, and there's 359 miles radius. And then, you know, we should see this far. We're shooting around the sun at 66,000 miles an hour.
Yeah, they don't teach the measurements.
They don't teach that shit, man.
Because it'll debunk it. It'll debunk the globe. That's why they don't teach it.
Exactly. It would destroy their narrative.
Exactly. Because they would realize how ridiculous it is.
It'd be like, we're shooting around the sun at 66,000 miles an hour. I don't feel
any field trip would destroy the globe. No matter where they go.
Exactly. So that's, you know, that's how I would approach teaching a young child of mine, if I had one, you know, especially at this age, man. Oh my God!
Imagine being like a covert.
I would say learn every cucky bullshit story that they tell you, and go and try and talk to me and all my friends on Discord about what is the real information. Did Napoleon, you know, did the Roman
try to measure it in real life? Basically, that's what you should tell them.
Yeah, we would try to get the entire story. When you're taught a story, man, it's great, man. We all love stories. The human nature is to love stories, and to go out and accept a story for fiction or nonfiction. That's a different thing, man.
You know, I used to think gravity was such a cool, like it's such a cool idea at first, because at first I was like, oh, it's cool, it's almost like magnets, but then I realized, it's just a lie, and because at first it sounds really cool, you know.
Oh, it's dude, I was a gravity hugger for decades, man.
Yeah, gravity hugger. Right? Yeah.
I was hugging gravity. I was like, come here, baby. I want to make out with you. You're so amazing.
Now I call it flatvity. That's what I say. I say flatvity.
What do you call it? Flavity?
Flatvity. Flatvity.
Somebody write that. Somebody type that in the fucking text.
No, it's not that funny. I just replaced the G with.
Come on, man. It's
flavity. Yeah, flavity.
It needs to go in the Flat Earth Urban Dictionary, man. What do you think?
Yeah,
I think it needs to be in there. Come on.
Yeah, they have gravity. We have flatvity. That's what we want.
See, it needs to go in the dictionary, man. Easy. Can we come up with the Flat Earth Urban Dictionary? Can we do that?
And I'll name myself Flattenstein instead of Einstein. I'll be Flatstein.
Flattenstein. There you go.
Flat time relativity.
I love what you're thinking, man. Fuck off.
place time relativity. Place time. General flat time relativity. No, special flat time. Yeah, special flativity instead of relativity. Flativity.
Flat instead of relativity. Oh,
Yeah,
fuck.
flativity instead of
See how you can hit a home run? And the AI cuck fucking world controllers, they
instead
don't
of instead of NASA, it'll be FLASA.
They can't.
FLASA. What else? What else?
This is
instead of SpaceX, it'll be FlaxX. FlaceX. Flat on Mux. Okay, I can't. The joke only works for me.
You guys know there's a fundraiser on the server named Glatflobe.
Yeah. Go ahead. Sorry, I interrupted you. Go ahead.
Truth Seeker. Go ahead.
Have you talked to Glatflobe?
Have you talked to Glatflobe? He comes in here regularly and usually in the morning.
I was talking to him.
I have not.
He's a really cool guy.
Flat Globe, isn't it? His real name is Sean. Will demand that you show some curvature in your horizon.
Yeah.
Where is it? And I'm with him, man. I'm in the.
You mean the horizontal horizon? That's the one you're referring to, right?
Yes, that one. That one. Yes.
So the horizon that is not. It's not the curve horizon, right? It's the straight horizon.
That's right.
Yeah, there's.
Right. I know you have a very shitty avatar, Rev.
Yeah, I don't change my profile.
Your avatar is so not. It's so 2016, 17, somewhere around there.
It's the default. It's actually the default icon.
Right. It's like the default from like 2015 or 16, somewhere in there, right?
Yeah, it's the Discord just gives you this by default.
I mean, if you want to own it, I'm down with that, man. If you want to always be the blue guy, man, go ahead. But, if you want to, spice it up and give yourself some personality, that's cool. Yeah,
I just
I'm not pressuring you to change it. I love that it's you might be that guy that owns that.
It's just Discord's icon. It's just
exactly. It's the same. Yeah.
It's a default.
I'm looking at everybody that's in here tonight, and I'm like, you're the only one that's shining bright blue. It's like that's it. That's cool, man. All right. Cut me off anytime. You guys can mute me. But reality is, it's a great place to be. However, it has its stressful moments, I'll say. And that's because we have to deal with people that are not in reality, man. We have to deal with those Mongos, man. And it's hard, man. There's days it's hard. You don't feel like it, man. You didn't have enough coffee or didn't have a tuna sandwich at lunch or whatever. It's like, fine. I can't deal with these people, man. And I get it, man. That's stressful. That's the system, man. They want to put the stress on you.
Just take breaks and stuff,
You gotta take some breaks. I took a break this weekend and talked to any of you Mongos, but
exactly.
I would say take the weekends off.
Just recharge.
Recharge. Yeah, exactly. Go out, get some sun.
Go to
some snow.
Wife and kids.
Get some snowboarding. Where's Lou? Yeah, get some whatever, man. Just we do live in a beautiful place, man. And I don't ever want to underestimate that. I want you guys to realize that I mean, even if you live in a shithole town or fucking, there's a tree in a park or something nearby you that can just blow your mind. Depends what season. Yeah.
It gives you peace of mind. That's really what it's peace of mind.
Be in the world, man. Be in this great place we live. Enjoy it. Hug the tree, man. Hug the plant, tomatoes, whatever.
Yeah, while you still can.
Hug the snow, man. If you live in that kind of climate, hug it.
What are you? Some type of tree hugger?
I'm a satellite hugger. Have you ever heard of a satellite hugger?
Oh, is that?
You got
that's funny. Actually, that's kind of.
Is it because you're orbiting a satellite?
I came up with that last week, man. I'm a satellite hugger. I went to my local 5G tower and I hugged it.
That's good. That's a good one. I like that one.
Came up with that last week, man.
I'm a satellite hugger.
Yeah. I'm a satellite hugger.
That's good.
Anyway, so yeah, we have to twist this reality that they've given us into the reality that we can all experience. We can all experience a flat, stationary, non-rotating plane. I mean, that's pretty easy. Nobody's going to come in here and like destroy us on that one. They can try. Refraction of the butthole fart that produced the thing that made you perceive that potentially maybe kind of could have in the realm of your visual perspective divided.
You know what's the funniest thing about refraction? You know what the funniest thing is? In order for the air to have a temperature gradient, there has to be gas. Like there has to be air, right? So how did you get the air? How'd you get the air? And then it goes back to the container, and it's just destroyed. All right.
Blue Man, you are a flat earther, and anybody else in here want to back me up on that? Somebody give this guy a flat earth roll, man, please.
Quit fucking around. You know what's so funny? It took me so long to like think about it that way, because usually when I talk about that kind of like debates and stuff, I'm only like I'm only thinking of their argument in like I'm going to prove you wrong kind of way. Yeah. But what I don't think of is like, in order for your argument to be true, you also need this to be true. And in this case, right, you need light and you need a medium. How did you get the medium? This is air. How'd you get the gas? Okay, so we live in a gas. So you need the gas. Otherwise, there's no medium for the light to travel, right? So you need that medium. So you need gas. So how'd you get gas? How'd you get the gas to stay there? You can't get the gas to stay there, can you?
How do you get? Oh my God, I got to fart. Where's the gas coming from? Where's the gas coming from? I brought that up to a newbie recently, man. He's like, oh shit. Yeah, all the gas is produced right here, man. Right here with your little plant and your little fern in your kitchen or whatever. Yeah, it's all right.
They need it. They literally need the gas to stay on the earth for their argument to be true, because otherwise you can't have it without a container. Like you can refute the refraction argument literally just by asking, okay, so in order to have refraction, you need the medium. So what's the medium? It's gas. So how'd you get the gas to stay on the earth? Because you need it. And then it turns into gas without a container, and then it's done. So it's dead in the water. It's dead in the water no matter what.
Brad, man, I've asked.
Yeah, it's
27 people here, man, that were like engineers, super high level, PhDs, masters, whatever. I'm like, dude, I got this workshop, man. I got every tool known to man.
Yeah.
I go, what do I got to do to produce gas pressure without a container?
Exactly.
I got drills, I got scroll saws, sanders, I got plastic.
Every piece of technology
I got all kinds of tech, dude, man. I got tech coming out of my ass, man. What do I got to do to produce gas pressure? And not one of them ever came back and said, do this, do that, do this. Nah, it's
over.
We all know it's over. We all know it's over. And you have to
there's
own,
no debate.
It's over, man. You got to own. You got to own it when it's over.
Yeah.
I've been, when the game's over,
especially, because I don't think if I were to ask one of the people who is a Glover, if I were to ask them, what do you think irrefutable proof or an irrefutable argument is, and they would, and I think I don't think they've heard a lot of those. You know what I'm saying? I don't think they've really heard one that is have actually because most of them are not challenged. Most people are never challenged on most people never even come in contact with people who disagree with them. So
right.
Yeah. Well, they're just not used to it. I think they're just not used to it.
Well, the system, man, has been designed and manipulated through so many different mediums, man. TV, radios, telephone, whatever. And it is absolutely incredibly. They have gone full retard here in the last 2.5, almost 3 years. And when they went full fucking tardo, man, they put all their chips on the table, bro. I want you guys to realize that they put all their chips on the table, man. And even, talking to people at restaurants or whatever, out having a smoke or whatever, I run into people that are like, something's not right. This whole system's kind of whacked, man. They all feel it, man, because it is all whacked. They know. And they're questioning it. And I even ran into people in here. In fact, the guy that was in here earlier, man, Waterworld, he didn't know about Flat Earth. He didn't know nothing about Flat Earth. But the old Coco 19 thing, 2020 thing came along, and it was like, what else is going on that they are not telling me the truth about? And
the infinite number of things.
Really converted and realized that we're on a flat stationary plane because of the Coco thing, right? And there's so many people that have come in here over the years, last couple of years, that have said, hey, man, if it wasn't for the Coco, man, I wouldn't even be looking at this stuff, man. I'd be like, so, yeah, man, backfires against them, even though they're using these major league, manipulations against us. That's cool. Go for it, man. But I don't think it's going to work out because there's too many of us out here going, wait, time out. Let's look at this. What's your citation? Whatever it is. Where's this?
There's so many people that challenge it.
You got gas pressure without a container? That would be cool. What do you got?
Actually, that's I think that is the ultimate. I mean, because here's the thing: once the other side, or the not the other side, but once the people recognize that there's not even no space, but it's not even theoretically possible unless you had one,
right?
A legend container, right?
Right.
That is huge, or even just the Earth not moving. That I think the Earth not moving is actually even readily. It's more readily instinctually recognize that it's not moving.
I mean, Rav, man, they spent millions and millions of dollars, probably close to $1 billion, to do everything they could to make anybody that believes in flat Earth stupid. I mean,
yeah,
I would
basically.
They've made movies, documentaries,
live streams.
They've live streamed. They hired.
Yeah.
But but here's the opposite side of that: is they spend trillions of dollars to make fake space real, and that's the other side of it. I mean, if you have literally trillions of dollars to spend to, I mean, look at the latest flyby of the moon from Orion. I mean, that's the best they got, dude. What? Wait a minute, man. I saw this movie, Gravity. It was amazing, man. They were the space station got wrecked, and Sandra Bullock was flying around.
I'm gonna make a sequel called.
Compare the two. I mean, it's here's what we got in 2022, and here's what they did back in whatever.
You know what I think is interesting though. Like think about it this way. If you had $1 trillion to spend, something would have to be really, really important to you to have the motivation to decide to spend it on this specific thing. Like there would have to be something that is worth more than trillions and trillions of dollars out there for you to be motivated to spend that much money. So it's like there's something that's worth more than trillions of dollars that is, it's almost crazy to think about it, because if they're spending that much money, that means there's something that's worth that much, or is considered to be worth that much.
And what is that motive? What is that motive? What
that's the thing. It's like
from our perspective.
Wait. Hey, Waterworld, hold on a second. Before you jumped in here, I was talking to Rav, and I said, "Hey, man, there was a guy that came in here and said, 'Hey, man, the Earth's flat,' and he didn't realize the Earth was flat until after the cocoa bullshit."
Oh yeah.
What else are they lying to us about? I just want you to back me up on that real quick, Waterworld.
Yeah.
All I would say is, why would they spend all this money? Propaganda says you get them young, you repeat the lie often, and you ridicule the opposition. And so why would they lie? Now, you can do it from a biblical standpoint. Satan got kicked out of heaven. Michael, the angel, kicked Satan out of heaven. Satan was one of God's greatest angels. And Satan's really, really ticked off. So Satan knows God real well. So Satan hides us from God, just like Satan knows there's truth. So Satan hides us from the truth. So how many billions of dollars is that worth? From there, you get into money laundering and you get into power and control. And one example is man-made global warming. You can't have global warming without a globe. So I think the number one reason is Nietzsche said we killed God. And then when we put Sputnik up there in 1957, we killed God further. When we went to Apollo 11, went to the moon, we killed God further. And Artemis is killing God further. So we're killing God every time that we go into outer space. So is that a motivation?
You mean like they're creating atheists? Is that what you're saying? Like they're trying to make everyone secular?
Yeah,
exactly.
Okay. But let me ask you this, is making everyone secular really worth trillions of dollars?
Yes.
That's crazy.
Think about it, man. That's your soul, bro. It's not your...
Well, they invented cash, so it doesn't really matter.
Oh yeah. The trillions of dollars is actually imaginary.
What's the difference?
Dude, everything is imaginary. I mean,
you're right. I guess it's not really trillions then.
Dude, I was at my friend's $1 million home this weekend, man. I was like hanging out by the pool, I mean, it's palm trees, it's sunny.
So they're not really spending anything.
I don't know, man. I mean, I'm just like you guys, man. I'm trying to figure out the mindset of the manipulators, right? And the mindset of the manipulators is that they want to manipulate, and they'll do anything they can to manipulate, and they'll do it all, man. Everything that you think is right could be wrong. Everything you think is wrong could be right. We all know that by now, right? We all know that. I mean, if anybody in here, you guys already know this. Yeah. And their whole job is to trick us, man. They're magicians, man. They got the magic hand and the magic media and the magic news broadcast, and they got the magic. That's what they do, man. Our job is to expose that and say, hey, man, you just got played, bro. Let me explain to you how you got played. And I think we do a great job of that here, especially with where we live. Where we live is a flat, stationary plane. And the most beautiful thing about that is you can explain that to somebody that lives here on the flat, stationary plane. And all the other tricks that they're pulling, whether it's politics or religion or whatever, man, it doesn't matter, man. I want you to go to this place and see how far you can see and realize that you're not spinning on a globe shooting through space at millions of miles an hour, man.
Yeah.
And we do such a great job of exposing that it, just warms my heart. It makes me motivated to come back and say, hey, man, we've all been manipulated through this system, man. But here's how. This is how they manipulate us, so we don't get manipulated again. And that
won't get fooled again.
Won't get fooled again.
Here's something that I've realized. What's the difference between a drug pusher and a globe pusher? The drug pusher destroys the human body. The globe pusher destroys the human soul. And every time they go into outer space, they destroy the human soul. They destroy Genesis 1. They destroy our connection or any possible connection to God. That's what they do.
Clapping, man. You hear me clapping?
That's all they do.
Hey, man. They fucked us over. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Don't let them destroy your soul, and don't let them destroy your family's soul.
Exactly, man. We have to protect the people around us, and you are the people around me, man. I'm around you guys.
So when somebody comes,
if somebody comes and tries to attack, Raz or Giz, or I mean, how many other Mongos are in here that I love, man? Ball kicker, love you, brother. Stormfire, Timbo, that upside down mother. Yeah, I'm gonna protect you guys with reality, man. And that's all you gotta do, man.
When somebody comes to you and say tiny invisible microbes cause illness, disease, and death, you say no. When somebody says that we live on a globe or a planet, and they say it in casual conversation, you say, prove your globe, prove your planet, prove it. I don't want to hear nonsense from people's mouths.
Yep. I love you, Waterworld, man. You got it. You got it. It's good.
Hey, I love you, Dr. Dude. Cherokee people, Cherokee pride.
Cherokee people.
We don't live on a globe. We live on a plane.
Here's the reason they spent a lot of money trying to discredit us people that live in reality of a flat earth, is because they had to try to combat the awakening of people realizing where they live, man. And that, dude, I'm an old Indian, Blackfoot Indian, man. the reason you go out on the prairie and you spend a couple of days, contemplating where you live, you realize that you're on a flat stationary plane. And it's just an instinctual thing that you know. And it's, I don't know, in the American Indian people, they send you out at like 13, 14 years old to be on your own for like a week or two and just survive on your own. And you learn lessons when you do that. You learn life lessons. And we're all learning life lessons, man. Whether it's flat earth or, all the other kooky cocoa shit that they threw at us. These are lessons. They're throwing everything they can at us, man. They are throwing the cannons, the warships, airplanes, whatever they got, man. They are doing everything they can to keep us from realizing where we're at, man. We're on this beautiful stationary plane that produces trees and fruits and vegetables and meat. And yeah, what a cool place to live, man. We live in a cool place.
I know we don't like to talk about this stuff on Discord, but if you look at 2 Corinthians 4:4 and Revelation 12:9, we all know we have a close and local moon and sun. I think a lot of us know we have a close and local God, but we have an even closer and local devil. And if 2 Corinthians 4:4 and Revelation 12:9 says that the devil deceives the whole world.
Hey, we've been deceived. Is anybody in here want to disagree with the fact that we've been completely deceived? Anybody, man? I dare you to come in here and say, oh my God, we haven't been deceived. Even you Globers, man, come on in here and say for a fact that you, even though you went through the educational system, whatever, you got your PhD, I don't give a fuck. If you can admit to me that you were not deceived, we're going to further investigate that claim, because you got deceived. We all got deceived. And the beautiful thing about when you realize you've been deceived, you have to admit it. And if you don't admit that you've been deceived, well, you've jumped into a different realm than me, myself. You've jumped into a camp that is deceiving. How about that?
That's what it is.
That's it, right? You jumped into the camp that wants to deceive people. You want to deceive people. You consciously have to know that you are deceiving people. And if you're jumping in that camp, man, good luck with your soul, bro, because I think you're fucked. And that's the way I look at it. You're fucked. And you can deceive people all you want, man. I don't care how much you make, man, but you're fucked. You're done. You're kaput. You're the fuck out of here. It's not going to happen. You're screwed. And welcome to reality, man. And you know it. Down in your soul, you know it.
How many of us went into kindergarten when we were 5 or 6 or 7? We went into kindergarten and we saw the tilted, wobbly, spinning ball by the teacher's desk. Yep. And we went up to it and we said, oh, I live in Illinois, right here by Peoria. I live in Dallas, right here in Texas. How many of us did that and we believed that we lived on a ball?
That's it, man. All of us, every single one of us, has believed that. And that's kind of an irony thing, man. I've heard that many over the years, man. I was like, hey, man, every flat earther that's true flat earther will go, hey man, I used to believe in the globe and I loved it. And I loved Star Wars and space and oh my God, it's so amazing, man. They can see trillions and trillions and billions and miles. And they went to this outer, and the Voyager, oh my God, it brings tears to my eyes. The Voyager was the pale blue dot. Do you guys remember the pale blue dot? Oh my God.
We're told that we look in the sky and see a light coming down, and we see it, that light happened 10,000 years ago.
No,
okay. Nice fairy tale. Nice fairy tale.
I gotta correct you, man. It was 10 million years ago, man. No,
my bad.
Man, don't. It wasn't 10,000. It was 10 millions.
My bad.
My bad. Yeah, exactly. You're bad. How ridiculous is that? That light over there, man, is like 10 billion years old. Or 10 million or for whatever the fuck they say it is, right?
Hey, Dr. Dude, look into the sky to prove the shape of the ground you walk on. Do it.
I can do it. There's this ball that's shooting through space and it's spinning and it has the proper calculations. My name is Professor. And I want you guys to know that the spinning is it's a globe, and my name is Matthew Learns. I teach at the college. I'm a professional. You have to believe. I don't think Matthew Learns teaches like that, but I think Matthew is.
God bless Matthew.
God bless Matthew, and God, hope you bless him, man. Just bless Matthew. I'll tell you what, man, when I first helped him get on this Discord, I had no idea what I was up against. I was like, oh shit. I knew the guy, he brings all of the beautiful globe evidences for the globe. He does. Right. And I want you guys know this. I've told this to him to his face. And I'm like, you bring the globe, man. I love it, man. Bring the globe. I'm always motivating him to bring the globe in the most honest and, this is what the globe says about the globe. And it's always, I've always motivated him to bring the globe. Just bring it, man. And he did it, man. He brought the globe to the Discord, and we've all, encountered him. I've even called him an asshole. Yeah. I was like, dude, don't be an asshole, man. You're better than that, man. There's no Coriolis, man. Come on, man. Stop that. Yeah. He brought up some shit. It was one night. Come on, man. You're way, way more. I had to call him out. He's corrected his, since I called him out, I was like, he corrected his rhetoric. He brought the rhetoric, man. The mainstream rhetoric he brought. And it was like, come on, man. You're way more clever than the mainstream rhetoric bullshit, man. Come on. But anyway,
my favorite part is that there's not even a debate because Satan is the one who made the globe. And if you critically think about it, he's also the only one that could have made it so believable for the entire world.
Yeah, there you go. That's it, man.
It couldn't be done by anybody else.
How could you trick the entire world, man? Wouldn't that be something? Hey, I had an invention years ago I came up with. Is I was going to put a bunch of space satellites in space that produced an advertising campaign billboard kind of thing. It was like if you drive down the freeway, man. Have you guys seen these digital billboards that change ever?
Yeah.
Have you guys seen? I was gonna do that in space, man. I was gonna do that so that the entire world could see the Nike logo, and I could charge them $350 million a night. Right? Because the Nike logo would be cruising across your sky. Who wouldn't go for that, man? It's $350 million a night. How many nights would you like, Mr. Nike? And yeah, nobody thought I could pull it off, man. Nobody. And guess what, man? I did not pull it off. I tried. I gave it 100%, man. I was out there. I was talking to my friends that are rich, millionaires. Like, dude, man, I got this idea, bro. We're going to make this like skyboard, billboard thing that everybody in the world can see every night, bro. Right? How much is that worth, bro? How much? How much is, could you golden arches across the sky every night? Could you do it? How much is that worth? Give me the golden arches every night over the sky. How much is that worth? And I went to all my rich friends, man, like pitching this. They all thought I was crazy, man. Because I just wanted to launch a bunch of, lights in the sky.
Those normies thought you were crazy? What? Oh.
They all. Do you guys think I'm?
A great idea.
It's a fucking great idea, right? Brilliant, man. They all said, man, there's got to be some laws against this. This is against the law. It's got to be.
Is there laws in space?
That's their fucking answer to my fucking question, right? I got the. It's got to be. It's impossible. Even these, these are globe heads, normies, or whatever you want to call them, man. I produced this, idea how we can do this. I got, some pretty good foundations on how the orbits work or whatever, man. I was like, hey, man, we could do this. The whole world will see it every night, bro. How much is that worth, man? How much is a billboard in the space every night? You could change it could be Nike or Pepsi or Coke, or if I could shoot Pepsi-Cola across the sky every night, how much is that worth? Come on. Think about it. I know I thought about it. I was like, it's got to be worth trillions of dollars, right? It's worth
How much is propaganda worth exactly?
Mm-hmm. Exactly. Yep. But here's the funny thing, though. You bring that up to a normie. Say, I got this idea. I want to shoot these satellites in space. And it's going to produce a Nike logo every night across the entire globe. What do you think? Is that a good idea? I can produce a Nike logo across the sky every fucking single night of the year. How much is that worth? How much? Come on. And the glow and the normies and everybody you'll run into tomorrow at lunch, if you ask them that question, they will look like they completely have deer headlight gaze over zombie land. Fuck, I don't know, but something's going to trigger their mind to think about it. I promise you. I've thought about this for years. Go out, ask somebody, hey, if I can produce a Nike logo across the sky every night, how much is that worth? That's it, man. Ask them that question. Nike, yes, Nike. It's the most recognizable brand.
You know what? This is proof. Proof
What
that
about
the globe
Among Us?
doesn't exist. Once again, it would have been done. It would have been done already.
It would have been done. That's my point. Exactly. It would have been done already. It would have been done. Fuck. How much is it worth? I got Nike logo cruising across the sky every night. How much is that?
That's what we have our TV for.
I bet it's worth approximately 2 Venezuelan Among Us.
How much is a Venezuelan worth? One.
Venezuelan Bolivar. It's very, very. You need at least like a few thousand to buy a Big Mac. That's all I know. The economy is crap.
Well, there are economies that are absolutely crap, and then there's economies that are not. Does everybody understand that? Everybody.
I think one thing, Dr. Dude, that I've seen, I ran across it about 6 weeks ago, and if I can just read this paragraph briefly to everybody here. John Calvin, of course, with Martin Luther, kicked back, pushed back against the Catholic Copernican theory in the 1500s. And this is what John Calvin said. He said, "We will see some who are so deranged, not only in religion, but who in all things reveal their monstrous nature, that they will say the sun does not move, and that it is the earth that shifts and turns. When we see such minds, we must indeed confess that the devil possessed them, and that God has set them before us as mirrors in order to keep us in his fear." In other words, when you come across a globe pusher on social media, I am coming to the opinion, and I might be wrong, that they are devil possessed.
Matthew learns. Go ahead.
I am seeing. I debated somebody back in March, April, and after the debate, people were actually DMing me and saying there's something going on with that person. It was a video live, and there's actually something going on with those people. And sometimes you can actually see the demon in their eyes. That's just me.
Hey, we can see the demons. We just have to recognize the demons.
Yep.
And there's some demons out here, man. Oh my God. Have we run into some demons? And we've dealt with them in appropriate manners, and there'll be more demons that are coming, man. And we've seen so many come through here that there's no denying it. Water world.
Yeah. Here, obviously, if you go over to Jim Panda, that's all they got. And if you go to Earth Awakenings, you'll see 10 or 12 of them there. You go to TikTok, you see them there on lives. It's so obvious.
Let me ask you this, Water World. This place is a little bit different, isn't it?
This place being what?
24/7 live Discord.
24/7. I found.
Well, when you know, you know.
Yeah. Yeah.
And there's so many people here that know. And it's a refreshing place to come to get re-energized to deal with this bullshit we're all dealing with, man. We gotta get pumped up. We gotta look at things differently. We have to examine things, but for the most part, man, we're kind of sitting in the rocking chair of reality, man. And we're all like, okay, yeah, we all know the Earth's flat and stationary. Well, we got that. Okay. Yeah. Oh, there's politicians and there's monies and.
I've come to realize in the last 7-8 months the most evil people on God's creation are globe pushers, because they push Satan's invention of the globe. And some of the most glorious people I've ever met are people who believe we live on a topographical stationary plane. And God bless you all.
Yeah, God bless us all, man. All of us that have looked into where we live. Oh my God, what a crime! You're such a horrible person for looking into where you live. That's
God bless you, Waterworld. God bless you. Are you still friends with XO?
XO?
I am XO. I like XO. He's a warrior for God. Austin Whitsick is our Michael Jordan. And then there is a pastor in Philadelphia named Omar Trabeau who talked about for 6 hours and 25 minutes over 5 series sermons about God's creation called, our earth, and rejected the ball. So those are my 3 people that I've kind of morphed into a little bit, and I'm morphing into other people. But Omar Trabeau, XO, and Austin Whitsick. Austin Whitsick is Michael Jordan. I will say that. And we have a bunch of Scottie Pippens and Horace Grants and Derek Harpers to go along with it. I'm a big Chicago fan from 91 to 98 when they won 6 championships.
Have you morphed into me at all, sir?
Man,
is this our friend from that I haven't talked to for a while, who's like 23 years old now?
I will not assume anything, man. If the guy wants to jive in, man, that's cool, man. If you want to jive in and tell me where, dude, I'm the most critical of myself, man. I've been over the line here on Discord from time to time, not too often, but please correct me when I'm wrong, man. Please. I love to be proven wrong. I know most of you guys do. Most of you. And
Dr. Do, this curvature of the earth, you're wrong in not believing that. You're wrong.
Well, that was one of the things I hit with the 80-year-old today when I flat smacked him, is that I go, dude, man, we don't. First of all, if there's any place on earth I can see the curvature, let me know. Anywhere. Take a balloon ride, mountain trip. Dude, I got $5,000. I'm taking a trip, man. Where are we going?
Could you imagine going to the east side? Could you imagine going to the east side of the Grand Canyon called the Watchtower? It's 70 miles. It's 70 miles across to the west rim. There should be 3,000 feet worth of earth curve at 6 feet observation height, and there's none.
There's nothing, bro. So yeah, man. If you got curvature, we're here 24/7, 365 days a year, man. We're out here asking, you got some curve? Please present it. Where can I go see the curve? Where? Now, apparently in the last week or so, there was a guy that went up to space in a rocket. There was he was a YouTuber, and he produced some video that said, look at the beautiful round curvy earthy planet Texas. Well, the deception is deep, and you guys know this, man. We got jacked into a system that's completely jacked.
And Dr. Dude, we were all born and participate in a prison system that we cannot see, therefore we cannot get out of. The eyes are useless when the mind is blind. And the greatest gift, one of the greatest gifts we can give ourselves, is the ability to think for ourselves. We gave away the ability to think for ourselves when we went to school. Then when we got out of school, we let the TV think for us. Shame on us.
Shame on us. We got manipulated by Hollywood and the television, radio, records, music. We got manipulated by controllers that decided what's good, what's bad. And it sucks, man. It's a sucky shit.
Go to school and study computer science. Go to school.
I had
Well, sir, I'm actually studying computer science.
Computer science.
Yeah, but here's the thing: is you think you're interested in computer science, but they told you to go do it, and you're doing it. You're not interested in
computer science because I like video games and computers.
No, see, you don't actually like those things. You're falling prey to the magic.
Here's what happens. We appeal to a lot of things, but we appeal to regurgitation. We regurgitate so we get our grade school diploma, high school diploma, college diploma, master's diploma, PhD diploma. We get a little name behind our name. We have appealed to regurgitation. We didn't think for ourselves. We regurgitated what somebody else told us to regurgitate so we could get a piece of paper.
I got my higher piece of paper and I moved on to the masses. Yes.
Each graduation, you got to wear that stupid hat, and it's a square. So if you get 4 of those hats, you can build yourself a cube. Satan's house.
How dare you? How dare you think of such a traditional experience of college students that was a satanic ritual through the Masonic rituals that produced a mind-squaring repertoire of reality. How dare you?
There was somebody, and I gotta figure out what the protocols were written by, but one of the protocols said that we will destroy God and the Godhead by introducing mathematical formulas and materialism. That's exactly what they've done, because everybody knows that we live on a globe because of the math, not because of what they experience. And we all know that we love our material goods. So we replace God with mathematical formulas and materialism.
Well, one of the last things I was saying earlier was the fact that if you go on a bus and say, hey man, I think the Earth is stationary and not moving. But if you walk on the bus and say, hey man, did you guys just feel that spin of the Earth, man? I'm tripping, man. I'm tripping out, man. Which one are you going to have more success of producing somebody that can think for themselves? Can you, dude, which method can we use to produce more people that think for themselves? And I'm very interested in that topic. I hope you guys are too, man, because it's been a quagmire. I've been out on the streets. I've done the activism. I got the sign that says the Earth is flat. And most people, man, 90% of them won't even want to even talk to you. Damn, where are their heads? Well, their heads have been manipulated through the mainstream media, man, which is owned by BlackRock, Vanguard, I don't know, some of those guys. And they've taken over the manipulation of consciousness through their education system, media system. Yeah, they've absolutely manipulated the minds of a lot of people, man. A lot of people. And I'll be the first to admit they manipulated my mind as well. No doubt. No doubt. No doubt.
I was sitting in my driveway in May of 2021, about 18, 19 months ago. And I don't know if I was talking to somebody on the phone or somebody sent me a message and they said, hey, why don't you look into the shape of the earth? And this is 18, 19 months ago. And I remember thinking to myself, no way am I going to be a stupid flat earther. No way am I going to go down that rabbit hole. I'm not going to be considered a flat earther. And obviously it's a societal thing. You don't want to be ostracized by society. So I remember doing that. And then 6 months later, after I got tired looking into terrain theory, I said, what else have I been lied to about? And obviously the shape of the earth came in. And so now all of a sudden I'm a flat earther. I didn't want to be a flat earther. Sorry, I don't want to be a flat earther. That's why I'm a stationary topographical plane or a true earther. I reject flat earth, but that's okay. I hope we move away from that term. Maybe someday we will. But
if it's flat, it's flat.
It's interesting. It's interesting how life takes you in a direction that you have no idea you're going to go, and that you didn't want to just a few months ago.
That's it, man. Even talking to this 80-year-old guy, I was flat. You don't know where this beautiful thing is going to take us, but if you're looking for truth and what's real, what's not, you are going to find the truth, man. You're going to find it. Just keep looking, man. Just keep looking. Because this place is deceiving as fuck. And you have to keep looking for the truth, man. You have to. We don't have a choice. We don't have a choice but to look for the truth, man. It's not something that we chose or, this is the life path. No. Once you get into the truth.
So I just had a thought.
Keep it.
Every graduation, you get the square hat, right?
Yep. The Mason.
So you get one from high school. You get one from
college.
Your bachelor, right? Mm-hmm. You got a master's and you got a PhD. How many is that?
4.
Right there. Makes your cube.
Oh, how dare you. Oh, how dare you. Think about such a...
Titans everywhere.
Sir, a cube has 6 sides.
Does it? Am I wrong?
Missed it.
You're right.
Hear me?
Say it again. Truth seeker.
It's 6, not 4.
You're right. I jumped the gun.
I mean, you could make a wall, perhaps. Like, you could make a wall surrounding you. Well, is a cube supposed to be a satanic shape?
They say there's a cube literally on Saturn.
Oh, are you talking about the hexagon?
Yeah, if you close it.
It's the pentagon. It's the pentagon.
Huh? Pentagon?
Yeah, I think it's a pentagon.
I don't know. If you look up the cube of Saturn, this is like a well-known thing. I don't know where it's coming from exactly.
Yeah. So When you take a 3D cube and you flatten it, it becomes a hexagon.
Okay, yeah, there you go.
Pentagon, I'm trying to say. Sorry, I keep confusing.
Yeah, there you go. And then you got the if you open up the cube, it's a cross.
Have you ever heard of Chainlink? It's a cryptocurrency, and the logo is a cube. Very, very satanic. And the World Economic Forum likes them.
They what? They like it?
Yeah, the World Economic Forum likes Chainlink. Cool.
What happened? Hello? Hello? Is anybody out there?
Sir?
Can anybody hear me? Is anybody out
I
there?
hear you. I hear you.
You hear me? Life is not what you think it is. What they taught you. How dare you? It's a more of a experience. It's amazing. Want you guys to enjoy it. I do. I enjoy it. Being trees and beaches and sand and yeah, love it. Respect it. Be involved with it. Be connected with it, man. Dude, I'm not a new ager, but accepting reality is really cool, man. Accept reality. Accept it, man. If you can't, man, good luck. Good luck. We're not spinning. We're not shooting through space at millions of miles an hour. We're not. Accept it. Just accept that you're not shooting through space at millions of miles an hour. That's it. That's all I can say, man. Don't accept it.
So basically what you're saying is we should accept flat earth truth.
The implications of space being fake is just too big, man. It changes everything.
Which one did you realize first? That space was fake or that the earth was flat?
Good question. I think it came after. I realized it was flat, and then space is fake. Yep.
Yeah, for some people it's the other way around. They realized the moon landing was fake. Then they realized space is fake. Then they realized
weird.
Earth is flat.
Yeah, I figured out the moon landing wasn't real, but I still thought space is real. You know, I just figured they couldn't pull that off. Hmm. Who's in here? Any Christians in here right now? Most people are probably asleep at this point.
No, we got one right here listening.
Amen. I went through a Bible study with the pastor the other day, and he said, well, before we got into it, he said, you're going to know who the Antichrist is at the end of this. And I was like, all right, let's do it. And it turns out I already knew all this evil stuff about the Vatican. And that's exactly what the Bible says who the Antichrist is the church itself, the Vatican Church, Catholic Church. Pretty interesting. This is this pastor is a normie, you know. Besides being a Christian, I would say being a Christian makes you a little less normie. But still. So if that's true, and it does look like the evidence in the Bible and outside of it is pointing to this. If that's true, then wow, the Antichrist is here and has been here for a bit. So let that sink in.
Well, that actually kind of makes sense because the Bible says the devil knows the Bible more than anyone else. You would hope that the church knows the Bible very well.
Yeah?
Hey, Truth Seeker, I'm having a hard time hearing you, brother. I don't know if it's your mic or what it is.
Yes, sir. Unfortunately, I live in South Sudan, so my connection's very bad.
Where did everybody go?
I think they're sleeping now, sir.
Yeah, I was about to say that. They're probably sleeping, yeah.
Yes, this is for the night owls.
Blow that nose, brother.
Hello. Oh my god. Hello? Hello? How are you doing? Hello? Is anybody here? Vincent von Braun, Johannes Midgard, and Dr. Flat Earth, are you here? Yo, Johannes, you got a mic?
Yeah, I'm
What's
vigilante.
Johannes, are you from Germany?
No, I'm a Swede.
Do you like the language?
What?
Do you like the Swedish language?
No.
Why?
I probably shouldn't say this on the live stream.
Okay. What are you doing?
I just woke up. Watching Dollar Vigilante. Do you know him?
Yes. No, I don't.
Jeff Brurik. You never heard of him?
No. Who is he?
He's like an anarchist. He does walk and talks with his dog. Talk about the stuff that's going on in the world. And crypto and other stuff. Pretty entertaining. I'm guessing you're into crypto.
Yeah, I'm betting against the markets. So, if the market drops, I make money. It's doing pretty good.
How does that work?
It's like a derivative. It's a derivative trade. Say, for example, there's somebody playing blackjack, and you think he's gonna win, and I think he's gonna lose. I make a bet with you, saying, "Hey, I think this guy's gonna lose. Let's make a $50 bet." And if he loses, I make the money. That's essentially what I'm doing with crypto. They have systems for that.
Sounds interesting.
You essentially sell it high on debt and then buy it back when it's low, and you're left with the difference.
All right.
You got to pay interest on it too, so that kind of sucks.
Yeah, that's where they get you.
It's like sometimes I'm paying 100% APY interest.
That's a lot.
Look in the chat. Do you see Radwin's Black Swan?
Yeah.
What's the idea with that?
I don't get it.
Is it because the clouds are moving in different direction as the atmosphere above it? Because some people say some globers say the atmosphere is rotating with us, right? And that's obviously not the case here.
Yeah.
Have you ever measured curvature?
Hell no, man. Actually, my other account got banned. I had all the roles before.
What was your old name?
Same.
Oh, I think I've seen you before.
Yeah, I'm usually in here, just chilling. I usually don't talk.
Why'd you get banned?
Because I talk about stuff you're not allowed to talk about.
Does it have to do with the events regarding the past 2 years when
Yeah.
everything was locked down? They banned you for that?
Yes. I had a private server. They took down that one, and all the moderators got banned too.
Just to be clear, it's about the thing that goes in your arm, right?
Yeah, it didn't say
Okay.
specifically, but yeah, probably, most likely.
And when they banned you, they just said you breached terms of service, right?
Yeah.
Okay, that's fucking
Misinformation.
stupid. How long ago was this?
This was the second time it happened. It was about a week ago.
They're still banning people for that kind of shit?
Yeah. The strangest thing is because I haven't really talked about that particular thing lately. So and nobody else that had moderated talked about it. It was only me and one other, but everyone got shut down. I think they have some kind of bot scanning the servers for
Or
keywords.
one of your boys reported you from the inside.
Yeah, I had just like they have here with the roles, so new people couldn't even see the old stuff. Because the last time I had an open server and I got reported, probably most likely by some Globers. You gotta be careful what you say.
Why?
Yeah, no, I mean just because of the
I don't know. I'm in a private server with one of my friends and we talk about this shit all the time. We got no problems. But
yeah,
we don't invite random people in.
yeah, I got one or two people that joined, but they didn't have access to the old chat, so couldn't possibly have read anything on the server.
Crypto lenders, another crypto company's about to go bankrupt.
Crypto lenders, I heard of them.
Yeah.
I think. Are you in America?
I'm in Canada.
Canada. Oh.
Yeah, it's a shithole.
Actually, I always wanted to move to Canada.
Why?
Oh, because of people and the nature, of course. I love nature. I wanted to move to like somewhere between British Columbia and what is it, Yukon? The next one.
That's cold.
Yeah, I live in the Arctic right now. I don't mind it cold. And I like to smoke too, so can't really do that here. How long have you been a flat earther?
Me?
Yeah.
Maybe 6 months.
Oh, okay.
Pretty new. I just started to get into it and the Bible and all that shit.
Right. What got you, or who got you?
The server.
This server, nice.
Yeah.
I love this server. It's the best place in the world. Was it Miggy?
Part of it, yeah.
Right. Miggy is awesome. He's so good. Good, what do you call it? Articulating arguments. Vincent von Braun. I don't have any role. Are you a flat earther, Vincent? Oh, I guess you can unmute.
Hello, I'm back. Johannes, you there? Hello? 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 Hello, F.E. Batman, are you there?
Batman is always listening.
What's up, Batman?
No, not much, mate. How are you?
Good, how are you?
Yeah, pretty good. Pretty good for an
Are
old
you
bloke.
from Australia?
I sure am.
Do you like it there?
Oh, it's a pretty good country, except for what's happened in the last couple of years.
Yeah, I'm not going to get the details, but I heard some things. Oh, it's a lot worse than Canada there.
Well, Canada was pretty bad as well.
Well, not as bad as from what I heard over there. I've heard some pretty bad things.
Yeah, no, we definitely had the rough end of the stick. There's no doubt about it. But sort of
Yeah.
that's all behind
Australia,
us.
I think Australia had the worst end of the stick, to be honest with you.
Yeah, they did. Yep,
Oh no, China had the worst, and then Australia had the second worst.
that's correct. The state that I live in probably had the worst year in Australia. We even had a curfew.
Yeah, we that's fucking. We had one here too, and get this, bro. I went to a party during the curfew, and I texted my friend saying, "Hey, I'm gonna be at your house at this time." Yada yada yada, and I get to his house, and then like 2 hours later into this party, there's some government officials at the house, and I seriously think they were spying into my phone. Because a month later, there is a parliament meeting, and then the government admitted to spying on our phones during the lockdown.
That's unbelievable.
But it's okay, bro. They were going to write me a $5,000 fine, but I pretended that I was from Poland because I learned Polish during the lockdowns. I had nothing else to do, so I pretended I was from Poland, and they fucking believed me. They walked away.
That's unbelievable, isn't it?
Yeah, absolute morons now we live with.
Look, you know what? This is it's all meditated. There's an agenda to all this, so there's an agenda to everything that's going on.
What do you think is the agenda with the globe Earth?
Well, they're definitely hiding. They must be hiding land. There's no doubt about that. Okay. I mean,
why would they need to hide land? What's the point of that? if they already have the resources, like they just have to declare it as their land. So why would they need to like hide it from the people?
But what about all the extra taxes that are collected? I mean, let's face it, right? You work, you pay tax on what you earn, and then you go buy goods, and you pay tax on those goods. You sell your property, you pay tax on that. You know, you die, you pay tax on that. There's just you
Pay
tax so
taxes
much,
for
it's not
dying.
funny. Yeah, you do. Yeah, of course you do. Yep. Yep, they tax you when you die. Well, down here they do.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, not everybody. Depends on, you know, how much you've got. You know, like, let's just say you inherit stuff from your parents. You get taxed on that,
But what if
especially where
you're,
we are.
say for example, what if your father just donates it, right? And then you just happen to have it after the donation.
I don't think it matters. I don't think it matters whether it's donated or not, because let's face it, it is donated by your parents, isn't it?
Well, I'm trying to use semantics and law to see if there's a workaround.
Yeah, and I don't think there is. They just change the laws as they please. No, look, there has to be land, right? There's no doubt about it. There has to be land. There must be a safe haven for them. Who knows, right? I mean, look, let's face it. What happened over the last couple of years? If you could get out, would you have got out?
What do you mean by get out?
Well, for instance, I couldn't go to the supermarket without breaking the curfew that we had. Like, our curfew was 5 kilometres.
I never listened to the laws. I never listened to the, you know, I never put a mask on. I would tell everybody I have a medical exemption, even though I didn't. I would do whatever I want.
I realise that. But at the same token, there were people that, you know, they don't want to break the law. And that's fair enough. You know, there are people that are like that. You know, they think that the laws are there for a reason, and most of the time they are. Okay? But in this particular case, they couldn't justify any of their laws. So, if you could have got out, would you? If someone said, look, we've got a safe haven, there's plenty of resources, just hop on this boat, and you can build your new life at this new place, would you have gone?
Yeah.
Right. I tell you what, if I didn't have so much invested in this country, I would have gone as well.
So, are you trying to say they might try to relocate a lot of population to unexplored land, uninhabited land?
But how do we know it's unexplored? That's the other thing.
Okay, so you think they just want to put us somewhere else?
No, they don't want to put us somewhere else. Would you go if you knew you didn't have to put up with this corrupt life that we're currently living in?
Yes, I would.
Yeah, that's what I mean too. You know, where things aren't polluted, where water isn't like doctored, you know, where you don't have to worry about, you know, the things that are sprayed everywhere. Look, my wife, she breeds dogs. Okay. Now, I was taught by a farmer to use Roundup to turn around and, you know, kill the weeds. As soon as I started using the Roundup on the grass around the dog run, we started to have deformed babies. Just like that, out of the blue. Deformed babies.
Why do you think these powers want a corrupt portion of society?
Well, I don't think it's a corrupt portion of society. I think these powers survive off the power that they have upon us. We are like the sheep for them.
Yeah,
Now,
but so
they already
they're the
have
ones
the wealth.
pushing us in the wrong direction. Why do you think they would be doing such things?
I think you'll find that the exponential growth of the population is going to make their business collapse. That's the problem. You can't have everyone in hospital, right? Because it costs a lot of money to have people in hospital. Now, the governments generally, or especially here in Australia, the governments generally subsidise most of the treatment that people get. If you have too many people that are in hospitals, then what happens? Who's paying
You
for
have
that?
to declare
Where
a
does that
medical
come
emergency.
from? Well, where does that come from?
It'll
Where
come
does the
from the
money
people.
come from? That's correct, right? That's correct. It comes from the people by increasing the taxes, and you can't. There's only so much you can increase the taxes.
Well, it's either taxes or they'll print money and make you pay arbitrage, which is just as bad.
Yeah, well, I mean, they're already printing enough money anyway. The value of the dollar, whether it's the US dollar or the Australian dollar or, the European Union, whatever they want to call it, it's just gone to shit. It's ridiculous. Look, it's ridiculous. And then it's not just one thing. It's everything put together that's causing the problem. It's like a big system they have in place. And the system has literally fallen apart, and they're trying to figure out how to restore that system again. And I think the only way they're going to be able to do that is by reducing the population. It's growing too quickly.
Do you remember Bill Gates' TED Talk in 2012?
Yeah, of course I did. Yep.
When he showed you he showed you the equation for CO2, and if you eliminate the people, you reduce the emissions.
Yeah, of course.
And then he also, actually, I can't say it because it's against the US, so go on.
Well, the DS documentary that just came out. Have you watched that yet?
No, can you send it to me?
Just go to, is it Rumble? Rumble? Look, I can send it to you later, right?
Yeah.
But I'm driving at the moment, so it's pretty hard to do that. But yeah, that just came out. That's Stu Peters did the documentary. And look, it's horrific. It's absolutely horrific. It nearly brought me to tears when I watched one section of it where the people were just dropping.
What, they were just dropping?
Oh, just dropping. Yeah.
Why?
They got it on video, mate. It's just
where?
It's horrific. Oh, all over the world. All over the world, just dropping.
When was this happening?
They didn't put a date stamp on it, but they were just showing little clips, from CCTV footage where people were just suddenly dropping.
But when was this happening? Like during the last 2 years?
Yeah, during the last 2 years. That's what this is all about.
Are you serious?
Yeah. Yep.
Wow.
Yep. Very bad. Very bad. Anyway, my niece is Polish. Wow, she's of Polish. She's got a Polish father.
Does she speak Polish?
No, she doesn't speak Polish. Not at all. You didn't speak Polish either until you decided to take some Discord classes over the last 2 years. Am I right?
Yeah, I just went in voice chats and listened to people talk.
Pretty good that you were able to do that because it is a bit of a complicated language.
I have a European family, and I listen to them I've heard them speak Slovenian and all that my whole life, so I probably know something a little bit subconsciously from them.
Is it similar?
No, but there are like a few words that are the same, like maybe 10 words. The very, very simple stuff.
Yeah. See, I actually come from another country. I wasn't born here in Australia. And I did learn to speak the other language. But I'll be honest with you, if you don't use it all the time, you lose it.
No, yeah. When I take breaks from Polish, it takes me a little bit to get back into it. I have to talk for a day before I can get back to where I was.
Yeah. Oh, look, I can talk it. No problems, obviously, because right up until the age of 4, that's all I used to speak was my native language because my parents didn't really understand any other language.
What is your native language?
Greek.
You speak Greek?
Yeah, I speak Greek. Yeah, I was born there. I came
Really?
to Australia when I was 9 months old.
How do you say "how are you" in Greek?
Πώς πας?
Oh, it's a Latin language.
It probably is, yeah, I'd say so. Is that Latin, is it?
Latin derived.
Yeah.
You know, like the Roman languages, Hispanic languages.
Yeah, see, my wife comes from a Maltese descent, and the language is very similar to Italian and Arabic, so it's a mixture, isn't it?
I actually wanted to learn some Italian. I think it's a cool language.
She actually says there's a bit of Greek in it too. In actual fact, she understood a lot of Greek words before she actually met me. So I take it you're in Canada now.
Yeah.
And Trudeau's still the Prime Minister?
Yeah, he's still the crime minister.
Yeah. Are there elections coming up?
Hey, actually, can I tell you a story about our elections?
Yeah, go for it.
Okay, so I got to give you like a basic run through of our politics. And over here, we have a thing called vote of non-confidence, where if you call for a vote of non-confidence and the leading party loses the vote, it automatically goes to a federal election to choose the next prime minister. So right before the pandemic, Trudeau called for a non-confidence vote, made sure he lost it to get the next election so he could increase his prime minister time. He was a prime minister for 2 years, but if he called the vote of no confidence, he would get another 4 years if he got reelected during the lockdown. Or 5 years. So he did that. And now we're getting a bunch of news of Chinese interference in our elections. And it's getting pretty serious.
So he did get re-elected?
Yeah.
The people actually re-elected him?
And then he formed a coalition with another government called the NDP so that they vote on everything together. He literally made a pact with another party to vote on everything together.
That is unbelievable.
Yeah, and because of their pact, they have majority, 60%. That's why they did that, so they could push their vote in any direction.
Do whatever they wanted to do.
Yeah, and it's funny. Canadian Parliament's a fucking clown show.
Well, I tell you what, the Victorian Parliament down here is no different.
Oh, I watched it, bro. Sorry, not Victorian. I watched the UK Parliament. The UK Parliament's a joke as well.
All part of the WEF agenda.
You know, with Boris Johnson, I did not attend that party.
Yeah.
While he's sitting there with fucking drinks in his hand on Downing Street.
It's just, look, it's bizarre. It's bizarre that people just can't see what's going on. You know, look,
it's funny because we're paying them to do this, and then they're smiling as they're saying all of it, like they're laughing in our faces.
Yeah, definitely. I've got a friend that decided not to get the jibby jab. He's young, okay? He plays ping pong at my club. And
like ping pong.
Yeah, ping pong. Okay. Now that's why I'm the Batman. Okay. I've tried to get it into his head about the deception in regards to the shape of the earth. Okay? He just doesn't get it. He just won't get it.
What, does he just like blank you out, or does he not want to hear it, or what is it?
He listens to the not Professor Dave. He just listens to, and why are they all lying? Why would they all lie? What have they got to gain?
They have our souls to gain.
Look, you know what? I've actually done an observation. It's on my YouTube channel where I show that you can see right across our bay. Our bay is like 26, 27 kilometres wide at one spot. And I say to him, look, I can prove it to you. We can go down to the beach anytime you like, and I'll get my P1000 out, and I can show you that we can see way too far. And he just won't take me up on the offer. And he lives very close to the bay. I don't know what you got to do to get it through to some people.
I know what it is, though, Batman. He doesn't want to know because if you were right in the slightest, he's going to start questioning his reality. And what's going to happen for him is that he's going to feel like maybe he doesn't know too much. So why would he trust you in the first place? So even if you were right, he wouldn't want to look into it because then he's going to have to think that, why did it make sense what you showed him? So it brings him to a place where they're starting to question the ones who actually do studies for this, and they don't want to ever be in that position. They'd rather just trust the authorities that they've got it right. That's what it is. They're scared. Like, really, people don't want to look at this information when we're presenting it because they think that if it does even make the slightest bit of sense, then they're going to have to throw everything into question, and they'd rather just stick to the narrative where they don't have to question anything. It's that's what it is. They're afraid of that. Because if you're right, it's gonna make them wrong. So people are afraid of that. There's gonna be more questions than answers, and then they're gonna go down a rabbit hole, and they feel like in their life they don't have time for that. It's what people are, man. They feel like, well, there's more important things. That's what they usually say. There's more important things. Can't look into this. Life is too busy. I got more important things to do.
Yeah, a lot more important things.
Yeah, I know. But if they don't understand truth at all, they'll never understand the more important things that they're thinking about. Any truth in that either. So there's never going to be any place in there. You'll never have solace if you never believe truth at all. If there's never truth in your life, then the more important things that you think are more important that's another thing too. The things that you think are more important become insignificant when you realize the value of what we're saying. There is no value here because you don't put stock in it. You put stock in things that don't matter, right? Things that waste away, things that aren't going to last for generations. The thing that we're saying lasts, and it's actually something that's perpetuated onto the next generation of people, and on and on and on. But because people are just selfish creatures, they're not going to care for other people. It's just like the guy that I spoke to that was in here. He was in university, and he's like, "No, I'm not going to look at this stuff that you're telling me because, I'm going to get a job that's going to be in a field that I'm not even going to be dealing with the questions of the earth." So to him, it's like, screw you guys. I'm just going to get some money, live a good life, and that's it. That's what's important to me. So they don't put stock in the truth. They don't care for it. So long as they're living a good life with a, nice house, nice car, beautiful husband or wife, that's all they care about. Everything else is irrelevant. It's not needed. And other people, that's a trick too. If you say, well, that's true, there's more important things, that you're missing out on what's really true, and you're not putting value on the stock of truth. So that's the thing. If that's the case for everyone that comes to the truth, if you're like, well, there's more important things, well, then you're not putting value and stock in what we're saying. You just think it's nice that we know about the flat earth, but there's more important things. That's why I see it, man. Like people just don't put value and stock in what truth is. And I'm not just talking about flat earth, but anything that truth speaks of. Anything. People don't care anymore. And that's the state of affairs. It's a sad state of affairs, but it's the way it is now. People just don't care. And you can't make somebody care either. You can't make them care. They have to care because they want to know. Yeah, I've been doing this for a while, man, and I've seen that. I hear it in their voice. They're selfish creatures. They don't care about anything else. They're out to get their own, and it's cool that some people learn about flat earth. Yeah, it's fine. But that's not important. What do you mean it's not important? Well, we just out here having fun on Discord? There's a lot at stake here. There's people's lives, their livelihoods. They're controlled by a narrative that seems to be the agendas that underline like the movements that you make. Climate change, killer asteroids. I mean, for goodness sakes, they got a mission called DART, right? And that was gonna like attach some kind of satellite or probe onto an asteroid to kind of keep this asteroid from coming closer to Earth. And all because NASA and SpaceX are going to launch this thing out there. This is crazy. In 10 months, they're going to do this. But they're already like, this is like the world that we live in where everybody just accepts this weird narrative.
Yeah. A narrative
But there's more important things, right? There's always more important things other than being deceived by an agenda.
Yeah, they put us in a mental state of thinking that there's these scary things that can happen that's beyond our control, but they're there trying to figure it out, so we can have faith in them, right?
Yeah. I always confront the issues that happen with people and the reason why they're indifferent about the topics that we speak of in here. They're indifferent because they don't see any value whatsoever. It's just a fun trollish thing that we're doing. They don't see the passion and dedication behind the things that we do in here. It might seem trivial to others, but it's paramount to us. Because we know what it can do to somebody's mind. This is the danger right here. Not being able to critically think for yourself, that's dangerous. The reason why the people are the way they are today is because their mind is so screwed up. They don't know right from wrong. They think that evil is good and good is evil. So it stems from them just giving their mind over to those who are telling them agendas and, you know, what's right and what's wrong. You know, think about it, man. It's everything from the knowledge that you gain from the world around you to the health that you have for your body, to the spirituality that you have to connect. It's mind, body, and soul, bro. They have control of it all. And because they give us what we want, don't they? If we comply, if we go along with the agenda, if we do what they want, then we get all the toys and things that we think that are important, that we put stock in. A comfortable life, everything we need. Oh, they'll give it to you because you're conforming to their agenda. And therefore, that becomes the thing that you find that's most important. Well, that's most important, not this. This isn't important. That's why a lot of people fail to kind of convey that message over to them. Because the conveyance of like, we don't, like some people in Flat Earth don't find the stock that's in this, what we're doing, important. They're just like, yeah, it's nice to know, but it's not really that important. How can it be? I mean, I would ask that question to everybody here. Like, if you're in Flat Earth right now and if you've been here a while, what does it mean to you? When you convey it over to somebody, you're like, well, it's something to know, but, you know, it's not really that important. It's kind of funny because you know how we're here every day. It's like I see the value and stock that you can put on this, and it carries over into a lot of other things. I mean, I don't know. What do you guys think about it? Like I've seen, cause that has been a question that's raised when we talk to them. That's one of the questions they ask. Like, what's so important about this? Why do you guys have to, like, don't you go to work tomorrow? Like, isn't that important? Like, what else? Like, this isn't important. What are you going to do with flat earth anyway? Just going to sit there with it? What good is it going to do? Why do you think they ask that question? And why do you think it's hard for us to respond? That's something that people should think about as well. If it's difficult for you to respond to that, that's because you don't find value in it as much as you thought you did.
Well, I already knew that there was like deception going on. I knew that there was this mass hypnosis happening worldwide. And though I didn't like just jump straight into flat Earth and just accept it immediately, it did immediately make sense to me. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. There was already this. I was already aware that people were stuck in this, in what you say, this narrative. It's hypnosis. It's basically hypnosis. We've been trained to accept things a certain way, and to perform things a certain way, and to act a certain way, and to like certain things, and desire certain things, and the powers that shouldn't be have designed it that way. Whether it was like just whether it was happened organically, or whether it was like it started as a very specifically intentional thing, you know, but it just made sense that a lot of questions that arose in my mind from being aware that society is brainwashed already, you know, into thinking, oh, they need this and they need that. It did instantly make sense. But I went, okay, but I don't want to just be jumping on another bandwagon or whatever, you know. I need to think about this, you know, and look into this. So, you know, it took a few weeks before I was like, yeah, it's flat.
So Twad, let me ask you a question, because like I think it's important. Like, some people need to hear what keeps you coming back, because obviously let's just take, for example, if the case is that there's other things that are more important, why wouldn't you just say, hey man, that's interesting, the earth is flat, okay, let me get back to my life. What keeps you coming back? What keeps you fighting for truth? What keeps you here? What keeps you wanting to like let people know and be aware? What is that drives you? Why is it so important for you to be driven to the place where you're making people aware? Why not just say like, okay, that's great. Earth is flat. Nice to see you guys, but I got more important things to do. Why do you keep returning? What is it that drives you?
Because it's fundamental. It's monumental and it's fundamental. It's so important for people to understand reality and accept reality, to be able to break down because it starts there, doesn't it? Like, if you work backwards, then that's how they've done it. They worked backwards and convinced us that that what we experience isn't real.
Right.
So you need to, at the fundamental level, you need to accept that what you're experiencing is real. You know, you're really here and you're having this experience, and what you're experiencing is what it is. It's not like convoluted. It's not. It doesn't take 8 years in university to understand.
Yeah, I know. This is This is specifically why I think people that are in flat Earth and the ones who are not as active, like speaking against, like, when we got people that come in here, those who jump on there and say, hey, you know what? Like, let me talk to this guy. the ones who are they feel outspoken, there's a fire lit inside of them because they want people to be aware of the fact that they're being lied to, like in their face. They're being told that the reality that they see is not really reality. Reality is something they can't perceive. And so, like, I've seen you, Twad, like when you make it a point sometimes to raise your voice and you say things when people are in here. But because it's not, there's this misunderstanding that people are coming in here and we're just upset. We're mad at them. This isn't the case. We're passionate about what we know because we know that the person that's listening to this garbage is being deceived. So we're trying for them to understand, like, in all kinds of ways, right? Everybody has a different method, but you know, you want them to be aware. It's love for mankind. It's love